Chapter 351 Fallen Witch. After Saran gave orders, a war aura filled the camp. A group of patrol guards began to gather, and rare-grade weapons from the north were distributed out in large quantities. The new dragon armor was given to the elite pirate guard. Saran also had many items. Although they were not great equipment, they were still good. The pirate leaders gathered their men, and warships parked near the port with goods on them were replaced with batches of ammunition, weapons, and medical supplies. Even the blacksmith was busy. After 2 months of laying around, they were finally going to war. After eliminating Ashrad, Saran would be able to rule the South Sea with peace. If you weren't an idiot, one could tell that Saran's focus was on the outer islands. That was to say, if Saran defeated Ashrad, Saran would need a pirate leader to manage the Eastern Sea route, whether it was the half-elf first mate, Adele Isabella, or the other pirate leaders. They all believed that they had the chance to compete for that position. To be entrusted by Saran to manage the Eastern Sea route was a great opportunity. Your Excellency. Near the port, a young woman in a cloak opened said, Throat Cut really is going to go all-out war with Ashrad? Ashrad has the support of the Naga Siren royal family behind him. Recently, I've even heard that he became close with the Red Dragon Duchess. Legendary dragon disciples are not easy to deal with. He may not have a chance to win. Priest Kim had a smile on her face and said slowly, Wouldn't that be good? Ashrad, the Pirate King, defied openly. He was already in a dilemma. If he did not counter the attack, his reputation as the throat cutter would be severely damaged. But even with the support of the Sea Temple, his chances of winning aren't high. If he fails, we can take the opportunity to put forward more demands. The young woman had a strange expression and asked, What if he fails totally? The priest took a glance at Saran and replied to the woman, Then there'll be a new owner here. The two looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. The people of the Goddess of Riches were very egoistic. They were known to be neutral, but often they would lean toward evil alignment. Modor. Inside Saran's residence, Gloria wore a black robe and entered Saran's room. With a stern expression, she said, Starting a war? The Red Dragon Duchess is not so easy to deal with. Saran heard her, nodded, and said, Yes, I know. But I am in a difficult situation. My rise here was sudden. Because I've defeated the Swamp King, it deterred others and made pirates around the south coast dare not act recklessly. But if something like this happens and I don't take action, then other people may take the opportunity to attack me. They will think that I'm not strong enough. At that time, not just Ashrad, but I'm afraid that the Amazons, the Chamber of Commerce of the south coast, and even the Sea Temple may attack us. Saran knew this would happen. When he knew Snake Island had fallen, he knew that a war was inevitable. Even if it was farming time and the Shadow Plane could be explored, Saran had no time. It was a very serious blow to the morale of his men. If they didn't fight back, then the pirates in Port Tylan and Shipwreck Bay would desert him. Saran's rise was too abrupt. His prestige had been built up by victories and brutal killings. He could not allow the enemy to stand on his head and provoke him now. Fine. Gloria understood him immediately. She nodded and said, Then I'll go too. No. Saran shook his head and said, You have to stay here. At this time, I can't rest assured that other people in the base camp. I can only fight without worries if you're here. After hearing the words, Gloria looked at Saran anxiously and said, But I'm afraid you don't have much chance to win over the Red Dragon Duchess, let alone the fact that Ashrad has the backing of the Naga Siren royal family. Saran heard her and said, The Sea Temple will definitely lend a hand. Gloria shook her head gently and said, Under these circumstances, the Sea Temple may not help you that much, or else Snake Island wouldn't have fallen. There was a moment of silence. When Saran was about to speak, Vivian's voice suddenly came from the outside of the door. It seemed that she was eager. Big brother, and me. Leave the Red Dragon Duchess to me. The little girl was in a black dress. Her face seemed to be a little excited, and her lovely little face was full of the desire to fight as if she had stayed in the house for too long. Also, with a bloodthirsty smile, she held out her little hand and grabbed the cat girl who was following her. Lulu is also very powerful. She can fight 3, no, at least 5, no, maybe 10. Poor Lulu was pulled along by Vivian. When she saw Vivian looking at her, She immediately nodded her head and said, "Meow!" Lulu. Is powerful! I apostrophe ll. I'll fight 10 of them! Meow! The little cat girl put her paw out. When she felt that one paw was not enough to make 10, she immediately put out her other paw. Beast folk had the ability to transform. In the fighting state, part of their body would change from human to animal characteristics. Lulu had extraordinary dexterity at a young age, which meant that she must be of some special lineage. Gloria thought about it, and then she looked up and said, "The odds are still not good enough. I must set up a teleportation ray on your warship so that I can use it as a teleportation mark and support you at any time when necessary." Saran did not reject the idea. After all, dealing with the dragon disciple was not easy. Just then, Gloria suddenly looked up and asked, "Who is it?" Which excellency had come to visit? "Please show yourself." Saran clenched his sword immediately and made preparations for the battle. Vivian narrowed her eyes and looked around carefully. Only Lulu didn't take any action. Saran's perception couldn't be worse than that of Gloria. Lulu, as a beast folk, should be the most intuitive one. But even she didn't respond. So the strongest possibility was that the visitor was not in the current plane. Gloria, on the other hand, could somewhat sense it. "Daughter," a magnetic voice was heard. Then a shadowy figure with a black robe appeared outside the door. She raised her head to look at Gloria and said slowly, "Long time no see. It looks like you're on the verge of becoming a legend." "Sure enough, you've always been wiser than me." Gloria's mother, Corinne. Saran was shocked to see her, but he did not relax. After seeing her mother, Gloria raised her eyebrows and said, "Mother." "You?" "Yes." The fallen witch of the north nodded gently. Her expression was calm as she explained, "I've fallen. I've made a deal with a powerful being in the underworld, the aura of a demon." Saran's sense was sharp. When he heard that, he immediately felt a trace of demon aura. Gloria, with a stern expression, said slowly, "What are you doing here?" The fallen northern witch got up and walked into the room. She was surprised to see Vivian next to her. Then she said calmly, "To help you." "The news that you came to the south coast spread widely. I knew you were here as soon as I heard about it. If you want to deal with Ashrad, I can help you." Gloria did not relax at all. With a sad voice, she sighed and asked, "What do you want in return?" Her mother had ultimately fallen. Even though she had foreseen some of the future, she didn't think that her mother would deal with a demon. Good thing it wasn't a devil, or else her soul would have been in the deal too. Gloria's mother looked up at Saran, and then she did something unexpected. She bowed down slightly to show her respect, and then said, "Your Excellency Throat Cutter, please forgive my past ignorance and short-sightedness. In my past days, pride, regret, and jealousy blinded my mind." Unbelievable. Not only was Saran shocked, but even Gloria was also shocked. Was this really her mother? That arrogant and mean woman. Why did she have a completely different attitude after her degeneration? Gloria had never seen her mother apologized. Not only did she put herself down, but she even spoke of her mistakes in such a calm manner. Gloria took a deep breath. Gloria had not expected the drastic change from her mother. She asked again, "Mother, what do you really want? I don't believe you'll come here without reason." Gloria's mother looked at Saran again and said, "A man that's outside the will of destiny. The man that is unique when the coin of fate is tossed. When I first met him, he was a lowly thief, but now he is the ruler of the South Coast, and he has touched the edge of legend. I have enough reason to believe that he is a man beyond the will of destiny. Only he can change my destiny. I don't want too much. Just that he would change my destiny when I am about to fail. In return, I'll give him anything he wants." Gloria's mother turned her eyes to her daughter and seemed to notice the distrust on her face. She was a degenerate, a witch who traded with demons, and her daughter wouldn't even believe her. Corinne had a wry smile and said, "In the past, I was confused by pride and prejudice. After leaving the North, I went to different places, and finally understood something. That was what I'm willing to give up for what I pursue. At last, I found the answer in the desert. I've devoted all my efforts to it. I've lost my husband and even my only daughter. I've spent all my energy on it. I have changed from a noble witch in the north to an exile, a degenerate. I will never give it up, so I am willing to give everything for it. I gave up my arrogance, remorse, meanness, dignity, body, soul. Silence. Saran was not sure what the fallen northern witch wanted, or for what did she gave up all she had. However, the woman gave Saran a shock. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of his own walk. For Vivian, he would also give up everything. Mother. Gloria let a sad expression and said, "You." Corinne's expression was very calm. Even if she said something so shocking, she was still quite calm, as if she was telling something unimportant. She then said slowly, "I am still me, but I was blinded by my heart in the past, and now I finally see through all the mists. Your Excellency, throat cutter, my only request is that someday you'll change my destiny. I'll give you everything. What my daughter can give you, I can give you too." The fallen witch was still very calm. It was real peace, not the disguise of the acting ability. Her heart seemed to have found something. Thus her words felt real. At this moment, Saran changed her perspective on her. He found that the woman in front of him was the same kind of person as him. They just had different goals. Saran's was Vivian. Gloria turned her eyes to Saran. Her expression was complicated: sadness, anger, and many feelings that could not be expressed in words because the one standing in front was her mother. However, her mother had made a deal with a demon, maybe her soul had been traded too. Trust wasn't easy. Saran was silent. He looked at the fallen witch and asked slowly, "Which demon did you make a deal with?" The fallen witch became silent. Her expression was hard and bitter, and then she slowly took off her clothes. Her white and delicate skin was like milk. There was a very strange tattoo near her ribs, which looked more like a birthmark. It was a red lip pierced by a wire. The red lip was so enchanting as if it was full of beauty, unattractive dark power. Saran was shocked once more. Gloria became angrier. She looked at her mother and yelled, "Queen of Succubus! Are you mad? Do you know what the end result will be? You idiot!" Saran had never seen Gloria so angry. She was enraged and sorry. Her emotions even affected Saran. The fallen witch slowly pulled up her clothes. Even now her expression was very calm, and slowly said, "I know, it's just that the Queen of Succubus could give me what I want. I'm destined to be a failure. So why don't I bet everything? Daughter, you're better than me. But some things you can't understand." Queen of Succubus. Saran was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Anyone who made a deal with her would not have the upper hand. In the end, she may lose everything. She was one of the abyss demons that Saran was most afraid of. God knows what this witch had put to gamble. Chapter 352 Morale Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. This night was different for everyone. While Saran was preparing for the battle against the pirate King Ashad, a secret meeting was held in Good Spring Town, 150 kilometers north of White Run. This was a rather remote town. Because it was close to White Run, they were somewhat influenced by the ancient red dragon. The people there only knew there was a red dragon nearby, but they didn't know that it was a terrible ancient red dragon. Inside a dark room, 5 figures, all covered in cloaks, sat down with each other there. They looked at each other and nodded softly. "Let's start." The first one to speak was a woman, a very beautiful woman. This woman had a delicate and incomparable face, but from her forehead to her chin, there was a shocking scar. The blood-red scar seemed to be a mark, which was unforgettable. The beautiful woman tapped lightly on the table, then turned her eyes to the others and said slowly, "Since we are all here, let's discuss how to deal with Reinhardt. Somehow he has won over the Helpoema, and now even the chief priests have lost to him. Our elites have been wasted. Not long after, we'll fall to his control." The atmosphere was dense. The others looked at each other but were still silent. That's right. They were all descendants of fear. Since the vampire Reinhardt became the god of vampires, The other descendants of fear had been in a panic. They united to survive. The 5 in the room got together by chance and discussed how to deal with the vampire god. What do we do now? The one talking was a rather strong man, who seemed to be a barbarian. He had exaggerated muscles and a powerful body. He tapped the table lightly and said in a deep voice, "Are we all waiting to die?" A chilling voice was heard. A little man sitting in the left corner looked at the others and said slowly, "If we can sit here, we must have a little trust with each other. Maybe if we join hands, we may beat him." Everyone became silent when they heard this. How would they form an alliance? How do they make sure if others would put in their all? How would they prevent backstabbing? Having them sit together was already quite hard. The beautiful woman with the scar on her face glanced at the other people who didn't speak, then took out a scroll and handed it to the 4 people present. She said slowly, "This is the information I collected. Take a look." The first to pick it up was the skinny man. He read through it once and passed it to the next person. The others soon looked through it. "Throat cutter?" The huge barbarian put down the scroll and asked, "What does this guy have to do with our business?" The beautiful woman glanced at him with a slight look of discontent in her eyes, and said slowly, "Pay attention to the time it took for him to rise. It's just after the Battle of the City of Wealth that he rose rapidly on the south coast, and there were other descendants of fear in that fight." When she said that, everyone else could not help thinking. At first, the man who had been silent said slowly, "Do you mean to say, is he also a descendant of fear?" This throat cutter must have some capability in order to rise to become a pirate king. If we can have him on our side, our chances of winning would be greater. The beautiful woman chuckled and said, "It's not that simple. I think he is not only a descendant of fear but also the first awakened son of fear. In other words, he is stronger than any of us." Everyone became silent after hearing what the woman said. After some time, the skinny man sitting in the corner raised his head and asked, "What do we do now?" Saran could not have predicted what had happened. On the second day, his men were all ready to set sail. However, Saran had one more thing to do. Tong, tong, dong. The sound of the dull drums was heard. Saran wore black attire and arrived at the port. Behind him were groups of armed pirates and elite pirates that had dragon armor. Today was a day of war. Saran needed to boost morale and give his men the confidence to win. He didn't say much nor promise a huge reward. None of these were needed. Tong. Saran stood on a high point at the port. He looked around and said, "Raise the dragon head. Raise the dragon head. Raise the dragon head." His men passed on his orders. Then 2 strong elite pirates appeared with a huge dragon head. The ferocious white dragon skull was lifted out. All the pirates who saw it with their own eyes could not help showing a trace of shock on their faces. Even Kim and others who stood by to watch the ceremony were also surprised. A white dragon skull, and it looked like the skull of an adult dragon. Rise. With the pirates roaring, the white dragon skull was transported to the warship and finally fixed on the dragon warship, which they got from defeating the Swamp King. Now the dragon warship had become a real dragon warship. When the head of the white dragon was hung on the warship, all the pirates nearby became wheeled up. Many guys even hit their chests with their fists, making a roar and eager to fight. "It really is a dragon head." A young woman's voice came from behind Kim, whispering, "It seems that we have underestimated him." The throat cutter killed an adult dragon. At this time, he used the dragon head to raise the morale of his men. Look at the group of pirates below. Now they all seem to be eager to kill Ashad. The dragon warship, the warship that originally belonged to the Swamp King, was now complete. Saran stood on the high platform and looked down at all the people. He finally looked at Gloria and Vivian. Then he pulled out his sword with a clang and pointed directly to the distant sea. Boom! There was a sudden vibration from the bottom of the sea. Then the 4 sides of the sea separated to the left and right. In the surging waves, a dark mast emerged. Then, a ghost ship emerged from the bottom of the sea in front of everyone. As the fog spread, the ghost ship in front of them became unclear. Through the fog, they could only see the broken ship and sails, as well as the ghosts wandering on the ghost ship. The aura of death was spread out. Kim could not suppress the shock on her face. The young woman behind her even had her mouth wide open. Ghost ship. Looking up at Saran's position, Kim murmured, "He has a ghost ship. It looks like a ghost warship close to legendary strength." Ghost ship. Dead man's voice. The aura of death calmed other pirates for a while, but there was a force brewing in everyone's heart. Saran looked at them all, raised the sword in his hand, and yelled, "War! War!" All the elite pirates pulled out their weapons and roared towards the sky. "War!" Saran yelled again, "War!" All the other pirates reacted, and then followed the elite pirates to roar out, "War!" Saran stood on a high spot and yelled once more, "War!" All the pirates pulled out their weapons and roared with excited expressions. "What an impressive guy!" Kim looked at Saran, who was standing in a high place, and murmured, "This guy is a master who plays with people." "These pirates are about to burst." The young woman nodded and said, "It seems we have to re-evaluate him." On another side, Vivian stood in the corner and looked at Saran over the crowd. There was a gleam in her eyes, and she murmured, "Big brother looks so awesome right now." The fallen witch was still very calm. There were only slight movements that showed that she wasn't that calm. A war was about to break out. The battle between two pirate kings was about to break out. The winner shall control the entire south coast. The loser would be obliterated. The Stormlord, who had been dominating the Amazon coast, seemed to be quite silent. She had never expanded her power beyond Amazon's territory for nearly 100 years and seemed to be intending to watch the decisive battle between the pirate kings. No one knew who the victor would be. That was why the other forces on the south coast chose to be silent, waiting for the final result. Chapter 353 Divine Gift. South Coast, Snake Island. The dragon warship docked near the former base camp of Saran. From a distance, there were still traces of the fire on the island. The whole camp turned to ashes. At the position near the wharf, there were masts erected one by one. It seemed that things were hanging on it. A large number of seabirds gathered near the wharf. As soon as the warship approached, the blackbirds scattered in all directions, exposing the bodies hanging on the mast. They were all Saran's men. These people became captives after the fall of Snake Island. They were hung on these masts by Ashrad's men. This was not only a show of force but a provocation. "Your Excellency, throat cutter." When he saw the bodies of his men hanging on the mast one by one and being pecked by seabirds, Scarface became angry once more. He was ferocious, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with a desire to kill. Saran patted him on the shoulder and soothed him, then said in a deep voice, "Send a team of people to bury the corpses. We will make them pay for it." Set sail for Port Tylan. When Saran was about to lead the fleet to Port of Tylan, a strange whimper came from the seafloor nearby. Saran felt something. It felt as if something was calling him. Saran immediately waved to stop the ship and jumped into the sea. There were many things under blue water. Many shipwrecks could be seen at the bottom of the sea after the battle. The thing calling for him, however, was deep in the sea. Something familiar. "It's him." Saran finally saw the creature calling him. The mutant killer whale that he had controlled had part of its body rotted. There were dense wounds in its abdomen. The rotten flesh attracted many marine creatures, and there was even a spear on its chest. It should have died early on with this kind of injury. Saran noticed that a large amount of flesh had been cut away from its body. He didn't know whether it was because of mutation or something else. It still had quite an amazing recovery ability. Even though the wound had rotted a lot, it still maintained a weak life force. Many ships sank near it, including medium-sized warships. It seemed that the pirate king Ashrad had paid a great price to deal with it. It's not easy to kill such a sea giant in the sea. As Saran got near, its call became weak. Most of its body had sunk into the sand, and it was covered with all kinds of marine parasites, some of which had even penetrated into its flesh. These injuries were too serious. Unless a high-grade priest healed it, there was little chance of survival. Saran quickly approached the killer whale. He pulled out his curved sword and cut off the arrows. Then he took out the spear near its chest. Then he took out several bottles of healing potions and poured them into its mouth. The therapeutic effect of the medicine was too weak. As a variant marine creature, killer whales had quite amazing vitality. In turn, the amount of healing needed to treat it was even more amazing. Damn it. After Saran took out the long spear, a large amount of blood came out. This made the killer whale become weaker. Without a high-grade priest, no one could do anything about the wound. It had been strong for a long time. In this case, it could not be cured at all. With its huge size, Saran also could not transport it back to Port Tylan. Damn you, Ashad. Saran's eyes were filled with bloodlust. He slowly pulled out his curved sword and swam to the front of the mutant killer whale without expression. The world under the sea was very dark, but the sword-icing teeth glowed as the temperature was low. Saran came close to it and stroked its head, then said slowly, "Rest in peace." With this kind of wound, it was pointless letting it hold on and torture itself. Perhaps it was better to relieve it. Shang. Saran raised his sword but stopped at the last moment, only 10 centimeters away. That was because a row of data appeared. Divinity activation. The target creature's attitude towards you is fanatical loyal, triggering the divine gift condition and automatically mastering the new ability divine gift. Minor divinity activated. Part of the divine power is transforming. The target has no shard of divinity. Transformation failed. A strange row of data. Saran instantly stopped his sword. At the same time, he opened the strange notification that had appeared. Divine gift gifted skill. You can bestow a part of your divinity to a certain target, which can greatly strengthen it and transform it into a divine creature. After completing the process, the target creature will have a certain spiritual connection with you. With the lowest effect equivalent to the spell suggestion, you will be able to influence or even control the will of the target. Under the condition of divine gift, you can use the target as a temporary vessel for your incarnation as a saint. Note, because you're not a god, you can only give the divinity. Divinity? Saran was shocked. As he had thought of something, a smile appeared on his face. Chosen saint? Saran glanced at the dying mutant killer whale in front of him. He hesitated a little, but then he put his hand on his head. Divinity was a very powerful power. Gods could give some of their own power and some of their divinity to their followers. Those who master the power of their gods were chosen and saints. This kind of gift does not need to be given to only the believers. Gloria's mother could suddenly advance as a legendary witch because she had accepted the divine gift of the Queen of Succubus. This was a powerful skill, because after a creature accepted the gift of divinity, the creature would be branded. This could be seen from the descendants of Fear because they did not accept divinity. However, the will of Fear still had a great influence on them. Divine gift. Saran's eyes showed a strange little brilliance. The space around him twisted. His whole person seemed to be shrouded in the power of divinity and looked like a god overlooking the world. With the palm of his hand resting on the mutant creature, a divine force penetrated into its body and soul. And then Saran had a weak spiritual connection. That feeling was like a spiritual transmission. He could switch his consciousness to the mutant killer whale in front of him at any time. Saran could even use its eyes to see if he wanted. As Saran injected one divinity into the mutant orca in front of him, and amazing changes began to appear. Its weak heartbeat gradually became strong and powerful, and its decayed body was rejuvenated with amazing vitality. Some of the injuries began to regenerate. The mutant creature, which had already entered the dying state, began to move, and then swallowed a nearby sea creature attracted by its blood. One divinity. Even the Swamp King had only 2 divinity points. Even after so many battles, Saran had only accumulated 12 divinity points. As he gave 1 point of divinity to the mutant killer whale in front of him, his divinity was also reduced to 11 points. However, the effect of this 1 divinity point was quite huge. The mutant creature had a great appetite suddenly, eating the fish in the nearby sea area crazily, and expressing a new kind of joy through the spiritual control generated by the connection of Saran. As a non-intelligent creature, the killer whale's resistance became weak after accepting the divine gift. Saran could now even control its consciousness. The mutant killer whale was eating a lot. Its huge body moved like a shadow on the bottom of the sea. At the same time, it opens its huge jaws and swallowed a large number of fish. The injection of divinity was like giving a shot of steroids. Saran could feel the crazy hunger and thirst in its heart. A little divinity had changed it in essence. Before it becomes a sea monster, great hunger and thirst would overcome it. A shadow appeared from under the sea. Saran got onto his ship once more, and said, "Set sail." To Port Thailand. One point of divinity had changed the killer whale's fate. At the same time, Saran also got close to a more mysterious field, which belonged to the realm of gods. Although he had a weak divinity, and could not give divine power like other gods, he could still bestow divinity to a target to control its will. Chapter 354 Behead Saran. As Saran left Snake Island, the huge sea creature also moved into the deep sea. A little divinity made the mutated killer whale obtain the sublimation of the soul. As it consumed more and more flesh, the injuries on the mutated killer whale also recovered rapidly. Divinity was more powerful than mutated magical creatures. When divinity accumulates to a certain extent, it may transform some creatures into gods, or it may turn them into abomination. The divinity given by Saran was not from the power of light, justice, and goodness. In fact, from the moment when he gave the divinity, the mutant killer whale was surrounded by a desire to kill. It consumed countless sea creatures. The damage of the mutated whale shark had mostly recovered. The rotten flesh gradually regenerated, and its metabolism went on at an amazing speed. With more and more consumption, its body size exceeded that of the blue whale. With the increasing size of its body, a ferocious, sharp bone spur grew on the back of the mutated killer whale, and its sharp fangs grew more. Its smooth skin also began to have scales that were dark green in color. It was now not a killer whale, but some sort of scary sea creature. Its insane consumption had satisfied its thirst for blood, but the hunger for killing still torments its soul. At last, the mutant creature stopped eating. Its body size had completely exceeded that of a blue whale, and its weight may be near twice that of an adult blue whale. The huge and incomparable mutant creature had completely changed its appearance. Its body was covered with scales, its back was covered with bony spurs, and its teeth were strong enough to cut through anything. It got closer to the deep sea, and its keen ability to hunt had led it to a new target. The mutated killer whale moved its huge body at high speed. Its pupils were slightly red and were similar to when Saran transformed into the slaughterer form. Finally, it spotted a new target. It was a huge and incomparable deep-sea squid. This deep-sea squid was killing a whale, which was similar to the humpback whale. The size of the adult whale had no advantage in front of this huge and incomparable sea giant. It was wrapped in the sea by its strong and powerful tentacles. The deep-sea squid had a sharp mouthpiece, and it had existed for a long time. When it noticed the approaching killer whale, it released its prey very vigilantly and then retracted its huge tentacles. Read more chapter at VIP novel. A battle was about to happen. The mutant killer whale did not hesitate and immediately rushed in. It opened its jaws and went for the enemy. Blood came out. The two huge sea creatures moved dramatically while blood filled the seawater around the area. Port Thailand. Saran's fleet was docked at the port, but just as Saran went near the port of Thailand, a strange row of data appeared in front of him. Kill deep-sea squid mutant sea creature, divinity of slaughter transformed. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 1050 slaughter EXP. A strange notification indeed. Saran was a little confused with the sudden data prompt, as well as the slaughter EXP that he suddenly gained. He had done nothing special during this period. Aside from giving mutated killer whale one divinity point, Saran spent most of his free time learning magic, so this sudden slaughter EXP must have something to do with the killer whale, because it was killing and hunting. If it had killed a target, then this would be interesting. Slaughter divinity. If the mutant killer whale had killed a target, Saran would get a part of the slaughter EXP. Saran had now accidentally come into contact with a more wonderful field, which made him think of the war portfolio. Whenever there was a large-scale war in the world, any god with the war portfolio would gain more power. Even in order to strengthen their own powers, Some evil gods would deliberately stir up wars and expand their fields to more areas. Slaughter. It was a very scary field because from the beginning to end, whoever had this portfolio would become a powerful deity. Saran did not know why, but he knew that any divinity realm related to killing, soul, and death would give the person additional soul energy. So the sudden slaughter EXP suggests that it was probably related to the mutated killer whale, and it was also caused by the little divinity given by him because the divinity of Saran was slaughter. Your Excellency, throat cutter. The figure of the half-elf first mate appeared near the port. There was blood on his body that had not been dried. When he came to Saran, he bowed slightly and said, "The eastern sea route had been blocked. We wiped out Ashard's men, and some of them were captured. Now no ship would enter the south coast without us knowing." "Good." Sran nodded. He scanned through the people in front and said, "Where are the people from the sea temple?" The half-elf first mate replied in a low voice, "The Naga Siren priest said that this time we must do it ourselves." Ashard, the pirate king, has not betrayed the Sea Temple publicly. She does not want to turn things into an internal struggle of the Sea Temple. So this time, it can only be regarded as a fight between the pirate kings. She said that she would restrain the strength of the Naga Siren royal family and ensure that there would be no Naga Siren involved in this fight. Saran became angry and cursed out. It was the Naga Siren priest who wanted to deal with Ashard, the pirate king. Now that Saran was in total war with Ashard, the priest did not want to get involved. What was the use of holding back the Naga Sirens? It's not like the Naga Sirens would publicly betray the sea goddess. Ultimately, she wanted the two sides to be injured. Any movement from the Principality of Rosat? Saran frowned, looked at the half-elf, and said, "The Red Dragon Duchess is in charge of a principality, and she can't act rashly." "Did you find out where she was?" The half-elf first mate shook his head and said, "I'm incompetent. I only found out that the navy of the Principality of Rosat was dispatched to Raging Sand Island. There's a city built by Ashard. They probably want to fight us there." Saran was silent. After all, this was all expected because his growth was fast. It was natural that the Naga Siren priest would try and limit his power. But when he heard the news, he was still full of anger, and his dissatisfaction with the Naga Siren priest was growing. It seemed that she was not a good long-term partner. "Where are the prisoners?" Saran took a deep breath, turned around and took a look at the warship fully docked at the port of Thailand, and said in a deep voice, "Even if the Sea Temple does not go to war, we can still defeat Ashard. Bring all the prisoners up." The half-elf first mate went to work. Soon, a row of captives was brought up. Since Ashard attacked the Snake Island, Sran naturally needed to answer blow with blow. He pulled out all his strongholds on the south coast. "Throat cutter, you're a dead man." A pirate captive who was burned on the side of his face laughed and scolded, "Ashard will hang your head on a flagpole. All of you are going to die." Pack. The pirate elite who escorted the captive directly shut his mouth with a punch. The half-elf first mate nearby explained, "He is Ashard's half-brother. We caught him alive when we attacked the stronghold." "Half-brother? He seems like a human." Saran walked to the captive without any expression and said, "I will not die. Soon enough, I'll send Ashard to hell." Shang. A head rode down, and blood shot out. Saran was cold. He did not look at the headless body at his feet. Then he swung his sword again and cut off the head of the second captive. One by one, the heads fell to the ground and rolled around. The blood had dyed the dock red. But Saran did not stop at all. He chopped off their heads expressionless until the last captive died under his sword. A total of 127 captives. Saran killed them all and did not leave any alive. Port Thailand was filled with a great bloody smell, and countless heads were on the ground. Without winning, Saran would have to fear the possibility of betrayal. These heads acted as a warning. From this day on, people also started to call Saran the Beheader. Chapter 355 Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experimental Model I1 Chapter 355, Chapter 1 Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experimental Model I1, Port Thailand. More than 100 heads were simply salted with lime and then placed in the most central position of the port. With the decisive battle between the two pirate kings coming, The trade of the whole south coast stopped temporarily. All the cargo ships were docked at the port, and they dare not go to sea at this time. They were afraid that they would be affected by the Pirate King War. War was always the most devastating thing. The chaos of war during the time of troubles would lead to the destruction of the mainland. One after another, warships arrived at Port Tylan. When the fleet from Shipwreck Bay, the outer islands and Port Tylan converged, people were surprised that Saran, the beheader, had now owned hundreds of warships, enough to match the navy of a kingdom. One warship came to the shore gradually, and then they saw a group of armed and ferocious pirates gathered. They arrived because they feared Saran. They believed that he would be victorious because Saran defeated a swamp king before, controlled the dragon warship, conquered a witch in the north, and controlled a ghost ship. Even the active pirates near the City of Wealth had come to join them. The action of the Temple of Riches was noticed by these local snakes. They coveted the wealth of the Eastern Sea route, which was a bigger cake than the outer islands. The goods from the east were all several times more profitable. Ashrad, the Pirate King, firmly controlled the Eastern Sea route, thus, they had no chance to interfere at all. But as long as they helped Saran to defeat the Pirate King Ashrad, they would gain some goodies. South Coast region. The outer island's real value was the mines occupied by the wildlings. If these mines could not be seized from them, the value of the outer islands was only an third of that of the Eastern Sea route. The only downside was that the Eastern Sea route was more dangerous, and the travel time was longer. Your Excellency, the figure of the half-elf first mate appeared in front of Saran and said in a deep voice, 121 warships have arrived in response to the call, and there are 32,015 pirates with combat effectiveness. There are also some responding pirate leaders on the way, which is estimated to take a day or two to reach. Saran was a pirate king, so not responding to his call would mean getting dealt with after the war. This was the right of a pirate king. Even if they were not Saran's men, any pirate that was on the south coast had to respond to the call. We can't wait that long. Saran stood on his warship and said, we will not wait that long. Tomorrow we'll set sail for Raging Sand Island. Yes. The half-elf first mate responded. This night, Port Tylan was totally different from the past. There were no people walking around in the street. The taverns were also quiet. The sheriff in charge of Port Tylan was even a little frightened. Since Saran had many men enough to attack Port Tylan, the guards were rather tense. There were only lights in the port area. Groups of strong pirates carried weapons and materials to the warship, heavy artillery, boxes of gunpowder, and the atmosphere of war enveloped the island city. On the second day, the person that Saran was waiting had arrived. That was a gift that Gloria had prepared for him. Following the emergence of a portal, a stereotypical northern witch in her 40s appeared, while there were two other young northern witches. Your Excellency Saran? The middle-aged witch with a rigid face looked at Saran and nodded slightly. Counselor Gloria has used an A-level authority to apply and has the right to use any A-level strategic materials of the Northern Witch Council. This is what she had applied for. Please accept this. As soon as Saran nodded, the middle-aged witch with a rigid face opened a portal and saw that the space in front of her was linked to the inside of a wizard tower. The portal lasted for a short time. Then two huge and incomparable iron golems appeared, carrying out something similar to a mortar but only similar in shape. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experimental Model I-1. The middle-aged witch with a rigid face looked at Saran seriously and said, the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon had completed charging, but please note that it can only launch one energy pulse attack. The experimental model belongs to the Class A strategic material of the Witch Council. As an experimental model, it can carry out long-distance energy pulse strike with an effective range of 120 kilometers and an actual range of 50 kilometers. Since there is no wizard tower operating as a hub, I suggest you attack within 30 kilometers. Counselor Gloria can only apply for temporary use. The arcane crystal pulse cannon is still the property of the Witch Council. Any damage to the item will lead to a fine of 3,600,000 gold dirals. The stereotypical middle-aged witch took out a document with magical patterns and handed it to Saran. She then said, "These two iron golems are responsible for protecting the experimental cannon, and they will operate it according to your command to attack. Please note that this weapon must be protected. It is one of the only experimental pieces left in the Witch Council. In case of any damage, Councillor Gloria's authority would be affected." Saran nodded, took out a ring that was like a seal, and pressed on the document gently. A glow of magic appeared. The middle-aged witch pointed at the dragon warship, and the two iron golem carried the cannon onto the deck of the ship. It was a weapon that looked like a mortar. It was a little different from what Saran had seen in the city of half-elves in the past. The curve of the barrel was quite smooth. The slender barrel had no opening, while the trajectory was 3 staggered rune marks. At the end of the barrel was a purple gem. This was not a weapon of traditional alchemy, but an energy weapon from the period of the Arcane Empire. In fact, Saran was not sure how powerful it was, but it didn't seem impressive enough. The base of the super arcane crystal pulse cannon was a square alchemy structure, a bit like a golem deformation device, which automatically extends out of the bracket to fix after being transported to the deck. The gun barrel was only the size of an adult's arm, and the whole body of the cannon was a shiny silver white. Saran reached out to touch it and found that there was a large amount of mithril in it. Only mithril could bear such a large amount of energy operation, and it would not block the energy transmission capacity. Receipt completed. The middle-aged witch with a rigid face took a look at Saran and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency Saran, please protect it properly. After the cannon fires, we will immediately track it and recover it." After saying this, she opened a portal and left the place. Set sail. Saran looked at his men and ordered them to cover it up, leaving the two iron golems to guard beside the cannon. He stood on the deck of the warship and said, "Set sail for Raging Sand Island." Trumpets were blown, with the dragon warship taking the lead to leave the port. Nearby warships also set sail. More than 100 pirate ships sailed into the sea and headed for Raging Sand Island occupied by Ashard. Countless flags waved in the air. Pirate ships which were of different design moved toward the eastern sea route. The group would enter the territory of Ashard. Inside the deep sea, a broken ghost ship was also slowly moving forward. The undead bound by the ship worked expressionlessly. Only when there were marine creatures nearby, their faces showed a trace of hunger for blood. Ghost ship dead man's voice. It was hungry. It fed on death, flesh, and souls. However, since the Battle of the Swamp King, it had been silent and have had no chance to taste blood. It had a thirst for death. On another deep-sea region, it seemed that a call from somewhere was sensed, and a huge shadow rose from the bottom of the sea. The first thing that emerged was a bone spear. It was around the size of an arm and was as sharp as a javelin. The huge shadow moved to the surface and followed the Saran's ship. Its owner's ship. Chapter 356 Ghost Ship Raging Sand Island. The largest island within 500 kilometers, surrounded by golden sand beaches and a dense forest in the center. The city built by Ashard, the Pirate King, was here. Initially, there were many wildlings here. However, after Ashard controlled and unified the eastern sea route, it became the base camp of the pirates. Compared to Saran's strict laws, Ashard had a lot of confusion in his management. As long as no one rebelled against him, Ashard would not care. The island had little wildlings. The majority of the population of the isle were pirates. A city that only had pirates had no vitality. This was the most significant selling place of the eastern sea route. Only Ashard could make money and dare to take anything. It was said that he even allowed some taboo business here. Unlike from the outer islands, the sea route of the outer islands could be as soon as 1 month, and no news could be blocked for too long. However, the eastern sea route took a long time, and the possibility of encountering storms and sea monsters were very high. Saran gathered the ships and got close to the island. He stood on the lookout with a spyglass, looking at the port and warships ahead. He saw the pirate ship flags and the navy warships from the Principality of Rossat. Saran noticed some strange warships, which made him feel uneasy. Eastern warships. Most of the warships of the Eastern pirates were fast ships. Saran had seen such boats in the past, near the port around Death Desert. It was the territory occupied by the pirates of the East. They and the desert robbers controlled the land and sea trade, respectively. Nobles supported these bandits. Some were even supported by a mighty monastery. Eastern monks. Monks were not like the paladins. Some of the monks were lawful evil. There are Eastern pirates. Saran came down from the observation platform, looked at the fallen witch beside him, and said in a deep voice, "I'm not surprised that Ashford has been operating the Eastern Sea route for many years, and can attract the East pirates. No wonder he suddenly dared to fight with me. Hedn. The Principality of Rossat had the best heavy infantry. Their navy was the weakest. In fact, because of the Sea Temple, the whole south coast did not have a powerful fleet of the navy." Eastern pirates. The fallen witch looked afar and said, "Those monks are not easy to deal with." Saran nodded and said, "I know." As soon as Saran noticed the enemy warships also saw them, with the appearance of a large black warship moving forward. Other warships also gathered towards it. Ashford summoned more warships than Saran, and the navy of the Principality of Rossat sent out dozens of warships. There were also the Eastern pirates under his command. Ashford had more ships. However, Saran brought medium-sized warships, while the enemy had some small ships. "I don't see the Red Dragon Duchess." A magic glow appeared on the fallen witch's palm, and then her eyes became white. This was the wizard's 1,000-mile eye, observational magic. "Big brother, let me handle them." The little girl was very excited today. She looked at the front eagerly and said in a crisp voice, "They are just a pile of wood. Vivian can kill a large number of enemies alone." Saran put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't underestimate the enemy. They may have a spellcaster among them. The Red Dragon Duchess is from an ancient family, so they must have some confidence." Hundreds of ships were now facing each other. The pirates roared. Most of them were tense since there hasn't been such a large-scale battle for hundreds of years. Saran was not experienced with naval battle. However, as a top-tier rogue, his observation skills were very good. Just at a glance, he could see that the fleet on the opposite side was divided into three parts. First, the Principality of Rossat, which had a battle formation. They were a regular naval fleet and must have had the corresponding training. Then there was the fleet of Ashford, the Pirate King. Like Saran's men, these warships would be used to protect the main fleet. They had no formation. Ashford's men were also a mix. Finally, there were about 10 Eastern pirate warships, all of which were medium-sized ships. They were not very far ahead, which meant that they had no plan to fight all out for Ashford. Saran's main fleet was 16 warships. As for the dragon warship, half-elf first mate, red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella, Scarface, giant, housekeeper, and so on. These pirate leaders led their warships, surrounded by their pirate minions. Without military training, Saran could only disperse his men to command them. Otherwise, there was no way to dispatch them after the battle broke out. Sea battle, unlike land battle, was more chaotic. Woo-oo-oo. The strange sound of a conch suddenly came from afar. Saran realized something and yelled out, "Careful! Something is under the water." A shadowy figure appeared from under the sea. Then a medium-sized ship on the flank of Saran's fleet shuddered and suddenly capsized and sank to the bottom of the sea. Immediately, the others saw the outline of the dark shadow. It was a huge sea snake with 3 heads. A medium-sized warship looked like a toy in front of it. In a blink of an eye, it flipped and sank it into the sea. "Let me deal with it." The fallen witch, Corinne, frowned, as if aware of the morale of her side was a little low. "It is the sea beast. I'm afraid it's a 3-headed snake, a dragon subspecies." Saran pulled her back and said, "No need." "Damn Naga Siren priest. Didn't she say the Naga race would not join the battle? Besides the Naga Siren race, who else could control this sea giant?" Boom! Just as the sea snake overturned one of Saran's warships, the enemy pirate fleet also launched an attack. The sailors began to fill in ammunition, and the massive pirate commandos were ready to approach for close-quarter battle. The warships of Ashford, the navy of Rossat, and the warships of the east surrounded them from the side. Only a greedy snake would try to swallow an elephant. Saran let out a ha. With his call, a huge shadow appeared at the side of the enemy. The mutant killer whale number. It was now the sea giant Carcass. The killer whale that obtained a little divinity from Saran had become huge, reaching nearly 50 meters in length and weighing more than 300 tons. On its back were shards, as sharp as a javelin. The scales on its body strengthened its defensibility and made it able to bear more impact. Like a fierce monster, it rushed into the enemy's right wing and sank a warship in a flash. At the same time, a huge wave hit the nearby pirate ships. These ships were too little for the sea giant. Cheers were heard. The demoralized pirates recovered because the mutant killer whale was more oppressive than the three-headed sea snake lurking in the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannon fire were heard. Saran looked at the half-elf first mate and said, "I'll hand the command here to you." After saying this, Saran's figure leapt out and ran full speed on the sea. Boom, boom, boom. In the middle of the battlefield, the seawater suddenly separated to the left and right. Then a dark mast emerged, the ghost ship broke through the sea and soared above. One by one, the guns turned and aimed at the pirate warships on both sides. The next moment, the two warships of the enemy were sunk when the cannons were fired. The dragon warship was in the center. The ghost ship was still the greater threat. Just as the ghost ship sank two warships in succession, the enemy also aimed their guns at the ghost ship. However, under Saran's will, the ghost ship changed direction immediately, and then summoned a mist on the sea. The ship then went into the mist at an amazing speed. The ghost ship avoided the cannon fire. "Prepare for boarding." Saran looked at the group of undead, who were bound to the ghost ship. With a ferocious smile on their faces, they waved their heavy weapons and prepared to board the enemy's warship in the fog. They were undead. As long as the ghost ship was not sunk, they would never really die. Anime tropes. In the fog, the ghost ship stealthily approached a warship. In an instant, the ropes all over the warship seemed to fly like snakes. They automatically entangled the nearby warships as if they were alive. A tough rope even swept out like a viper, strangled the enemies on the deck, and hung them up. Swoosh! Saran took out the elven war bow, and in a flash, he took arrows and shot the enemies hoisted by the ropes. The battle had only begun. Chapter 357. Balor's Whip. Naval battles were not easy. Even powerful spellcasters would think this environment difficult. When Saran controlled the ghost ship to kill the enemy pirates, the enemy's spellcasters also locked on to his position. Even though the fog slightly blocked their sight, it was not so difficult for the powerful spellcasters to find him. But then came the next problem. They had to go closer to attack Saran. The power of 24 cannons was very fierce, and there was also a mutant killer whale escorting nearby. In these cases, spellcasters would usually use fly, but that would mean exposing their position and attracting enemy fire. Vivian, who had gone to the ghost ship, smiled sweetly. The little girl with a black princess dress raised her hand to throw out Dispel. With Vivian's capability, the Dispel she threw out could completely take down the enemy spellcasters. After the fly spell was removed, the spellcasters who were just about to attack Saran all fell into the sea. What was waiting for them was a big jaw. Without any buff spells, these spellcasters could only swim in the sea. Vivian wouldn't give them the chance to cast spells. In fact, if it wasn't for the Red Dragon Duchess, the eager little girl would have killed a lot. Trash. Ashford stood on the sea demon warship and roared, "A mere ghost ship is causing you so many problems. Aim the cannons. Aim them all at the ghost ship and sink it." Rows of cannon aimed their barrel at the ghost ship. Under the command of the pirate king Ashford, the enemy, who was a little alarmed by the appearance of the ghost ship, responded. Hundreds of artillery nearby aimed at the ghost ship. Ashford wanted to use the firepower to cover the whole area. Even if the ghost ship could automatically change its direction of navigation, it could not escape such a dense and large area of the fire. Boom, 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 boom. Loud cannon fire rocked the skies. The intersecting cannon fire on both sides almost covered all the directions of the ghost ship. No matter how it changed its position, at least a dozen cannons would hit the ship. Saran, with a calm expression, looked ahead and ordered, "Dive to the bottom of the sea." The dark ship began to dive. The ghost ship gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. The sea was surging all around. The undead, who were killed on other pirate warships, jumped into the sea and then swam to the deck of the ghost ship. The mist became less dense. With the end of 5 minutes of intensive fire, there was nothing in sight, no shipwreck. There were many corpses floating on the calm sea, but all of them were Ashrad's men. His face was quite blue at the moment. The ghost ship itself was a rather terrible existence in the sea. Now this rather terrible existence was controlled by a person, so the combat effectiveness it could play was even more amazing. Saran's men were not sure what happened. They only saw the covering fire aiming at the ghost ship. They were not sure whether the ghost ship had been sunk or whether Saran had died in such a dense fire attack. After all, being legendary didn't mean being able to avoid dense cannon fire. Boom! Ashrad's expression changed and yelled, "Attack! Attack! Attack!" Boom! 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 In response to them were 2 heavy revolving cannons, the dark mast rising from another position. The ghost ship reappeared on the sea, and the fog around it became thick again. When the figure of the ghost ship was in a fog, only a vague, shadowy figure was seen. It was difficult to determine its specific position without closing the distance. Damn it! The pirate king Ashrad was rather angry. He shouted to a man dressed as an officer, "Where is the Red Dragon Duchess? What about the support I need? Let them sink the ghost ship." The expressionless officer looked at the battlefield. He noticed that the pirates on the flank of Saran's group had already shown signs of rout. They were not the Navy Rossard's opponents. On the other hand, because of the lurking sea snake, the originally denser formation of the group had been loosened. In order to avoid the sea monster, many warships opened their distance. Thus there were quite obvious defensive holes exposed in the middle. At this time, if a fleet was inserted like a sharp knife, it could completely cut the formation arranged by Saran. Let the eastern pirates attack. The expressionless, burly officer took a look at Ashrad, and then said to a sorcerer who was in a cloak beside him, "The ghost ship, can you deal with it?" The woman said slowly, "Legendary animation." The hull, sails, artillery, and the whole ship were upgraded by alchemy. This ghost ship can deal with dozens of warships. If the Red Dragon Duchess does not intervene, we won't be able to deal with that ghost ship. Furthermore, there seems to be a powerful spellcaster there. The female sorcerer suddenly frowned, and then her figure soared like an eagle. "Looks like a little girl. I'll go test her out." Pang! A pair of blood-red dragon wings expanded. The female sorcerer, who had been hiding in the cloak, showed her true self. She was a beautiful young woman, at least she looked quite young. She was wearing a silver silk robe inlaid with many runes. She held a strange scepter in her palm, which looked more like a hammer. From her back was a pair of huge red dragon wings. This pair of dragon wings allowed her to fly easily, and set off a gust of wind in the flight. Dragon Disciple. Dragon Wing Awakening Gifted Ability. Dragon Disciple of Class 9 will further awaken the abilities of the dragon family. At this level, they will obtain a pair of dragon wings according to the inherited blood of the dragon family. This pair of dragon wings can let them fly freely in the air. This ability belongs to the gifted ability, which was activated in the transformation state and cannot be removed by any magic. The young woman flapped the dragon's wings and soared. Then the petite body swooped up under the action of the huge dragon's wings. She raised her hand to throw out a fireball and hit the deck of the ghost ship in a flash. Dragon Wing was her gift. Thus Dragon Disciple with dragon wings did not need the spell of fly. Careful big brother. Vivian looked at the sky and said, "Red Dragon Duchess, you're finally here." The little girl's figure soared. As she held out her little white hand, a flame whip with a length of 15 meters appeared in her palm. It was a whip completely formed by flame. The heat burned the air. With its appearance, the temperature around it increased a lot, as if it was radiating the hot breath in all directions. Balor's Whip. Spell-like ability. Vivian's face was covered with a tattoo, and a pair of small devil wings appeared on her back. They were still not fully opened, but they did not affect her flight ability. Ha! The little girl gave a roar and raised the flame whip. She raised her hand and whipped it to the dragon disciple in front. The air that the flame whip swept seemed to be burning. At the same time, the flame trace was left in the air. A strong wind came in. The dragon disciple dodged the attack and waited 100 meters away. A demonic sorcerer? You're related to the demons. Huh? Swoosh! A sharp arrow shot out of the ghost ship and flew toward the dragon disciple. However, when it was close to her, an invisible energy field blocked the arrow, which exhausted its power and fell down gently. Careful, Vivian. Saran's voice sounded in the little girl's heart, and said in a deep voice, "She is not the Red Dragon Duchess. She has not yet appeared." The woman in front was a level 9 dragon disciple. Any dragon disciple could awaken a pair of dragon wings as long as they were level 9. The woman in front was definitely not the Red Dragon Duchess whom Saran had encountered previously. After she heard that, she immediately held back. She waved the whip of fire and suspended it in the air. She looked up at the dragon disciple, and coldly said, "Vivian is not a demon sorcerer. At least I'm better than you. Shameful woman who is not wearing anything below." Her body became stiff. The young dragon disciple's face showed an angry expression. She had no idea that the little girl had such good eyesight. She could see through the protective field of her wizard's robe. "Shut up." The young dragon disciple, who was like a real dragon, opened her mouth, and fire came out. Dragon disciple versus divine sorcerer. Vivian smiled and waved the flame whip, which absorbed the burning dragon breath directly. The flame on the whip of Bala became hotter. Chapter 358 Arcane Pulse Cannon Ashad. When Vivian met the young dragon disciple, Saran's sights had a large warship with the armor of Naga Siren. Pirate King Ashad. The asshole who betrayed Saran to deal with the Swamp King alone. The guy who sneak attacked Devil Island to steal the fruits of victory. Saran restrained himself, but he did not expect Ashad to attack the Snake Island. Now that he finally saw this guy, Saran's eyes suddenly had a strong and incomparable murderous intent. Bull's Strength Maximize Spell. Melf's Minute Meteors Maximize Spell. Cat's Grace Maximize Spell. Auras of different spells emerged. When the outline of the Naga warship appeared in front of Saran, he began to cast his spells at full speed. He continuously cast Maximize Spell, a supportive spell. Then, his entire figure rose up in the air, just like a master of King Gong. His toes tapped lightly on the water, and then his whole body was treading on the water and ran at high speed on the sea. Behead. Get rid of Ashad. At this moment, Saran had no reservations. When he was approaching the Naga warship at full speed, he gave a loud roar, and his whole body made a crackling bone explosion. Then, his pupils enlarged and were covered with blood. Finally turned into a monstrous and bloody red. Transform Slaughterer. Saran's figure leapt upwards after approaching the Naga warship. The power of his transformation was quite amazing, and the solid and incomparable decks were all cracked. His figure shot up like an artillery shell. A high-speed concentrated minute meteor appeared in the palm of his hand, which locked on to Ashad's position and then directly threw it out. Boom! There was a loud explosion. There was a hole in the deck of the Naga warship, and one of Ashad's entourage was killed on the spot. Melf's Minute Meteor under the Maximize spell was equivalent to Saran's all-out strike. His figure was still in midair, and the attack was like an anti-aircraft gun. The Minute Meteor fell from the sky, like a dense bombing, which fell onto the helmsman of the Naga warship. There were violent explosions, and Saran poured down 9 meteors in a row in just 1 second. Relying on the amazing dexterity of having transformed into the Slaughterer, they all accurately hit their targets. A large hole was directly blown out of the strong deck, and the nearby bodies were scattered and smashed. The continuous explosions destroyed everything within 5 meters. Ashad, the Pirate King who has been in charge of the eastern route for many years, failed even to let out a fart. Saran blew him into pieces. In actual fact, when he was attacked, he activated several pieces of equipment in succession, but only managed to block the attack of 3 minute meteors. Then he was submerged by the roaring minute meteors. Melf's Minute Meteor, known as low-grade god-slaying spell, easily broke his defense equipment. Under hundreds of explosions and burns, the quasi-legendary Pirate King fell. Pada. Saran's figure landed on one knee, and the fire in his palm died out gradually. Melf's Minute Meteor could only be used for about 10 attacks. As a level 5 spell with Maximize Spell, it was supposed to be a sustained combat ability. But because of Saran's high-speed attack, it became an explosive ability. Saran had only a few high-level spell slots, and the 3 Maximize spell made his level 4 and level 5 spell slots only left with half. He pulled out 2 curved swords in a moment after landing and slashed with a cold light towards the enemy in front of him. Dang dang dang. Sword form spinning strike. It was an expressionless middle-aged officer who was fighting with Saran. He had slight burns on his body. The weapon in his hand was a rare rapier, which blocked the powerful and ferocious moves of Saran. Damn it. The middle-aged officer took a look at the mincemeat in front of him and said, how useless. How could he be beheaded so easily? Roar. Against Saran, whose attacks were so fierce, he suddenly roared. Then, his body expanded like a barbarian. This was not a rage ability, but another ability that Saran was not familiar with, more like a kind of forbidden evil magic. Elder brother, careful. Vivian's voice suddenly came from the sky. Then she saw a strange red figure emerge from the sky. She crossed an arc and fell from the sky, raising her hand, and it was a hold spell. Hold human. The Red Dragon Duchess finally appeared. But her goal was Saran in front of her. She also wanted to behead her target. When Saran successfully beheaded the Pirate King Ashad, she strangely appeared nearby and then locked her target on Saran. A row of data emerged. You've been hit with Hold Human. Enforced Test of Fortitude triggered. Test of Fortitude passed. You've been released from Hold Human. Where did she come from? Saran's sensibility was not weak, and the attack of the other party has not even triggered the danger sense. The only explanation was that she was really not nearby. Spirit World. Saran seemed to have suddenly thought of something. High-grade spellcasters could let themselves enter the Spirit World, which was the parallel plane of the material plane. Most of the people could not see those in the Spirit World. This was similar to the tactics of a legendary rogue because a legendary rogue could also enter the shadow plane, and then directly shuttle from the shadow plane back to the material plane. Fortitude passed. Saran was delighted. A moment launched an evade gaze. His whole body entered into sneak state. Detect invisibility. The Red Dragon Duchess cast her spells very quickly. With a magic aura, Saran's figure appeared 10 meters away. Dissection. Level 8 spell. With a magic aura, the Red Dragon Duchess revealed a cruel smile on her gorgeous face. Suddenly Saran's figure froze, and from his mouth came a roar like a beast in pain. The flesh and skin of his whole body showed a strange light red color. The skin on his body seemed to have been cut by a scalpel, showing tiny red blood scars. Power word, Jolt. Another spell descended from the sky, making Saran's figure stiff in place. However, it seemed that the influence of this spell on Saran was limited. After a pause, he regained his freedom. What a strong life force. The Red Dragon Duchess frowned and murmured, demonic bloodline. How can a rogue possibly have a life force similar to a fighter? The jolt was relatively effective to those enemies with lower life force. However, if the enemy's physical strength and vitality are too tenacious, the chance of passing the immunity judgment is quite high. Shadow Leap. Saran was unable to attack the Red Dragon Duchess in midair. He went straight into the shadows and appeared on the edge of the deck. The dead man's voice was getting closer. His figure plopped into the sea and disappeared completely. He could not risk too much. Saran's means of air attacks were bound arrow. Most likely, the arrow could not even break the energy defense field of the Red Dragon Duchess. Legendary Dragon Disciple. Based on Saran's current strength, even if he transformed into a slaughterer, the odds of winning would not increase much either. He could only barely be able to survive. The one who could actually defeat her was someone that he had waited very long for. Fallen Witch Corrine. When the figure of the Red Dragon Duchess appeared, the fallen witch mysteriously disappeared from her original spot. When Saran's figure fell into the sea, the fallen witch in black robes appeared near the dead man's voice. When she raised her hand, A spell was sent towards the Red Dragon Duchess in front of her. Greater Dispel Magic. Disintegrate. Mordenkainen's Dispel Magic. Legendary spellcasters would have a large number of defense capabilities if one wanted to kill them. The most important step was to break their defense field. Fear Domain. Time Stop. Vivian had already waited for her to appear for a very long time. She suddenly abandoned the opponent that was in front of her. Then, teleported and appeared near the Red Dragon Duchess. Subsequently, she cast a legendary spell Time Stop. Contingency. Chain Contingency. When the figure of the Red Dragon Duchess stopped in midair, the intensive triggering of spells erupted like fireworks, and a magic aura emerged one after another, and the endless protective energy field covered her. It was not known how many defensive spells had been triggered at once. Only her equipment had 5 to 6 magic auras emerging. It was very difficult to kill a legendary spellcaster. Saran was not sure whether Vivian and the Fallen Witch could break the defense field of the other party within the duration of the spell, so in order to pursue the greatest outcome, he gave the command to attack without any hesitation. Legendary Dragon Disciple. Their life force was comparable to that of the legendary fighters. They were equivalent to half a dragon. Even without any defensive spells, it was very difficult to kill them. A legendary Dragon Disciple's life points were 12. Saran's rogue was only 6. With the operation of the Iron Golem, Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experiment Number I1 emerged with a purple glow. Then, powerful and incomparable energy converged on the silver-white gun tube, just like electromagnetic charging. The incomparably powerful energy even made the surrounding space slightly distorted, and the electric arc of the energy pulsing had a texture that was like a layer stacked upon another layer. Energy activation completed. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experiment Number I1 target locked. Fire. A purple energy beam cut through the sky. The next moment, it penetrated the body of the Red Dragon Duchess. The highly concentrated energy even passed through the domain of Time Stop. A huge hole opened in her chest. No blood traces could be seen at all because all the blood traces had evaporated. But it was just the beginning. The purple energy beam broke through the air and incinerated the mast of the warship. Part of the mast broke and fell down. The energy beam covered a distance of nearly 20 kilometers and finally hit the wall of raging sand island in the distance. Rumbling. There were no sounds of explosions, only the sounds of rumbling and collapsing. The solid gate, which was nearly 10 meters thick, just like this in a blink of an eye, turned into ruins. The whole battlefield was deathly still. Chapter 359. The gods Avatar. There were still remnants of the purple beam in the air. At the next moment, the body of the Red Dragon Duchess was floating like a snowflake in the sky, turning into pure energy and dissipating into the air. Not good. The scenario in front of Saran made his eyebrows furrow. The Fallen Witch's expression also changed. Raising her hand, she threw out a level 9 spell. Trap the Soul. An invisible energy barrier shrank, and there was a strange whisper. This spell must be chanted with blasphemy because it could imprison the soul of any enemy. Unfortunately, when the Fallen Witch completed the casting, the body of the Red Dragon Duchess had already transformed into energy and dissipated. Only 2 or 3 pieces of equipment fell from midair, and Vivian next to her quickly reached for it, and then directly landed in front of Saran. Its hide life. The Fallen Witch's expression was complicated as she landed on the dead man's voice, and said in a deep voice, "I didn't think that a disciple could master this legendary spell. It seems like we have underestimated her too much." Legendary spell. The spell which has just been used on the Red Dragon Duchess was a top-level spell comparable to Time Stop. Hide life. Legendary spell. Legendary spellcasters can isolate their life force to a certain place in the body, then take it down and keep it in a safe place. This way, you couldn't be killed by any conventional means, and you were immune to the effects and influences of paralysis, near-death, and death. If the enemy destroyed one's body, then the part that contained the life force can resurrect themselves by having their body reconstructed through clone. Note: Hide life can transform the body into a half-energy state, immune to most of the negative states. Clone level 8 spell makes a lifeless copy of your body, and your soul will be immediately transferred to the living body for resurrection after death. The clone's body copy needs to be cultured in the laboratory for several months, and your level will be reduced by 1 level after the resurrection. There is a certain probability of failure in cloning, which would require a lot of material for cultivation. Note: clone requires a large alchemy laboratory. Legendary wizards were the hardest to kill. One of the reasons was the legendary spell Hide Life. It could isolate the life force of the legendary spellcaster to a certain place, and then take it down for keeping it in a safe place. It was a bit like a Lich's phylactery, but as a blood and flesh legendary spell. Hide Life's requirements were much more. It would require a lot of wealth just to cast this legendary spell, and it might need to consume a certain amount of soul energy. But its use was also very amazing. That was one more chance at life, not to mention the fallen witch nearby. Saran did not expect a legendary dragon disciple to master this spell. One had to know a disciple's spell depended more on domains. It was very difficult to master this magic, and it needed a high alchemy skill to support it. Many legendary wizards might not even be able to master this spell. This spell could give them another chance at life and make them calmer than other legendary professions. If the Arcane Empire hadn't been destroyed, they wouldn't even need to go through so much trouble, since the Arcanists possessed an advanced version of Hide Life. That is to say, after the death of the body, it directly used the parts that contained the life force to recreate a body for the resurrection. It did not require clone to act in concert with it. In that case, if one wanted to kill a legendary Arcanist, one could only destroy them on the level of their soul. Saran killed the pirate king Ashad. The Red Dragon Duchess was pierced by the arcane crystal pulse cannon and then dissipated into the air with the wind. The enemy, in the process of fighting back, suddenly turned a little stupefied. But rather, the fastest reaction was those Oriental pirates. They almost did not think much about it at all. They immediately went on to another boat to escape from the battlefield. The second to react was the navy of the Principality of Rossat, which had an edge on the flank, but they withdrew from the battlefield at the command of their commander. The last were the subordinates of Ashad, the pirate king. They were about to be beaten senseless. They were like a swarm of bees wanting to escape, yet in a mess. Some of them wanted to escape to Nuso Island at the back. Victory. Saran glanced at the scattering enemies, then reached out to stop Vivian, who was ready to pursue them. Then he said in a deep voice, "Don't rush in lightly. There are still dragon disciples nearby." The Principality's force was not that weak. If the Red Dragon Duchess was not caught by surprise, Gloria would still have to open a portal to come and help. There was a teleportation array in the captain's room of the Dead Man's Voice. It was connected with the laboratory on the outer islands, and Gloria could reach the ghost ship at any time through the teleportation array, which was the reason why Saran was not afraid. Cheers resounded. The scattered enemies made Saran's men braver and braver. Many pirates raised their weapons and cheered for victory. But, at the next moment, their cheers came to an end spontaneously. That was because a wave appeared in the distance. A huge wave of up to more than 10 stories high. The huge wave was like a blue sky approaching the battlefield, and the huge wave of tens of miles would engulf everyone in it. No warship could survive in this frightful wave. They would be easily blown up and smashed like a paper paste, and finally sink to the bottom of the sea. Tsunami legendary spell. The great waves were advancing like a wall, and all the warships in front of it were seemingly so small. The cheers turned into screams of terror. All the pirates on the battlefield, regardless of whether it was friend or foe, were running around like headless flies. They were all under cover of the legendary spell Tsunami. The Oriental pirates who started to run fastest had already reached the area of Tsunami. Under the huge waves of more than 10 floors, their warships were overturned like toys, and even a ripple did not come out. They were directly smashed and sank into the sea. The sailors on the warships had little to no chance of survival. Goddamn Naga priest. Saran's face was rather ugly at the moment. He seemed furious and roared, "Didn't she say that the royal family of Naga would not make a move?" Tsunami. That was the Naga royalty's signature spell. In the entire area in the south coast, Other than the priests of the sea goddess, Saran could not think of anyone else who could cast this horrifying legendary spell. This spell would have the ability to destroy a port city. Maybe it could not threaten a powerful man like Saran. After all, he had many ways to save himself in the face of the tsunami. But his men, fleets, defeated enemies, and the spoils he captured would hardly have been intact under such a horrifying tsunami. If all the power of the tsunami were to explode, then even Nuso Island would be submerged. Huge waves more than 10 stories high would be enough to destroy everything, and Saran's victory would turn into ruins. Going 5 minutes back in time, at one point on the bottom of the sea, groups of armed Naga guards were scattered to the left and right. In the center was a group of monstrous-looking female Nagas. In front of them was a mirror made of seawater. "Your Excellency Banshee," a female Naga wizard looked into the mirror and said slowly, "Ashford failed. The throat cutter killed him." Humphrey. A cold hum sounded, followed by a cold voice from behind, and slowly said, "This incompetent trash." When he was dealing with the Swamp King, he was already so clumsy. Now, dealing with the throat cutter, he's of no use at all. Prepare to cast. Let all these humans get buried in the sea. The Naga wizard at the side nodded, and then there was a strange chant of incantations resounding. This was the language of the oceanic Nagas. With their chanting of incantations, a huge wave gradually rose on the sea. The height of the huge wave was more and more amazing. At last, it almost became a blue sky moving forward. Sea Temple. A mirror made of seawater was also in front of the Naga priest. Her expression at the moment was quite complicated. It seemed like she was hesitating and struggling, and her eyes were fixed on the approaching tsunami waves in the mirror image. It seemed like she was making a rather difficult choice. "Your Excellency priest." Within the dark seawater came a low voice, which slowly went, "If your Excellency does not wish to make a move, let them get killed by the tsunami. That way, we will be able to seize the opportunity to reap more benefits." Having heard that, Naga priest gently shook her head, and went, "A tsunami would not be able to kill Throat Cutter. At most, it could only kill those mortals present and destroy all the warships. But, that way, the forces in the south coast would be an empty area. To us, this might not be a good thing. Let the others prepare to cast. We need to pray for the sea goddess avatar to descend." The horrifying tsunami was looming. Many people closed their eyes in despair and firmly held on to the ship. Under this horrifying huge wave, they could only pray for fate to care for themselves because there was no way for them to escape from the coverage of the tsunami. Fly, fly, fly. When the horrifying tsunami appeared, Saran and others had already cast spells at full speed. The few spell slots could barely save that many people. Even if Vivian and the Fallen Witch were present, they could only use flight to bring very few people into the sky. The horrifying tsunami got closer and closer. Huge waves of more than 10 stories high made people felt desperate and suffocated. But when the tsunami was about to sweep them, a strange sound of a conch suddenly rang from the surroundings. Then, they saw a wave rising from the middle of the battlefield. The seawater stirred like a whirlpool, and the blue seawater automatically gathered into a figure of more than 10 meters. She stood in the whirlpool, holding a trident, and gently pointed to the tsunami sweeping in front of her. Then they saw that the huge waves in front of her gradually dissipated, as if everything just happened was an illusion. Sea Temple. There was a muffled voice in the sea, and it slowly went, "Your Excellency priest. The other sea priests have been summoned. We are ready to cast." "Your Excellency priest." The sounds in the sea seemed to be a little anxious, and a strange tentacle emerged in the deepest parts of the darkness. The Naga priest was still standing there, but the expression on her face was stiff and looked of panic brewing. In the mirror made of seawater in front of her, there was a goddess figure holding a trident. She stood in the vortex as if she was the master of the sea. With her hand raised and a little finger pointed forward, the shocking tsunami disappeared completely. The sea goddess. The Naga priest felt shivers all over at the moment. There was a fear in her heart because she had not yet cast the spell to pray for the coming of the avatar of the sea goddess. But before her, The avatar of the sea goddess had already appeared. What did this represent? Just thinking about it made her shudder all over, and her heart could not help panicking. Chapter 360. With the moon under the dark skies. Saran stood at the pier of ranging Sand Island and looked at the distance. The night was full of winners and losers. Even though Saran defeated the pirate king Ashrid and unified the pirate forces on the south coast, he had offended the royal family of Nargasiren and the principality of Rossat. As long as the sea goddess didn't fall, the Nargasiren royal family would only make small moves, and they wouldn't do anything bold against Saran. However, the Red Dragon Duchess could attack. This woman was not only a legendary dragon disciple but also had a resurrection spell, High Life, which made it difficult to kill her. Saran doesn't know much about the Nargasiren race in his memory. He just remembered that they were matrilineal society and once had a god. However, the deity later turned into an evil thing, which seemed to be something called a banshee. In Saran's previous memory, the Nargasiren people did trigger some legendary tasks, but there was a powerful sea goddess above them, so all their actions only failed. That is to say, that they had little impact on society. At the same time, as Saran worried about the threat from Nargasiren and revenge from the Principality of Rossat, the Nargasiren was also concerned. After the sea goddess appeared as a saint, the Nargasiren realized her mistake. She had always been afraid that Saran's strength was too strong, and that the Sea Temple would lose control over him. However, the worry in her eyes was insignificant for the gods. The sea goddess didn't care whether there was a pirate king rising outside the temple. She only cared whether the pirate king was useful to her. From this perspective, Saran's role was now very important. First of all, he killed the Swamp King, who believed in Dagon, the demon lord of the abyss. This was equivalent to clearing the chess pieces of the rival demon lord's camp in the sea and pleasing the sea goddess with the enemy's head. Then Saran opened up the outer islands. As the benefactor of the sea goddess, Saran's outer island development gathered the population, which was also intangible dissemination of her faith and accumulated a lot of primitive believers. His men, for example, became believers of the sea goddess. Then Saran beat Ashrid. This bloody killing took place in the sea, which could be understood as a sacrifice ceremony. The sea goddess was a god of the chaotic evil camp. Her joy and anger were unpredictable, like the sea, so she would not reject this kind of killing ceremony at all. On the contrary, she liked it. From the start to the end, even though Saran got more powerful, it was also beneficial for the sea goddess. In this way, the actions of the Nargasiren priest were nothing. The gods above did not feel that Saran was a threat. So, all the actions of the Nargasiren priest to restrict the development of Saran had become restrictions on the expansion of the influence of the sea goddess. If this was the case, the current position of the Nargasiren priest would become a little dangerous. The sea goddess did not answer her prayers but directly incarnated to help Saran through the crisis. This meant that Saran's position was Nargasiren priest in charge of the sea temple. Deities were realistic most of the time. The sea goddess doesn't care about Saran's ambition or whether he wanted to be more powerful than the Nargasiren priest. What she cared about was whether Saran could expand her influence and spread her belief to a far distance. The outer islands were an opportunity. If her faith could be expanded around the outer islands, this would mean putting a nail into the territory of the Storm Lord. Saran was more important than the Nargasiren priest. Now, after seeing the incarnate of the sea goddess, the Nargasiren priest slowly understood this. She didn't think of Saran's growth as an expansion of the sea goddess's influence. It was like how Saran treated the half-elf first mate and the red-haired female pirate Adele. He didn't care who had more power. He cared about who could do what he told them to do. That was why the powerful half-elf first mate was promoted, while the red-haired female pirate, who failed in the mission, was deprived of her power. Because, to Saran, the two of them were not a threat. This was the same for the sea goddess. In the quiet night, Saran stood on the tower and watched the night sky. The stars were dim, many of them looked grey. This meant that some gods had been unable to stabilize their divination. It will not be long before the kingdom of the gods represented by these grey stars would be separated. and these gods would fall to the world one by one. The time of trouble was coming soon. The stars in the night sky were getting dimmer and dimmer. Many people had noticed this and realized the coming chaos. Big Brother Vivian's footsteps came from behind. She was wearing a white dress. Saran turned around and smiled. The little girl came to his side, raised her little white hand, and held one of Saran's fingers. She stood beside him and said softly, "What are you thinking? Since you left Amber City, you look at the sky more often." Saran held her up, kissed her forehead, and answered, "Nothing." He looked up at the moon. It seemed that the power of the High Lady of Silver Moon became weak. Big Brother Vivian laid her head on his shoulder and said, "Vivian has become more powerful after some time. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Vivian will be able to help you." "Really?" The little girl nodded seriously with a serious expression. Saran smiled and held the little Vivian tightly in his arms. He looked up at the bright moon and murmured, "High Lady of Silver Moon, I don't know how fate will be. Can we avoid this war with you?" New Moon 1677, September. Late. The Witch of Terror, Lillian died under the hands of the High Lady of Silver Moon. There were only a few descendants of fear left to set off the feast of killing. The times of trouble would then officially start, and the saints would tear the world apart. It was now, New Moon 1676, February. In about 3 months, the first week, gods will fall to the world as saints, and demons would frequently appear all over the world. Saran had grown fast enough, but he still felt that time was very tight. He came to the Outer Islands from Amber City. Although his strength was advancing rapidly in the killing, he was also getting closer to the coming of the times of trouble. When the powerful gods also fall to the world as saints, then unprecedented turmoil and catastrophe would officially begin. Saran liked the moon in the past. However, after knowing Vivian's identity, the moon's radiance became a painful sting in his heart. Chapter 361 plus 5 Lich Ring. Chapter 361, Chapter 7 plus 5 Lich Ring. On the second day, the whole raging sand island became busy. After the battle, a large number of captives were captured. Many pirate minions surrendered as soon as they saw the situation. Coupled with the appearance of the sea goddess, these pirates were more awed by Saran. But because it was late, Saran couldn't deal with trouble, so he could only put them all in custody, and blocked the warehouse on the island. In addition to the massive amount of food and equipment, there was also gold derrolls to reward his men. Ashrid was better with money than Saran. This guy was in charge of the Eastern Sea route, with the support of the Naga-Siren royal family, and at the same time snatched the spoils of Saran's Snake Island. In the treasure house of the island, there were more than 200,000 gold derrolls and a large number of pearls. There were special pearl collectors in the east. This was probably how Ashrid collected hundreds of thousands of pearls. Saran couldn't take all the reward. Almost half of the reward would be given to his men. After a ship sinks, only half the men aboard would be alive. Attacking Raging Sand Island was only a start. After killing Ashrid, Saran naturally needed to control his other territory. Furthermore, after taking over the Eastern Sea route, Saran needed to transfer his men. It was a time-consuming and laborious thing to manage the Eastern Sea route. After some thinking, Saran decided to let the most capable half-elf first mate manage the Eastern Sea route. He was ruthless and decisive. In this period, he would be the person who could stabilize the situation as soon as possible. Saran left the people with a high killing aura. After taking over the Eastern Sea route, only the most ruthless pirates could control the situation. As for the other people, Port Tylan, Shipwreck Bay, Modor all needed men. Saran needed to promote some men to these new vacant positions. Ashrid had many rewards. However, even after gathering all these items, they were not comparable to the 3 items that the Red Dragon Duchess dropped. That was because all the items she dropped were legendary equipment. Item type: Ring of Wizardry +1. Item grade: Legendary grade 1. Description: This is a very special wizard ring because it can only add level 1 spell slots. It is said that it is a piece of legendary equipment made by a special wizard himself because the owner of this ring was a chaotic wizard. In order to increase his level 1 spell slots and memorize the unique recklessness spell, he spent a lot of time making this special grade 1 legendary item. This item once drifted into the hands of many people, but in the end, only the frenzied wizard could exert its greatest power. Requirements: none. Effects: double one's level 1 spell slots. This was the first item the Red Dragon Duchess dropped. It was also very famous legendary equipment because for special chaos wizards, this grade 1 legendary item was a very powerful artifact. This was mainly because the frenzied wizard had a special level 1 spell Recklessness. Recklessness level 1 spell. A special spell that can only be mastered by a frenzied wizard. The power of chaos makes magic produce unknown variations. A chaotic wizard can try to use recklessness instead of any spell he can master, including the legendary spells he has mastered. However, the spell requires the user to pass a test of confusion. If the user failed to pass the test, there might be unimaginable things happening. Note: can use Chaos Barrier to increase the chance of passing the test. Chaos Wizard, a group that focused on chaos spells. They were almost like a bunch of nutjobs. They were few in number, and many of them died under their own magic, but occasionally there were some terrible chaos wizards. After entering the field of legend, they become strong enough to face a group of legendary wizards or become a powerful existence in some planes. Since chaos had infused into their soul, any spell they used would change. They could replace any spell with the unique level 1 spell Recklessness, as long as they successfully passed the test, and they would be able to cast as many legendary spells as the number of spell slots they had. In theory, if they were strong-minded, they were unbeatable. But if their character was not strong enough, the magic could petrify themselves, turn them into frogs, send a flash of lightning, or something else strange and unimaginable. Saran had never seen a surviving chaos wizard. This legendary item was their artifact and allowed their level spell slots to double. In any case, neither Saran nor Vivian could bring the item to its best effects, so it didn't matter who had the ring. But Vivian was a wizard and sorcerer, and the level 1 spell slots were calculated separately. If she wore this equipment, Vivian could gain another 15 level 1 spell slots. 15 level 1 spell slots. Even if they were used to memorize Arcane Missile, the effects would be tremendous. Thus, Saran did not hesitate to give this item to Vivian. The second item was somewhat more impressive. It was also a ring, but it was more famous. That was because it was an item that was more powerful than artifacts. Item type: Lich Ring. Item grade: Legendary grade 5. Description: this is a ring made by the legendary Lich. It is engraved with a complex magic array. It makes the user immune to any toxin, disease, and increase its resistance to charm spells and mind control spells. This ring uses a special alchemy technique that reduces the casting time of any spell by 1 second. However, please note that this ring is shrouded in the power of the dead, with a special curse on it, which may reduce your constitution. Requirements: Constitution above 10. Special effect: a cursed item reduces 2 points of constitution. You can't take it off by yourself after wearing them. You can only remove the ring by first removing the curse. Note: the undead are not affected by these effects. Equip effect 1. Toxin immunity. This ring has a special power, which can make the wearer immune to any toxin attack. No matter the poison made by alchemy, natural poison, or poison attack produced by magic, the wearer can be completely immune to the damage caused by them, as well as other negative states, such as paralysis, rigidity, etc. Equip effect 2. Disease immunity. This ring has a special power, which can make the wearer immune to any disease attack. No matter the disease caused by magic or natural disease, it cannot have any effect on the wearer. Even the most terrible plague cannot threaten the wearer of this ring. Any disease spell is invalid for the wearer. Equip effect 3. Increases immunity resistance to charm and mind control spells by 2. Equip effect 4. increases your casting speed by 1 point. Equip Effect 5, adds an additional level 6 spell slot and a level 7 spell slot. Equip Effect 6, able to use Greater Haste once a day. Equip Effect 7, increases spell resistance by 10. Equip Effect 8, increases regeneration ability and basic life recovery speed +1 per hour. Equip Effect 9, defense level +2. That's right. This was the ring of the legendary Lich. Saran had only +2 rings in the past, so when he saw a +5 ring Lich, he was almost stunned. This was a priceless ring. It was a legendary item that couldn't be measured by money. It could be said that any reward that Saran got was dim compared with it. From certain aspects, this item was more powerful than artifacts, but it was also dangerous to run around with this kind of item because spells could locate it. Many wizards, dragons, and special life forms like to use spells to track this kind of top-level legendary equipment. It may be fine to stay in the base camp with it, but once taken out, the Red Dragon Duchess will probably track and locate it. That's because the item had a strong magic aura strong enough to cross planes. That's why it was basically an artifact. Even the gods may be interested in its existence. Thus the first thing Saran did after identifying the equipment was to let the fallen witch Corinne seal its magic aura. The northern witches were proficient in divination, and there were many ways to make others unable to track and locate it. Unless, of course, someone was bored enough to track the location with a legendary divination spell. For the time being, no one else would be able to determine its location. As for the last item, compared to the +5 Lich Ring, it could be completely ignored. Chapter 362 Missing God Lich products must be excellent was a common saying in pubs. The undead with an infinite life could always make some powerful and shocking equipment in the long years. The Lich made nearly a third of the top legendary equipment that could match the artifacts. The other two-thirds were leftovers from various peak periods of the arcane civilization. So, in the eyes of many adventurers, killing a Lich was even better than killing a dragon. The last item was very average, an unusual defensive brooch which, after activated, would give the user 3 spells: Greater Mage Armor, Fire Shield, and Elemental Defense. This was a piece of high-grade charging equipment, not legendary equipment that could recover automatically, so there was no need to pay too much attention to it. Saran put it on Vivian's chest. The little girl needed some protective item. A day went by. Saran had a lot of things to do. He suddenly swallowed the territory of Ashred, the Pirate King. He and his pirate leaders were busy taking over the territory, counting materials, transporting people, guarding prisoners, taking over slaves, and so on. The city of Mordor needed a lot of labor, and even with thousands of people, Saran could still take them all in. So after taking over the territory of the Pirate King, the second thing he did was to move the slave population to Mordor. During the afternoon, when Saran was busy with stuff, Vivian appeared outside the door. "Big brother," the little girl said and dragged the cat girl along. "Look what I've discovered." Vivian said. A strange card was on her palm. Deck of Many Things. Saran took a glance and was shocked. "Where did you get the Deck of Many Things?" Vivian laughingly played with the card, then handed it to Saran in front of her, and said in a crisp voice, "I grabbed Lulu and played hide and seek with me, and then happened to find it in a dark box. This card was inside." After such a long time, Saran never thought that he would find the Deck of Many Things here at Ashred's camp. Finding this item was lucky. "Step back a little." Saran took the card over and told the two to step back slightly. At the same time, he activated the Deck of Many Things. The markings on the card did not seem to be used. The Deck of Many Things was unpredictable. As a legendary item, it could open many special effects, including permanently improving attribute points and gaining a lot of slaughter EXP. There were 3 special cards in the Deck of Many Things: the Clown, Sun, and Iron Throne. If these 3 cards were opened, the user could get 50,000 slaughter EXP. 300,000 slaughter EXP, and 1 million slaughter EXP, respectively. Unfortunately, Saran only saw people getting the clown card. With Saran activated the card in front of him, the magic pattern like a whirlpool gradually shone its traces. The first thing that emerged was a bit of starlight, which couldn't help but surprise Saran because he was likely to draw a card with added attributes. But as the moon's light rose, there was a slight disappointment in his face, and then the pattern on the card emerged. Deck of many things, silver moon. As the image completely appeared, a silvery light flowed into Saran's body. A row of day 2 appeared. Activated deck of many things. Gained silver moon. Permanently gained 10 life force. Not bad. Saran picked up the card and touched Vivian's head. How did you know I needed this? The little girl gently nodded her head and said, because I saw that there were still some cards like this at your place. I'll tell you a secret. Sister Gloria's mother also has a card like this. I saw her turning over and over last night. If brother likes such cards, how about Vivian steal them for you? There's another card. Saran was slightly taken aback and shook his head. No need. Saran still didn't know what's up with the fallen witch. Someone that had signed a deal with the demon was hard to trust. It may be best not to stir things up. At the same time, damn, Saran. The shrill roar of repression, pain, and anger broke all the laboratory tubes around the lab. The whole lab shook. The Red Dragon Duchess let off a sharp roar and then walked out without expression. Her failure and death caused some small troubles. The nobles of the Principality of Rossat, who were suppressed by her at the beginning, were ready to move after hearing the news that Saran, the beheader, killed her. Now she needed to clean up these guys and tell them that what was killed overseas was only a puppet. She would never be defeated so easily. Autumn fall. There didn't seem anything special today. But for the priests who believed in the half-elf god, today was hysteria. That was because it was on this day that they suddenly lost contact with their god. No one could get any power. The statues in the temple were dim. The spirit light on the gods had never been so dim for hundreds of years. Although the priests had tried to block the news, others had heard something vaguely. The half-elf god had gone missing. The priests could pray for divinity, and even the kingdom where the saint was linked to the god did not know his whereabouts. Chapter 363. The attention of God's missing deities were a rare occurrence, but once it happened, sweeping changes would occur. Although the half-elf god was only a minor god, he was still real god after all. As long as he remained in his realm, even powerful gods would find it very difficult to kill him. Since the kingdom of gods was an independent world, they create their laws, so no god would leave their realm easily. However, something unexpected had happened. The half-elf god had gone missing. Gods rarely left their realms. Even if they wanted to enter other realms, they would only incarnate as a saint or go into one of the believers. Therefore, in terms of material level, there were also saints in the half-elf temple who could serve as the host of gods. They had the ability to connect the kingdom of gods and could directly communicate with the half-elf god. However, there was a problem now. There was no trace of the god in his realm. This minor god was not in his own realm. All the priests could not communicate with the god. Naturally, all the priests lost their divine powers. It was disastrous. Although there were many druids in the half-elf home, the saints were the main power to protect the half-elves. His priests had been fighting against the orcs on the wild border, driving out the ogres in the mountains, and dwarfs who were not very friendly to the half-elves. The priests lost the ability to perform divinity, which was crushing. When they couldn't contact the gods, all the temples began to operate crazily. This kind of incident had happened before. When the last goddess of riches went missing, all of her priests lost communication with her. However, she was already weak, so a new figure took her place. A missing god meant that he might have fallen to the material plane or some other plane. This event had attracted many people's attention. Even many legendary professions had turned their eyes to the location of the city. As the priests lost their spells, the city set up an emergency defense to prepare for the next possible attack. The fall of a god would inevitably lead to more terrible chain events. Both good and evil would be interested in the believers he left behind. Now the most important thing for the half-elf temple was to find a way to find any trace of their god. Because the realm of the god was still intact, he may not have fallen. Saran was not aware of what had happened so far away. In fact, He was very busy now because it took a lot of manpower to control the Eastern Sea route. At the same time, in regards to expanding the territory, he also needed to supply materials to the outer islands, which made his finances begin to come under a little pressure. Ashrid, the pirate king, left a lot of wealth, but not much of it could be turned into money. Saran had nearly 300 warships and nearly 5,000 pirates under his command. These people need a lot of money to eat and drink. After the Eastern Sea route had been cut, a new problem would arise. No matter what hatred he had in the past, he had to negotiate with the Eastern pirates. Otherwise, the trade route would be abandoned. His fleet could not go to the eastern countries, nor could the Eastern fleet enter the Southern Sea. Tang, tang, tang. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Saran put down the document in hand. Soon a middle-aged man who looked like a clerk came in. He leaned slightly and said, "Your Excellency, this is the latest news. Please have a look." Saran nodded and said, "Put it there." The middle-aged man quickly left. After reading the statistics of materials and spoils, Saran reached for the stack of intelligence documents. He glanced through and then focused on the intelligence information of Whiterun and Arendelle. The south coast was a trading area, so information was not delayed. Whiterun was still like that. After the Red Dragon appeared, trading there became slow. Many people had avoided Whiterun so that the city's business tax had been reduced by more than 50%. Now it was urgent to expel or kill the Red Dragon. The nobles in the city had to come together, hoping to attract powerful adventurers with great rewards. It was better to have a legendary team to deal with the Red Dragon. Unfortunately, all of the adventurers that went did not come back. That was an ancient red dragon. Saran was not strong enough to deal with it, so going there would only add to the head count. Whiterun is a useless city now. Saran murmured to himself, put down the document, and whispered, "No one can kill the ancient red dragon until the times of trouble. But this is good. When land trading is bad, sea trading will prosper." The second piece of news was about Arendelle. After seeing the news, Saran frowned and murmured, "The elder princess is missing and hasn't appeared in a long time. Is Princess Anna in charge of Arendelle now? That is bad." Saran reached out his hand and caressed the legendary curved sword. He said slowly, "The prosperity of Arendelle is completely supported by the strength of the elder princess alone. Now that she disappeared for a long time, I'm afraid that Arendelle's situation is a bit worrying. I don't know if Anna can handle it alone." The elder princess had immeasurable power. However, after losing the great elder princess, Arendelle would not deserve the wealth it had. Great wealth without great power was a disaster waiting to happen. Now Saran was far away on the south coast, and he couldn't help much. He could only hope that the elder princess would appear as soon as possible. After all, he felt a little guilty for Princess Anna. He picked up his pen and wrote something, asking his men to take note of Arendelle more. Instincts told him the Battle of Raging Sand Island. Saran's harvest was not intended to be very rich. First of all, he got a lot of slaughter EXP, most of which came from himself, and a few were provided by the mutant killer whale. It's really a surprise for Saran that divine gifts had such an effect. Although the slaughter EXP was less than 10,000 points, it was an additional source. At present, he had accumulated 160,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough to level up the wizard, but not enough to level up his shadow dancer profession. Too bad. He could not kill the Red Dragon Duchess himself. The great amount of EXP was on her real self. Killing herself would probably give the person 100,000 or more slaughter EXP. As for Ashrid, this guy only gave less than 40,000 EXP. Total trash. No wonder he did not dare to take on the Swamp King. He was no match for the Swamp King. The greatest reward of this battle was the legendary rating he got. After killing Ashrid, Saran got the highest amount of legendary rating. Battle of Raging Sand Island Legendary Battle. In the middle of February 1676 in the New Moon era, you had a decisive battle with the Pirate King on Raging Sand Island. In the battle, you killed Ashrid, the Pirate King, and defeated the Red Dragon Duchess. Your reputation has spread all over the world. Most pirates have heard of your name. At present, you have become the most powerful pirate king on the south coast. At the same time, because of the emergence of the sea goddess, people from other forces are paying more and more attention to you. The appearance of the sea goddess incarnation means that your existence has attracted the attention of some gods. Legend rating +8. 8 legend rating. Saran had never gotten this much, especially when it mentioned the fact that he was noticed by gods. This let him felt pressured. After entering the realm of legend, he would have the qualifications to be noticed by other gods. He was concerned whether it was good or bad to be noticed by the gods so early on. But this meant that he had a clear picture of what he wanted to do. Elemental Stone Earth. Saran played with the legendary item he got and thought about something. After so long, the effect of this legendary equipment had been reduced a lot. The number of enemies who could force Saran to activate Stone Skin was much less now, and the summoning of an earth elemental was pointless at sea. However, it was not without use because this legendary equipment was only a part of something bigger, a chain of legendary difficulty tasks that would ultimately lead to a shard of divinity. Elemental Stone Earth, Elemental Stone Water, Elemental Stone Fire, Elemental Stone Air. Combining the four into one would summon a giant earth elemental, giant water elemental, giant fire elemental, and giant wind elemental at the same time. Giant elementals were second only to the legendary elder elemental. With Saran's abilities, he could give the challenge a try. Moreover, there was also an item Saran needed to go to the desert to get, an artifact for rogues. Clock of Proof Against Detection, a legendary item that rendered the user immune to detection like spells. Chapter 364 Chapter 10 Lulu. Near the end of February, a week had passed. As Saran was busy with things, he finally got a reply from the Eastern Pirates. The other side wanted to sit down and talk. There was no eternal enemy in this world, only eternal interests. It was not only Saran who was blocked by the Eastern Sea route, but also they were unable to transport expensive Eastern goods to the south coast in exchange for interests. Compared to the more fertile southern area, the Eastern Desert covered a wide area. Because of the energy variation left over during the Arcane Empire, the East Desert covered 2/3. Such a colossal desert area significantly limited the output of the Eastern world. Trade was the most important economic source of the Eastern Pirates. At noon on the second day, on the east side of the Raging Sand Island, Saran saw the Eastern Pirates. It was hard to believe that the most significant force among the Eastern Pirates was the pirate group controlled by a group of monks that were lawful evil. Both Desert Bandits and Eastern Pirates had monks among them. They were a rather difficult enemy. It was a monk who was sent out to negotiate with Saran this time. He was a legendary monk. Just after the dragon warship approached, several figures on the opposite ship flew out. These monks fell directly on the sea, then walked on the sea at high speed, and finally landed on the deck of the dragon warship. These monks seemed to have distinct Oriental ethnic characteristics, not easy to describe, but similar to Indian people. Saran looked at the monk on the deck. As the opponent looked him up, Saran also checked him out. At least in terms of appearance, he was not old. His appearance was not very different from that of the Oriental people in Saran's memory. Although his skin was like an Asian's, his forehead, bridge of nose, and eyes were all prominent Western ethnic characteristics. His eyes were sharp, and there were thick calluses on his palm. The monks were proficient in unarmed combat, and their palms were the strongest. The most striking thing was his skin, with a little bit of light gold, as if the yellow skin was somewhat golden. Perfect Self, a unique ability of the legendary monk. However, Saran preferred to call it King Kong Body, because after they reached the legendary level, monks could be immune to diseases and toxins, and would never grow old again. They would only die when they reached the end of their lifespan. Ordinary weapons couldn't hurt them. They also had terrific resistance to magic. Legendary monks were one of the most difficult enemies to deal with. Your Excellency. The legendary monk looked at Saran, as if in disbelief that Saran was the legendary beheader. From his appearance, Saran was just too young. In terms of strength, Saran seemed to have not reached the legendary realm. At least for now, he was no legend because there would be a kind of sublimation of the soul in a traditional profession. As a legendary monk with high perception ability, he could feel this. However, Saran's prestige was accumulated by a mountain of heads. Although the other party had doubts, he had no disrespect. Please. Saran gestured to invite the monk and his 3 fellow monks in. All of them were high-grade professions. The background of the Eastern pirates was still so strong. In the beginning, he traveled to the Oriental world and saw many legendary figures. It may be because of the energy variation during the Arcane Empire, or it may be because the environment was too harsh. In the Eastern world, evil things, gods, and abominations often appeared. There was even a monk monastery that Saran dared not break into. It was built directly above the nest of some ancient abomination. Note, the name seems to be Farim, a terrible abomination that ended a specific era. One of the jobs of the monks was to guard these ancient creatures. This was the same for the monks who were lawful good, lawful neutral, and lawful evil. The monks of the 3 camps came from many different monasteries, but the essence of keeping order still existed. Their task was to prevent those chaotic and evil creatures from causing more significant damage. Among the adventurers who were mainly active in the Eastern world, some people claimed to have seen the legendary monk with a profession level of 40. Saran did not believe that because a level 40 monk would have incredible fighting capabilities, they would become almost immune to any physical attack or spell damage. Saran estimated that the most powerful monk in the Eastern world had only a profession level of about 30. Note, the son of Slaughter, who was said to have created Yin style and Yang style, was at level 40. This was the limit to his estimation. Ranging Sand Island. Saran was discussing matters with the legendary monk. Sounds of argument seemed to be coming out. But Vivian didn't pay much attention to these. She was interested in the 3 bald-headed monks outside because she once met a monk that gave her a little gift. Hey! The little girl was dressed in a black princess dress and looked at the monk outside the door with her head askew. "I've seen people like you before," she said in a crisp voice, "but he looked much stronger than you." The monks did not respond, only looked at her. "Boring." Vivian looked at them, said in a crisp voice, "I heard that you have some potent fighting skills. I dare you to compete with my lackey." The 3 monks looked at each other, and one of them showed some interest. However, when Vivian pulled out the candidate to compete with them, the monk's face immediately showed disappointment. Even a little sad. "That's right." Vivian pulled Lulu out. Lulu was wearing a pink skirt today. There were many sweets in her pocket. As Vivian's little attendant, she followed her all day. Just like her tail. At the moment, Lulu, who had just eaten a candy, came out with such a stunned face and looked around doubtfully. "Don't look down on her." Vivian pursed her lips, then said, "You may not even win." "Lulu, fight the bald head in front. If you win, I'll give you a holiday and anything you want to eat." Meow. In an instant, her eyes were shining, almost without thinking much. She turned into a shadow and rushed out and slashed at the monk. Pang, pang, pang. Lulu's small figure directly flew out, and then fell on the ground with a plop. She meowed a little, looked at her dirty dress and let out an angry look. She was mad. At the same time, the senior monk who just fought with her stared at his chest with astonishment. There were 3 faint bloodstains on his arms, chest, and abdomen. The enemy's attack was not enough to threaten his life, but the speed was incredible. As a monk with strong perception, he still couldn't keep up with the attack speed. What monster was this? The high-grade monk's face became serious. He put his hands together in a tiger-like posture, and at the same time, his eyes locked on the delicate cat girl in front of him. Vivian had a playful look. It seemed that she had confidence that Lulu would win the fight. Chapter 365 Fight Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Pang, pang, pang. What had happened shocked the 3 monks because, among the professions, no one could move faster than the monk. What's more, the monk's sending skill relied on the continuous blow like the wind to destroy the opponent. However, The scene in front of them overturned their prior understanding because the little cat girl in front of them had an attack speed was even faster than that of a high-grade monk. That dazzling attack was almost too fast for the retina's capture limit, especially the other side's fantastic agility and reaction. She used her arm and was able to walk on a 90-degree wall, but also could directly run against the wall. Even monks needed some level of King Gong to achieve this. Where did this cat girl come from? She also only a lackey. How powerful would a little girl in black dress be? Pang, pang, pang. Lulu was knocked back again. Even though her attack speed was fast, she had one glaring weakness: strength. As a beast, Lulu had a very high natural dexterity, but her strength was probably less than 8 or 9. Even when she grew up in the future, she would only have 12 to 13 strength. If she were not strong enough, she would not be able to kill. It was hard for her to fight with the high-grade monk in front of her. Even if she attacked the other side, she would only scratch his skin. It would not affect the combat effectiveness of the opponent even after 12 scratches. Roundhouse kick. The monk that had been forced back by the cat girl was losing face. He gave a loud yell, and his legs kicked out in a row to raise a gust of wind. The strong whip leg blocked all the attacking routes directly. No matter where Lulu attacked, she had to take the attack. Meow. The little cat girl was alert. Her innate ability let her know the danger, and immediately she pulled away. Chain steps. Shock palm. The monk overwhelmed the cat girl with his continuous attack. The monk in front of her suddenly rushed forward with a big yell. He waved his hand and beat it out. The fierce palm attack mixed with a dark force. If he hit the cat girl, her life would be in danger. Vivian showed a worried face as she watched at the side. Shadow leap. Just as the attack came in, the back of Lulu's petite figure suddenly twisted, and Saran's figure appeared in her shadow. He put the petite cat girl behind him. Then he blocked the attack from the monk with his fist. Pang! Saran stood still and was slightly stiff. The monk stepped back 3 steps in a row and looked at Saran with disbelief. The other side had resisted the dark energy on his palm. Saran showed strength uncharacteristic of a rogue, but more like a legendary fighter. Just now, the monk's attack was like a cow sinking into the sea. The legendary pirate king in front of him had a constitution far superior to that of ordinary people. This was very difficult for a rogue because their training direction was more on skills than their own constitution. Stop it! Saran glanced at Vivian with a slight reproach, and said in a stern voice, "Nuisance. Go back, you two. From today on, you two are not allowed to come out for 2 days." Saran just came out to have a look and saw this. Vivian was fearless and didn't know the depth of the monks, but Saran knew that some of their unique fighting skills were quite dangerous. That's why he took the hit. If it weren't for him to take the attack, Lulu would have been seriously injured now. A 7 to 8-year-old cat girl would not be able to beat a monk without any profession skill support. Pa, pa. Pa. Claps were heard. The figure of the legendary monk also came out. His expression seemed a little cold. Suddenly he said, "You are indeed the legendary beheader. You are really impressive. From that move, I'm flattered." Saran turned and stared at Vivian. The little girl seemed to be a bit scared. She grabbed Lulu and said in a low voice, "I want to train Lulu. Besides, she has some unique skills that she hasn't used." Saran frowned and said, "Go back to your room. I'll deal with you later." At that time, the legendary monk in front of him suddenly seemed to make a decision and said, "Your Excellency, since we have been arguing about the distribution of interests on the Eastern Sea route, how about this? I'll have a competition with you. If you win, everything will follow your request. If I win, then we have the right to free trade on the south coast. Compete." Saran was slightly shocked but looked at the opponent and replied, "Sure." This guy wanted to try his strength. In this case, he couldn't give in. "Let's do this." Anger strike. When a monk reached level 10, their hands would become +1 rare weapons. When they reach level 13, their hands would be regarded as +2 rare weapons. After that, the unarmed attack ability of the monk would be strengthened at every 3 professional levels. The legendary monk would get at most +5 rarity. Some of the monks could even train their hands to metal, like making them hard as metal. Anger strike was a saying of adventurers. The original name was probably kill strike, a lethal attack. Shang. The legendary curved sword appeared on Saran's hand. Saran couldn't allow any carelessness at this level of the duel. Trackless step. In the face of the legendary rising pirate king Saran, the legendary monk didn't have the slightest intention of mercy. He started with a fierce attack and wanted to use the monk's active attacks to suppress Saran. Shocking strike. The legendary monk, who was proficient in unarmed combat, approached at high speed and raised his hand to strike Saran's chest. Dang! The golden palm hit the curved sword, and a force passed through the blade to Saran, making him feel as if he had been punched. This was a technique used on full armor fighter, but he used it on a rogue. Sword form spinning strike. Saran's curved sword cut toward the waist of the opponent. The legendary monk avoided the attack, while his legs swept and kicked toward Saran. Sweeping kick. Continuous strike. Spinning kick. Legendary monks were good at continuous strikes. Their speed and technique would dazzle an opponent. Sword form beheading. In the face of the fierce and incomparable continuous attack skill of the enemy, Saran had no panic in his heart. He was very clear about the fighting style of the monk, that was, he should never show weakness. Once he gave in, he would be beaten to the point of no return. He suddenly burst out and waved the sword and cut toward the opponent's head. Sidestep. Scaling step. In the face of Saran's counterattack, the legendary monk's expression became more and more dangerous. Although the enemy didn't use many abilities from the beginning to the end, it was the most straightforward moves that could reflect the real strength of the other side. Powerful attributes, high reflexes, amazing dodge techniques, and almost non-human immunity. The figure of the legendary monk rose to a height of 20 meters as if he had been enchanted by magic. His expression was very serious. He fell from the sky like a shell. At the same time, he claps his hands suddenly, and a burning breath emerged. Yang style. A fire exploded, and the extremely hot waves came out. When the legendary monk waved his hand, a strong force burst out, directly shaking Saran's figure upside down. Cough, cough. Saran retreated 7 or 8 meters in a row, suddenly rolled over, and stabilized his body. He reached out to wipe the blood on the corner of his mouth, then murmured, "I didn't imagine seeing this move again." Many years later. Yang style. Previously, many called it the Juyang move, which shows how powerful it was. Yang style, Ying style. Trackless step where T1 evades sight. Shadow leap. Saran's eyes became cold. His figure went into the shadow and then completely disappeared. He was severe now because he was facing a tough battle. Chapter 366. Handoff translator, Exodus Tales editor, Exodus Tales. Spinning kick. In the face of Saran, who disappeared without a trace, the legendary monk's response speed was extremely swift. He stamped his toe into the soil, then the whirlwind kicked up a large piece of earth, and then his legs kicked out in succession to raise a gust of wind, which blew the soil away in all directions, covering the front area of more than 10 meters. An experienced legendary monk, indeed. If Saran hadn't moved after he went into the shadows, the dust would reveal his figure. However, Saran was not an ordinary rogue. He played with all his strength against the legendary monk without reservation. After he entered the shadow, he immediately used Shadow Leap, and he had already left his original position. The legendary monk moved back and did not dare to stay at his original position. No trace of Saran was found in the dust. The legendary rogue had already lurked near him. Unless the other party moved first, he could not even determine the specific location of the enemy. The legendary monk was now in a defensive position. At the same time, he moved in a circle at high speed, covering any weakness he had. Saran's situation was a little bit disadvantageous because he didn't have buffs. Fortunately, all the monks were highly conscious, so Saran was very likely to have an advantage in attributes. The legendary monk had a strong intuitive dodge ability. They could easily detect the normal sneak attack. To deal with this kind of enemy, one must use a wave of offensive attack to occupy absolute advantage. Shadow jump, shadow strike, sword form, waist slash. Saran figure appeared behind the monk, and at the same time, he slashed toward the monk's waist. However, the legendary monk seemed to have expected the attack. He suddenly burst out, and at the moment before Saran launched the attack, he turned around and kicked out a whip leg. Monks had extremely high evasion ability and were very perceptive to threats. Tiger strike, shadow kick. The sudden attack from the legendary monk was fast. He kicked towards Saran's head, covering all areas. Evade sight, shadow leap. Saran's figure disappeared once more, but this time he did not move far. Conjure shadow. A twisted shadow suddenly emerged from the shadow of the legendary monk. It just went over and clung to the enemy. Although the crooked shadow could not threaten the legendary monk, who had a great constitution, it could still hinder its movement. Shadow leap. Saran's figure appeared once again behind the legendary monk. Vampiric touch. Shadow strike. Sword form beheading. Saran's figure appeared out of the sky and used vampiric touch at the moment of contact with the enemy. At the same time, a cold light appeared, which immediately slashed toward the head of the enemy in front of him. Dang, as if hitting metal. Read more chapter on VIP novel.com. The legendary monk's palm turned to gold in a flash, and he held Saran's attack with his hands directly, creating a metal ring. Drops of blood dripped down. He had underestimated the sharpness of the legendary curved sword. A crack was heard, and half of the monk's hand fell to the ground. Your Excellency is truly powerful. The legendary monk immediately decided to step back, and in an instant, opened a distance of 10 meters. His voice trembled slightly because of the pain, then he bowed slightly and said, "I give up. From today on, the interest distribution of the Eastern Sea route will be following your requirements." The other 3 monks came to his side. Saran stood and stared at the monk. There was still a sense of killing in his eyes. He looked at his opponent silently for a while. Then he took back his curved sword and said in a deep voice, "Very well." Monks seldom used equipment. This was their biggest weakness. Even the legendary monk would not be able to take the edge of icing death. As long as he forced the opponent to a corner, Saran's chance of winning would significantly improve. The legendary monk covered the wound, but there was not much emotion on his face. He just bowed and said, "Then everything is settled. I will convey your request to the monastery. Farewell." After saying that, he left without even looking at his hand on the floor. Only after walking out of the hall, did he relax. Just now, if he didn't give up and back away in a hurry, he would have been beheaded by Saran because the other side did not use his trump card. The shadow crossing ability of the legendary rogue was not only that, but there were also different legendary abilities. Saran had not mastered the fighting skills of the legendary rogue. He had used up his shadow leap, shadow jump, and conjure shadow. The legendary monk made up his mind to tell the monastery about his danger and try not to conflict with the rising pirate king. Big brother, Vivian, who had been standing beside, came over. There was a trace of murderous air in her beautiful big eyes. She said in a crisp voice, "Why didn't you kill him just now? He hurt you." Saran glanced at her and said, "Nonsense. Do you know how strong the monastery is? It's an organization that has guarded ancient evil for thousands of years. Even the temples of the gods have no advantage over them." The monks' missions were to guard evil creatures. As professions in the lawful alignment, they had many strict dogmas. These people may not be kind, but they had been maintaining the world order. Saran had no intention of starting something with them. "Go back." Saran glanced at Lulu and said in a deep voice, "You can't do this again. Lulu is still a child. You let her fight with a high-grade monk. What if something bad happened? Darkblade will train her tomorrow. You'll return to the outer islands today. Gloria is preparing a shadow teleportation door, so you go help her with it." The little girl felt wronged. She pulled Lulu away too. She should have won. Stupid Lulu using a powerful skill at the beginning. If not for that, the monk wouldn't have had the chance. Chapter 367 Saran's gift. It was March now. The time till the time of troubles was around half a year. There were about 20 months till the fall of the goddess of magic. Saran always felt that something was chasing him. Even though he had walked fast enough, he still felt that time was not enough. After the news that the vampiric demigod had defeated the Temple of Fear, Saran's sense of crisis became more and more intense. According to the original historical events, it should be Lillian, the Witch of Terror, who woke up, controlled the Temple of Fear, and finally sets off a tragic killing. But now the control of the Fear Temple had become the vampiric demigod, and a massacre seemed to be on the horizon. Vivian had been sent back to the Outer Islands. Saran could not risk further awakening the fear divinity within her because as the boundaries of the plane became looser, the higher-level demons could break through the barrier of the plane to the material plane within half a year at most. Devils had appeared. They bewitched powerful people to start wars. Since this time, the number of devil followers on the material plane had become more and more frequent, and some evil organizations had carried out taboo sacrificial rites. Relatively, the south coast was now more peaceful after the battle. The news from each area was not very good. There was a sign that the orcs have moved south. The mixed-race orcs launched plunder. The internal friction of the humans had increased. Even the Red Dragon Duchess, who had just fought with Saran, was involved in the war of suppressing the rebellion. It seemed that since March, tensions that were brewing in the past 6 months broke out, and wars have burst out in at least 7 places on the whole continent. There was also news about Autumnfall. Saran heard that the half-elf god had gone missing, so his priest had no power. He did not remember where the god fell to, but he remembered that he, ultimately, died in the Underdark. As the weak gods fell, the world's attitude towards the gods gradually changed. The Eastern Sea route was running smoothly. The mission of the monk monastery was to suppress those ancient evil creatures. At least before the destruction of the demon army, many powerful monks would live in seclusion all over the world. This was their tradition. Just like the monk that Saran encountered, he would be training somewhere. The Eastern Sea route was to supply the consumption of monasteries. It also needed a lot of resources to cultivate monks. Many secret methods needed expensive herbs. Saran still had some honor because he was a person who kept his word, and a good monk was also lawful. Both of them attached great importance to the existence of order and rules. The one responsible for the Eastern Sea route was the half-elf first mate. He was a decisive person. Handing him control of the Eastern Sea route would be good. That was why, around March, Saran was ready to go back to the Outer Islands. He had to prepare for the next step. The foundation of the Outer Islands was to further his plans, which were to make for the saints and deities. Even if he didn't have a conflict with other gods, a fight with fear was inevitable. Even though he had died, he had not disappeared completely. Saran needed fear to completely fall and never be a threat to Vivian at all. There were 4 elemental stone. The earth elemental stone was near the elven territory, the water elemental stone was in the frost kingdom, and the fire elemental stone in the desert area. The general location of these 3 places was clear to Saran, but he only knew that the wind elemental stone was in a dangerous area. This was a legendary mission. Gaining the earth elemental stone was a complete coincidence, and he now remembered the huge rock giant who rushed out from under the altar of elements when they finally left. That monster was the real guardian of the earth elemental stone. After the 4 elemental stones combined, the user would get a legendary summoning spell. An army of elemental. In those days, someone completed the task with a pile of heads. With Saran's strength, he should be able to try to finish it independently. After all, he had equipment that surpassed his previous power. His first stop was the Frost Kingdom. Something was going to happen to Arendelle, and Saran wanted to check it out. He was a person that emphasized his promises. The altar of the water element was only 100 kilometers away from Arendelle. There were many active ice trolls nearby. He planned to cross the north to get there and would pass through Arendelle on the way. Then the next stop was the Desert of Death. The first goal was to get the fire elemental stone. and later try to get the rogue's artifact Cloak of Proof against detection. This was a piece of core equipment against the saints. As for the last elemental stone, he may need Gloria to help him since the place was rather dangerous. 4 pieces of elemental stone would lead to the opening of a seal. The reward was a shard of divinity. If you had divinity at the same time, then it would lead to someone becoming a demigod. Both Vivian and Saran could leverage on the shard of divinity to become a demigod. Thus, Saran wanted the shard no matter what. After all, this was one of the few methods that Saran knew how to get a shard without killing a god. Even if Saran joined hands with everyone, he would not be able to defeat a weak god. That was because a demigod would be immune to the legendary spell Time Stop. If Vivian's ability to stop time were useless, then the success rate of defeating a god would decrease. This was the same with the god-slaying spell Melf's Minute Meteors. After all, this spell could only help break the god's protection, but not directly kill the god. The outer island was different now after some time. The port of Mordor had doubled in size, with 2 more unfinished monuments, namely, the Sea Shrine and the Riches Shrine. Both temples seemed to be competing for strength. The materials used to build the temples were extremely expensive. Many of them had to be transported across the sea from other places. People were realistic. They believed that if the temple were more majestic, then more believers would be attracted. According to this progress, it was impossible to build the shrines within 1 or 2 years. The trade of the outer islands had attracted many traders, especially after the chaos had disrupted the trade on land. The city of Mordor was still the same. It was just a little bigger. At the same time, green buds were emerging from the southern arable land, and spring wheat had been planted. This year, even if it was not a good harvest, they could still ensure self-sufficiency. Saran had many things to do in this short time. During the afternoon, the slaves were gathered and counted. Mordor now had around 3,000 slaves. Saran stood on the high platform and looked down at the slaves below. Then he nodded to the red-haired pirate girl beside him. Then, nearly 30 slaves were brought out. I emphasize my promises. Saran looked down at the slaves in front of him and looked at others. His eyes swept over to the drow warriors beside him, and he could feel that the other side was avoiding eye contact. Saran walked toward the slaves. There were 2 that looked like brother and sister. Those who are hardworking will get the corresponding reward. Saran watched the slaves. They seemed to be nervous. Only the first 2 brothers showed surprise because Vivian had promised that some people would be rewarded. As your master, Saran looked down upon the 30 slaves and said in a deep voice, I give you freedom. From this day on, you will acquire the identity of a resident of Mordor, owning your own house, property, and family. Men, free them. Cheers were heard. The other slaves that could not help but look up with shock on their faces. Were they free? How was this possible? But what happened next made them realize that this was not a joke. The city guard next to them untied the shackles of more than 30 slaves, and then threw them pieces of rough linen clothes. In addition to the 2 brothers standing in front of them, the other slaves were still surprised, because they did not expect that Saran would give them freedom. These slaves that got their freedom were good slaves, most of whom came from the mainland, and only 3 were wildlings. The freedom was not to let them come and go. They were only granted the identity of the residents of Mordor City, and then had the right to housing, property, and family formation. These people still had to work for Saran. It's just that they didn't have to be packed in stinking cages or beaten by guards. They could earn their wealth and live a life far beyond that of other slaves. Freedom, relative freedom was still freedom. Bring them there. Saran turned to look at the red-haired female pirate and said in a deep voice, there are houses arranged for them in the north. From tomorrow, they don't have to work with other slaves. People with special skills will be assigned to other places. People without special skills will be assigned to work in the port. These 2 people are very talented in farming, so let them be in charge of farming. There were many differences between slaves and population. Saran's next step was to transform the slaves in Mordor into its city's population. Of course, they had to be docile slaves. Those wildlings who were challenging to discipline would be left for the drows. Chapter 368 Teleportation. After such a long time, Gloria fixed the teleportation ray connecting the shadow plane, opening a portal that could allow free movement through the channel at any time. The teleport gate was full of magic alert traps, which made it difficult for even legendary professions to sneak in quietly. Exploration of the shadow plane was very time-consuming because neither Saran nor Gloria could take down the wizard tower. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the first-level guards of the wizard tower with 3 diamond golems and 1 construct. Also, the powerful tower spirit that controls the wizard tower. Before Saran left, there was still one thing to prepare. That was to memorize the level 5 spell teleportation. Gloria had set up a teleportation array in Mordor City. As long as Saran learned teleportation, he would be able to come back from thousands of miles away. This was the best cheat of a spellcaster. Unfortunately, the spell was hard to master, so Saran would have to study it on his way there. As the gate to the shadow plane was ready, Saran once again stepped into the shadow plane. But this time, there were more people. Not only Saran, Vivian, and Gloria, but also the fallen witch Corinne. She had a lot of research on the period of the Arcane Empire and was even more proficient in some aspects than Gloria. The fallen witch came for the first time, so when she saw the wizard tower in front of her and the maze that was covering a large area, she was shocked and said, "What a powerful maze. I'm afraid it's more powerful than the maze we have in the north." But its power has declined, and many parts are no longer working. Saran did not say anything. In this aspect, the 2 witches were more authoritative. If you're the X factor in faith. The eyes of the fallen witch were bright, as if a wave of hope appeared, murmuring, "Then maybe there is something I want to find here. If I don't have to go to the clockwork nirvana of Mechanus, then I can." She stopped before she finished her sentence and frowned. The wizard tower is still working even though it had used plenty of its power. I feel that the maze is still supplying energy to the elemental pool. This wizard tower has been in operation for so many years, so there must be a spirit in it responsible for maintenance. The group slowly got close to the maze. Saran, using his memory, brought them through the path he took last time. Alert, alert. But when they were just near the range of the wizard tower, a sound of mechanical synthesis sounded. Intruder, intruder. Combat readiness activated. Guardian golems charged. Bad news. Realizing the situation, Saran immediately said, "Back away. It's dangerous here." As soon as he said this, there was a loud bang. Then 3 huge and incomparable diamond golems appeared, targeting them, and rushed to them. "Get back." Saran quickly backed away, and the others also followed up. Diamond golems were highly resistant. A legendary spell may not necessarily be able to beat them. Relying on hand combat to deal with them was even more difficult. Even in Gloria's Tower, there weren't any such top-grade golems. "This is no good." As the fallen witch withdrew from the maze, she said, "We can't enter it at all if the first layer of defense is so strong. There must be a hay plane in the wizard tower of this level. I'm afraid there are countless dangers in it. Even the Eye of the North would not survive. We must be able to stop its supply of power." After saying that, Gloria and her mother both looked at the location of the maze. The maze was not only a large-scale defense facility but also maintained a part of the energy supply. At least 1 nuclear power plant was needed to maintain the power supply. As a defense device, the maze also bore part of the energy consumption of the wizard tower. As long as the wizard tower was still running, a legendary team may not be able to enter it alive. Is there a way to cut its power supply? Gloria gently tucked her long hair and turned to look at her mother. She was fascinated by the knowledge of the Arcane Empire. She should be the most familiar one among the people present. The fallen witch frowned slightly, looked at the huge maze in front of her eyes, and said slowly, "It's very difficult. We can try it, but we have to break the ancient maze. This may require a long time." As long as no wizard was controlling the maze, the wizard tower would only operate according to the original set procedure, and the tower spirit should not have the right to take over the maze operations. This means that we have a 50% chance of breaking the maze. This exploration still ended without anything good. The diamond golems and the wizard spirit were a solid defense line. Saran could barely deal with a diamond golem, But if 3 diamond golems attacked at the same time, even a legendary fighter would not be able to stand one round. To explore this wizard tower, they would have to cut off its power. Going into a working wizard tower would surely mean death. If the power was cut, then the diamond golems would not work. The defense system in the sorcerer tower would be automatically removed, only relying on the energy stored in the element pool to maintain a few defense programs at most. Technology during the Arcane Empire had a high demand for energy, which was like modern technology. Without power and fuel, many things would become decoration. Exploring the tower then would be easier. Saran had no intention of rushing into these legendary difficulty ruins. Past bloody experiences had told him that anything related to the Arcane Empire should not be taken lightly. Gloria and the lot would be in charge of cutting off the power, while Saran would prepare to search for the 3 elemental stones. If he could gather the stones together, he could not only get a piece of divinity shard but also summon the elemental army to replace soldiers as expendable soldiers when exploring the wizard tower. That was why, around mid-March, Saran began his journey to the north. This time, he would cross the north and the mountains to enter the Frost Kingdom. After he had memorized the teleportation spell, he would be able to teleport back to the Outer Islands any time he needed to. Chapter 369. The Unseen. This time, Saran made all preparations before he left. He drew out the blueprint for further planning of the Outer Islands. According to his original layout, the population limit of Mordor City was about 50,000 people, which was not a small city in the current era. The port was still operated by the Temple of Riches and the Sea Temple. Saran paid more attention to the land, and his future focus would also still be land. When his strength had accumulated to a certain extent, he may expand to Treasure Island, where the wealth was enough to easily replace the island trading. After all, no matter how lucrative trade was, it couldn't be compared with gold mining. Furthermore, it would be very difficult to become a more powerful pirate without gold as support. Note: treasure has been mentioned before. Islands which were rich with minerals. Going out alone was simpler. Saran set out directly on the ghost ship and arrived at Shipwreck Bay. Along his route, there was no need for resupply. After a little inspection of the black market and slave trading, Saran continued his journey to the north. The north was around the northwest direction on the mainland. The Frost Kingdom was located in the northernmost position, so Saran's voyage was quite long. To gather the other 3 elemental stones, Saran would need to journey almost half of the whole continent. From the south to the north, from the north to the east, and finally across the Desert of Death into the Underdark, because the last elemental stone was in a certain area in the Underdark, a place that may encounter a beholder. Back to the north again, Saran's mood was very different. He got to Deepwater Port and left the ghost ship in the nearby area. The port was still busy, as usual. However, among the noisy crowd, there were many more people who wore weapons. Even some children had daggers hidden around their waist. Saran could not help but frown. He walked along and got close to the city gates when he saw a bunch of bounty, humans, dwarves, and lizardmen. The public security here seemed to deteriorate from the last time. One billboard was posted with 10 wanted notices. The guard in charge of patrolling was also much more nervous than before. The Adventurers Guild was also more lively than before, and there were even billboards outside with many tasks written in bright red big characters. 100 miles to the south of the port, Gushu Town was attacked by the dark-scale lizardmen. A small number of enemies, danger degree of C, and a mission reward of 1,200 gold dirals. Urgent task. There will be additional rewards after completion. There are fleeing ogres near Fakina Town. Recently, there are many people missing. The mayor wants to ask someone to investigate this matter and determine the number and trace of ogres. The mission reward is 300 gold dirals. There is an extra reward for helping the town guard to kill the ogre. Yesterday there was a strange fog around the port. Some merchant ship sailors said that they had seen the trace of a ghost ship. This task is a special task. Anyone can get a reward as long as they provided clues. The difficulty of the task is level B. Perhaps it was close to the times of trouble. There were many missions given out. However, Saran felt ironic that the difficulty of the tasks erected outside ranged from level F to level C. The only task of level B was to investigate the strange fog around the port yesterday. Needless to say, it must have been because of Saran's arrival, because he had used the fog ability before he got close to the port. Unexpectedly, the nearby sailors saw the fog. That's why there was this B-grade mission. It was something surprising to him. Saran had also accepted the task from the Adventurers Guild in those years, but unexpectedly, after so many experiences, he became a difficult task one day. There were groups gathered outside the city gate. Before leaving the town, Saran saw a group of trained militia, mostly adult men, many of whom were 15 or 16 years old. In previous years, militia training would not be carried out in March, during the busy farming period, but after wheat had been harvested. Therefore, if you had the experience, you would guess that there was a problem with the public security nearby. Since they were training, something important must have happened nearby. Otherwise, they would be planting wheat. Saran did not stay here for long. In fact, he had been prepared for the coming of chaos for a long time. A catastrophe was far more than what was seen now. When the real chaos came, it would be a real disaster. If everything went according to plan, Saran would reach Frost Kingdom tomorrow. Unfortunately, some small accident happened before he left the port. He found a pile of corpses. Strictly speaking, it was a pile of corpses that have been dead for a while. The corpses had begun to rot. Saran was alarmed because of the stench here. Corpses were not something rare. If it only was a corpse, Saran wouldn't care one bit. But the corpses had a distinctive feature that made Saran stop. All the corpses had their eyeballs taken out. They all had bloody eyes, and there were fight marks on them. In terms of the fight marks, some people may have their eyeballs taken out when they were alive, and then their throats were slit by the enemy. It was a very skilled killing technique. Saran checked through the eyeball-less corpses and muttered, "The Unseen." Has this group appeared? The Unseen was an evil cult that was not strong or weak. They believed in an evil god without eyes. These people liked to dig out their victims' eyes after defeating the enemy, or sacrifice to the evil god they believed in with killing, and finally dig out the eyes of the killed people as a sacrifice. The reason why Saran knew about them was simple. Previously, he was assigned to investigate another cult. The evil cult was called the Blind. The two evil cults had similar areas. While Saran was investigating the Blind, he came across the Unseen. "Die, you evildoer." When Saran was about to leave, he suddenly saw a magic glow that made him extremely uncomfortable, and then a paladin's signature spell Detect Evil fell on him, as though activating a landmine. Saran's body flashed in a moment with a very strong blooded light. As the most powerful pirate king in charge of the South Coast, Saran was now said to be bloody. Although he brought order to the South Coast, the life of ordinary businessmen had been much more stable. There was no denying that he controlled the black market, the slave trade, and the protection of other businessmen. So no matter from which point of view, Saran's evil aura was very strong. There was only one kind of person that would cast Detect Evil on anyone regardless: paladins. There was a trace of a murderous aura in Saran. If there was any behavior in the world that disgusted him the most, there was no doubt it would be the paladins. That was why Saran had a great intent to kill. The paladin was a handsome young man. He looked like a noble person, because he was wearing gorgeous full-length armor. Just as he cast Detect Evil on Saran, he had a righteous expression. At first sight, the paladin didn't have much combat experience. Before the distance between the two was shortened, he already went into a charge. Saran could even close his eyes to catch the track of his attack. What an inexperienced noob. He probably was around grade 3, and a profession level of 12 or below. From the color of the magic glow, Saran belonged to the heinous person type. Therefore, when the paladin saw such a strong blooded light, he did not hesitate to launch an attack. In his view, Saran was one of those evil people who could be judged directly. Do not engage. Come back. Are you mad? Don't cast detect evil without thinking. There was a female voice behind the young paladin, and 2 or 3 other mixed voices, which seemed to be a team of adventurers. The paladin seemed to have taken up the role of the fighter. They looked like a team of adventurers who have accepted a certain mission. The paladin walking in the front, after seeing the corpses and Saran standing beside them, reacted first by casting detect evil. Damn you! With a clang, Saran suddenly pulled out his curved sword. Then, just like how the monks moved, he rushed toward the paladin. After parrying the attack from the paladin, Saran slashed his sword toward his head. No! 3 figures rushed out from the side of the woods. One of the women's voices seemed familiar to Saran, and few people could make him feel familiar. So after a little hesitation, he turned his sword over and used the back of his sword. Dang! Thud! The young paladin fell to the ground, unconscious. Saran turned and looked at the 4 adventurers who were close to him. After checking them out, he noticed a familiar face. Anality. Chapter 370 Temple of Glory. Swoosh! A sharp arrow flew out from the front. Saran's ears twitched a little. His eyebrows knitted together, and in a moment, moved as fast as lightning. He directly grabbed the sharp arrow with his bare hands. There was a deathly silence all around. The jaw of the thief, who had just shot an arrow from the opposite side, dropped. He had just seen the paladin faint from a single attack by Saran. Without thinking further, he shot another arrow, trying to escape from his enemy. However, he did not expect that it was such an ending where the other side could catch the arrow bare-handed. It was almost in the blink of an eye. The small team of adventurers in front realized a point, that even if all of them worked together, they might not be the match for this man. Saran looked at the group of people in front of him, a paladin, a priest, a rouge, a ranger. The last one was wearing a robe that he could not really discern clearly, but the chance of him belonging to the spellcasters was very high. He was either a wizard or a sorcerer. This was a standard adventurers team. Paladins and rangers replaced fighters and barbarians. The rogue looked like an old-timer. His response was the fastest of all. This kind of adventurer team's configuration was enough to cope with most of the situations. The expression on the young priestess's face changed rapidly, from being worried and bewildered, to dubious and contemplative, and then, eventually revealing total shock, because she recognized Saran that was in front of her. It has been half a year. Saran's appearance did not change much. What had really changed was his aura. From a petty thief in Amber City to the most powerful pirate king on the south coast, the changes that happened to him made his aura entirely different. The young priestess took a step forward in surprise, and the rogue next to her held her back very vigilantly. Anala still had an expression filled with disbelief on her face and murmured, "You are Saran?" She recognized him. After hearing the young priestess shouting out Saran's name, the rest of them were relieved. If she knew him, they might be able to avoid this battle. Although they had yet to exchange blows, the others in the adventurers team had been in a cold sweat since the start. Saran had come all the way and had ended an uncountable number of lives. This substantial level of murderous aura was not something that the adventurers of their level could fight against, let alone Saran's fear gaze blessed by divinity. If they were people that had weak willpower, they might have already been scared till their legs went weak. Glang! Saran kept his curved sword and looked down towards the young priestess in front of him and nodded softly. "Long time no see." The expression on the young priestess's face was a little complicated, and she slowly said, "You didn't die." "That's great. Ever since such a big event happened that day, I've been worried about yours and Vivian's safety. But when I went to the slum the next day, it was already in ruins. I have been searching for a long time and didn't find any traces of you at all. How's Vivian doing?" The expression on Saran's face was a little gentler, and he said softly, "Vivian is fine. We already left Amber City a day earlier than that." The young priestess's face was full of doubts. It seemed as if there were many questions in her mind, such as why Saran had appeared here, and, in just over half a year. How could he be so strong to such a degree? One must know, after all that happened in Amber City, she also made considerable efforts, and tediously became a grade 3 priest. But now it seemed like she could not even walk around within Saran's grasps. Saran had no intention to speak too much, either. He glanced at the rest of the adventurer team and said in a deep voice, "Did all of you appear here because you're just passing by? Or are you guys investigating the unseen?" Silence. In the face of Saran's question, the others were obviously taciturn. The young priestess hesitated a little and bravely said, "We have received a task, and it was to investigate their identity." "Are they called the unseen? Do you know their identities?" They did not even know the situation about the unseen. Saran shook his head when he heard that sentence. He did not know whether they were too brave, or they were in a hurry to die. He said in a deep voice, "If it is really for the purpose of investigating the unseen, I suggest you go back now and send the high-level professionals to come here. Based on your current strength, it was good that you guys did not find them. I'm afraid none of you can go back alive if you've actually found them." An alarmist talk. Or was it really true? Saran's words made the faces of others heavy. The ranger and the rogue looked at each other, then bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, do you know anything about them? These people have devastated a lot of the ordinary people, and recently some people from the temples are investigating them. Based on Saran's strength, no matter good or evil, he was worthy of them using honorific titles like Your Excellency." Saran looked down at the paladin, who fainted from a glance, then thought for a moment, and said, "The unseen. It's an organization that believes in the Underlord. They like to dig out the eyes of their enemies after killing them, and they prefer to dig out the eyes of the living directly in a sacrificial ceremony. I'm not sure whose followers they are for coming out and doing such activities, but I know that there are 2 legendary professionals among them. With your strength, you guys are basically sending yourselves to die." Silence. The young priestess, with a stiff expression, said slowly, "But the temple can no longer mobilize anyone. Recently, the movement of vampires is getting abnormal. High-grade priests have already been sent out to deal with those vampires." Vampires? Would it be related to the demigod vampire? Saran, with a slight frown, said in a deep voice, "What's wrong with vampires recently?" There was a little hesitation on the young priestess's face. Then she said, "There are many vampire slaves in the south and north. We suspect that there is a vampire temple that is constantly transforming ordinary people into vampires. Recently, the priest of the Lord of Glory is gathering people. The spread of vampires has greatly threatened the lives of ordinary people. All the senior members of the temple have been sent out to deal with them. It really looks like it's the demigod vampire heart. As a son of fear that was bestowed upon by the vampire's divine title, if he wanted to expand his power, he needed to have enough followers. Ordinary people were unable to become his followers. His core divine title was the Lord of Vampires, which greatly limited his scope of absorbing believers, so if he wanted to expand his faith, he must turn other humans into vampires. But if the number of vampires was too much, it would threaten the ordinary people. After all, they were the food source of vampires. Too many vampire slaves were a disaster for ordinary people. This sort of thing was bound to attract the attention of the Lord of Glory. As a follower of the Dawnlight, the young priestess often needed to cooperate with the actions of the Temple of the Lord of Glory because the Dawnlight was one of the gods of the glorious god system. Should I help her? Saran could not help but be deep in thought within his heart. He was certain he was still able to deal with the unseen, even though he did not like to deal with the paladins very much, and the others might not trust him either. But to help them deal with the unseen, maybe he could find a way to let the people of the Temple of Glory concentrate on dealing with the demigod vampire. As the backbone of the good alignment, they would never allow such creatures like the vampires to spread. That was to say, the conflict between the Temple of Glory and the demigod vampire would get stronger, which was basically reaching the stage where it was impossible to reconcile. The demigod vampire was Saran's biggest enemy at the moment. Even as the strongest pirate king on the south coast, he might still not be his opponent now. After all, The other party had successfully become a god. Saran did not like to owe other people favors. So, after having thought for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Follow me. I'll help you track them." With that, he turned and went in a direction. The adventurer team at the back looked at each other in surprise. At last, they turned their eyes to the young priestess. After seeing her nodding, they immediately went forward to help carry the fainted paladin. Then, they quickly followed Saran's steps. A rogue who looked like a legendary. If His Excellency could help them, their chances of them dealing with the unseen surged. Saran's tracking ability had never been weak at all. Basically, his basic abilities have been improved a little after each battle. However, because these improvements were scattered, he did not care much about the 1 or 2 points of leveling the basic abilities, so naturally, he did not need to pay too much attention. Note: 1 or 2 points of basic abilities improvement after each battle were not specifically listed. At present, compared with the past, his overall basic abilities have improved by 20 to 30 points, especially more obvious in the field of survival, search, intimidation, and listen. Saran's tracking speed was very fast. The adventurer team at the back could only wake the paladin up, and then quickly follow suit. There were voices of arguments that could be heard from the back. It seemed that the paladin who just woke up wanted to wipe out the evil. Saran was not interested in taking care of this either. But if the other party dared to come up again, he would not be merciful. A day went by just like that. Saran followed the trails left behind and went forward at high speeds, followed by the adventurer team. The paladin seemed to be very repulsive to him, but because he was knocked out with a single move by Saran, he still had some fear in his eyes. If a fight really broke out, they estimated that they would not be able to even last a few minutes in Saran's hands. The second day, the trail that Saran was tracking became more and more obvious. The unseen were obviously a big group of people conducting their activities. There were more than 10 of them, so the traces left behind were also more obvious. They followed the unseen all the way to a place called Withered Leaves Town in the north. As they approached the town, the traces left by the unseen in the wilderness became much lighter, but according to Saran's intuition, the unseen should have already entered the town. "It's here." He stopped, turned around, and looked at the others. Then, he said in a deep voice, "The unseen should be here. Your targets are too obvious. Split up and move in pairs." Chapter 371 Legend of Saran. As soon as he heard that they were going to split up, the young paladin immediately wanted to object. But at this time, the young priestess glanced past him and said, "Okay. How about this? You two together. Dino, you follow Ranst. I'll work together with Saran." The paladin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was interrupted by the skilled thief beside him. He seemed to have roughly guessed the identity of Saran. The experienced thief has already seen Saran's curved sword several times along the way. As a rogue, he still knew a little about the legends of his profession. He followed Saran all day yesterday. The more he saw it, the more he felt that Saran was the legendary beheader, the most powerful pirate king on the south coast. For this existence, there are different opinions from the outside world. Some people thought that he was formidable, while others believed that he was too cruel. But there was no doubt that if anyone offended His Excellency Beheader, the final result would be terrible. If the man in front of them was the most powerful pirate king Saran on the south coast, then they had better completely follow his arrangement, because they were just a group of third-class adventurers compared to this rising legend. The experienced rogue still believed in his eyesight. According to his judgment, he was 80% sure that the other party could be that pirate king on the south coast. He was not the only one who had guessed this. The young priestess also roughly guessed a little. She did not ask because the time was not right. The party soon separated, and Saran brought the young priestess to enter from the other side, while the others came to the town in batches. The targets of two people acting together were much smaller. In this era, the vigilance of foreign adventurers was still extreme. A team of more than 5 people could easily attract the attention of spying people. The two of them entered the town quickly and then came to the tavern here. The young priestess was silent all the time and had a complicated expression. Her heart was full of complications. That year, She looked down on Saran a little. It was not that Saran was hateful, but she liked the little girl Vivian very much. She also thought that a little thief like Saran would never be able to reach anywhere. At last, she kindly advised for Vivian to be a priest, and also tried to find a job for Saran, to change to doing something more decent. Unfortunately, Saran refused her without hesitation. In the eyes of the young priestess at that time, Saran's actions were undoubtedly very disrespectful. But time proved that she was wrong. Saran's current strength, the equipment he was wearing, and his very movements were radiating prestige. Everything told her that the thief who could not get on the stage in the past was not the same now. Not only did he become a strong man in the legendary domain, but he might even be a person where the South Coast would shake if he shook his feet. Regardless of good or evil, Saran's achievements were already beyond her imagination. The young priestess thought of a lot of things in her heart. After there was no one else nearby, she finally summoned up courage and went. Saran, is the man on the South Coast really you? I always thought it was just the same name. Saran did not answer but only nodded softly. The young priestess shuddered and finally got her answer, but she was shocked from the bottom of her heart. How long was this? From the great disaster of Amber City to now, she started her adventuring career because the original shrine was destroyed. She thought she had made rapid progress, but now she had just become a formal priest. And Saran had already become the most powerful pirate king on the South Coast. She suddenly had a feeling that fate was unpredictable. Follow me. Saran glanced at the people near the tavern, then grabbed the young priestess behind him and took her into an alley. The young priestess's white little hand was held by him, and she was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and said, "Have you found those unseen? Where are they?" "No." Saran shook his head and said in a deep voice, "There are vampires here." "Vampires?" The young priestess looked a little surprised and murmured, "Vampires? They have already expanded to here." Saran's senses were very sensitive. As a top rogue in the Grey Field, he also knew a lot about the dark creatures. Just after glancing at the tavern, he found that one or two people in the tavern were in an abnormal condition. Their skin was too pale. As residents of towns of this scale, these people need to work hard every day. It was hard for people who have been working for a long time to have pale skin like them. Besides, these people looked quite healthy. At the same time, their breath was very weak, not as strong as ordinary people. Saran's powerful observation abilities found that their chest undulation was obviously lower than that of ordinary people, only about an third of the strength of ordinary people when they breathed. If ordinary people breathed like that, they would have already been hypoxic. They were vampires. They should be vampire slaves that were just converted and did not know how to disguise themselves to look like ordinary humans yet. Demigod vampire? Saran frowned, and in his heart, he went. His forces have already expanded so quickly? His claws have already reached such a remote place? No. The more prosperous the place is, the more powerful the temples were. These relatively remote towns are the places where he could easily take advantage of due to its remoteness. The prosperous areas were divided by the temples of the gods, and it would not be easy for the demigod vampire to enter. In other words, these more remote towns were weak in defenses, and could easily be infiltrated by vampires. Then, he could gradually spread his beliefs, expanding the number of followers of the demigod vampire. What should we do now? The young priestess looked at him and asked. Saran glanced around, pulled her, and continued forward, then said in a deep voice, "Let's find a place to spend the night first. Vampires like to make their moves at night. I'll follow them to see what I can find." If the unseen also came here, they would definitely brush with them. The forces of the demigod vampire must be suppressed. Recently, all the information that was collected by Saran was not very good for him, especially the growth of the demigod vampire, which made Saran felt a serious threat. Okay. The young priestess nodded. On the other side, the people who were separated were ready to go around to the other side and entered the Withered Leaves town. What? The paladin's face showed a trace of shock and murmured, "You say he is the legendary beheader, Saran?" How could Anala know him? When he heard the true identity of Saran from his companions, even as a paladin, he could not help feeling a cold sweat down his spine. That was the most ruthless pirate king in the legends. Maybe his conduct was not that cruel, but his methods were extremely ruthless. It was said that thousands of people died in his hands. The paladin was not an idiot. There were so many evil practices in the world, and they could hardly keep them under control. Therefore, there was also a warning against blindly taking action in Paladin's doctrine. If he did not know Saran's identity, maybe he would still dare to fight. But after understanding Saran's identity, there was no desire to fight in his heart at all. He was not even considered an opponent at all. He even knew what kind of disaster he would bring upon the adventurer team if he offended the legendary pirate king. It should be him. The experienced rogue had a good attitude towards Saran. Even a little bit of awe. He said in a deep voice, "He's worthy of being one of the strongest rogues in the legends." To become the most powerful pirate king on the south coast in just a few months. His strength can be said to be unfathomable. When he started to engage you, he did not even exert much strength at all. Rogues rarely produced heroic characters. The main reason was that rogues had no advantage in frontal combats, and their fighting style was used to assassinations, spying, sneaking attacks, etc. So most rogues liked to hide behind the scenes, which was more secure for them. Saran was definitely an exception. In recent hundreds of years, few rogues have appeared in such a direct way, and there were also swashbucklers who had a tough fighting style, just like the protagonists in anecdote stories of poemas. In fact, the story of the rise of the evil pirate king based on Saran has appeared in the mouths of the poemas, but most of them had negative comments. People thought that he was one of the most terrible pirate kings of this era. The poema was not that bored to talk about a pirate king as a legendary hero. After knowing, people were actually more afraid of him. But this was not the same for the rogues. There were also legendary powerful people among the rogues, but many of them never revealed themselves at all, or there were other characters who were mysterious from the beginning to the end, only leaving behind their legendary names. This was also good for their safety. Saran was the only legendary rogue standing on the stage and as the leader of a force as well. Even if an organization like Shadow Thieves that has been passed down for many years, the leader of that organization would not be known to other people as blatantly as he was. Basically, nearly half of the world's rogues have heard of his name, and many of them admired him. To rogues, the concept of good and evil was weak. Many rogues started their careers as thieves, and even the legend of the beheader, Saran, had used to be just a petty thief in the past. Rogues were more optimistic about the rising figures within this profession. That was why Saran had a high reputation amongst the rogues. Wait. The experienced rogue in front of him suddenly stopped, and then came to a graveyard quickly. He said in a deep voice, "Look at these tombs. These tombstones have been erected for a long time, but the soil has recently been turned over." Hearing his words, the rest of them woke up immediately and came to the graveyard quickly. Chapter 372 Vampire Temple. The side of Withered Leaf Town was a graveyard. In the remote towns of this era, the graveyards were rarely placed too far away, which was similar to the eastern tombs, which were concentrated near the gathering place. Initially, other people would not pay so much attention while passing by the cemeteries. Still, most of the rogues were the ear and eye scouts in the adventurer team, so their natural observation abilities were much better. The experienced rogue glanced and found that some graves in the cemetery were not right, and the soil looked like it was newly turned. This was recent. The ranger grabbed a handful of earth and looked at it. He pulled out the weeds on the grave. His expression was congealed, and he said, "At most 7 days ago, someone dug up these tombs, and the tombstones were all erected again at the end. Did someone touch the graves?" Everyone's expression became serious. The spellcaster, who seemed to be silent from beginning to end, looked around for a while, then cast something similar to a detection spell, and then said, "It's not the work of a necromancer. There is no aura of the undead spreading nearby. A priest has blessed the cemetery here, and the undead would not be born automatically." The paladin's expression was a little angry, and he said in a deep voice, Who would have done this? It is a great sin to desecrate the dead. The common customs still respected the dead. Generally, after being buried, they should not be disturbed. Most of these acts were strictly prohibited by law. Open it to see, and we'll know. The rogue's expression was heavy. The four people at the scene looked at each other. The paladin's expression was hesitant, but they all nodded at last. The cemetery was weird. Soon, they dug up one of the overturned tombs. Then they found that the coffin in the tomb was empty. Dark creatures. The ranger sniffed the smell inside and said in a deep voice, "This disgusting smell is definitely the dark creatures. I have a clear memory of my hatred towards them." The rogue looked at the tomb and said slowly, "It might have been a vampire. Maybe it has been infiltrated by the vampire temple." Saran still did not know what was going on at the cemetery. However, it was much easier for him to find vampires compared to these people. When the sky was getting dark, he entered the tavern quietly. The tavern was relatively very lively. Beside the bar, there was a poemer who looked rather down to earth. Although poemers was also one of the professions, many of them did not seem to have done well, because this profession was too much of a jack of all trades. There were not many powerful professionals amongst poemers. However, hell poemers were an exception. More of these poemers were like the ones in front of them. They relied on performances to please others in exchange for some rewards. Occasionally, good-looking poemers could hook up with some ladies so that they could earn some extra money. Third-rate casting ability, third-rate fighting ability, and a third-rate thieving skill, these added together made a poemer. There had been some strong poemers, but if this profession wanted to be strong, they had to be supported by strong attributes. Even Saran's attributes might not be able to support a poemer with just one strong attribute. In those days, the poemers who were able to do this had special adventures or got the help of gods. In the past, there was a point of view that only when all the initial attributes have reached 18, could one become a top-level poemer. If one's initial attribute was so powerful, they would have been a first-rate spellcaster, a first-rate fighter, and a first-rate rogue. Unfortunately, there were too few of them, and no matter what profession was the most advanced, one should know that Saran's initial attributes were not so high. The poemer was telling a story in the unique way of playing an instrument and singing in the north. The protagonist of the story was called Saran. Yes, he was talking about the battle between Saran and the pirate king Ashad. The biggest naval battle on the south coast in decades was spreading in all directions with great speed. More and more ordinary people had heard about the war. However, the content by the poemer had nothing to do with the process of fighting. In his words, this fight was more like a duel between the nobles. Saran and Ashad fought for 300 rounds. In the end, the more evil beheader Saran killed the pirate king Ashad. Thence, pleased the cruel sea goddess. That was roughly the story. The main point of the story was the battle between Saran and Ashad. How did both parties fight to their deaths? How did the throat cutter Saran sell one of his flaws and killed the other pirate king? Most of the stories by poemers were unreliable, but this sort of artistic expression undoubtedly attracted other people's attention. Saran was a little startled. He was not used to becoming a protagonist of the story himself, especially since he was portrayed by the other party as if he was weaker than Ashad, finally resorting to strategies to defeat the other party. Saran's target soon emerged. After the day was getting dark, the two figures, a little sneaky, walked out. He quietly got up and hid in the shadows. Then, he followed them. The two new vampire slaves could not detect him and would not be able to find any traces of Saran. They crossed the street and went into a rather luxurious mansion. A nobility. The ruler of the Withered Leaves town seemed to be a lord whose name Saran did not remember. The two vampires entered through the back door. It was not convenient for Saran to follow them directly. He could only wait for them to enter and quietly flipped into the yard. The breath of dark creatures. As soon as Saran entered, he smelled dark creatures. There seemed to be not many living people in the mansion. Sure enough, the problems were here. His expression was serious as he went. No wonder vampires were lurking here, but no one found them. It seems like the aristocrats who rule here have been corrupted by them, with the aristocrats hiding the truth. Even if there were signs of the spread of vampires, it could still be covered up temporarily. The north was the land of the witches. Such a remote place belonged to the blind area under their management, and the power of the temple was quite weak. They must be exterminated. Saran frowned and listened to their movements. Then he quietly approached the hall. The power of the demigod vampire could not be further expanded. This matter must be told to the Witch Council. Presumably, they would not want a large number of vampires within their own territories. Pada. Very slight footsteps were audible. Just after Saran entered the mansion, another figure came in at the back. But the figure that followed was a little special because his eyes were covered with bandages. His eyes were slightly sunken as if there were both the pupils were not in them. Chapter 373 Conflicts of Faith. Saran had just entered, and a figure followed him soon after. But instead of going straight to the front door like Saran, he quietly turned the window sideways to go into one of the rooms. The rooms here were luxurious, which was a little out of place compared with this remote town. There was even some expensive oriental porcelain. The floor was covered with soft carpet, and the quilts in the room were expensive velvet. No matter from any angle, the decoration here was not what a little noble in a remote area could enjoy. There was not much cultivated land nor special products in the Withered Leaves town. The main tax here was the rent collected by the lord. With such little money, they could barely maintain a decent life. It was estimated that in some larger cities, the slightly wealthy businessmen could have a better life than the aristocrats. But now, looking at the decoration in this house, it was at least at the rank of a viscount aristocrat. That was, the luxury decoration of private manor of a middle-level aristocrat. Saran walked around the luxurious mansion and realized that the other party's identity might not be very clean. In short, a normal income could not maintain this kind of life. Ordinary bedrooms were decorated to this level. It was estimated that the master bedrooms were comparable to Gloria's bedroom in White Run. What was Gloria's identity? She was a member of the Northern Witch Council and the actual leader of a northern city. The status gap between them could not be compared. Da. Saran suddenly stopped. He was completely invisible in the stealth state, so he did not need to worry about being found by others. Just now, a vampire slave passed by in front of him. He did not even notice Saran standing a meter away in front of him. Unless there was a clear stench of blood on Saran, which depended on the blood tracking ability of vampires, they were unable to detect the existence of Saran. There was a slight noise in the other room. Saran took a step back with great vigilance. Even though he saw a room with windows on its side being opened, he did not see any figures. The door was only opened gently, and then it closed gently again. A rogue. There was also another high-grade rogue here. The other party's sneak ability was equal to Saran's. Saran could not see through the other side's sneak, and the other side seemed to have not felt Saran either. If the door didn't suddenly open, it might require two of them to be close enough to each other before they could rely on their perception and experience to find each other. But now, Saran determined the position of the other party first. The first chance was in the grasp of his hands. If he wanted to, he could even kill the target in 3 seconds. But by doing so, his trail would be exposed. Saran, with a trace of curiosity in his heart, temporarily restrained the idea of determining the identity of the other party. Instead, he quietly followed behind, pulled away to a certain distance, and then planned to see what he came here to spy on. He was not someone with the vampires. Not many people would be that bored to sneak in their territory. Just now, he waited for the vampire slave to leave before coming out. It was likely that he was a sneaker from other forces. In such a remote town, in addition to the unseen, Saran never thought there would be other high-level rogues. This house was relatively bigger. The rogue in front seemed to be familiar with it. He should have come to investigate it secretly before, only to see him turn about and eventually arrive at a door, and then opened the passage leading to the basement. Creak. When the door was opened, there was an obvious sound, and the rogue in front seemed a little nervous. After opening the door, he went in quietly, and then he closed it. It was no doubt a good habit to close the door subsequently. Saran could only wait in place for a while and then gently open the door. There were torches on both sides of the basement. The stairs below lead to the depths. It looked like there was a tunnel. It was estimated that it had been arranged here for some years. Having just entered the basement, Saran smelled a faint smell of blood. At the corner of the stairs, he saw a limp corpse. The killing technique was crisp, very simple. It hit the enemy's heart directly and then twisted his neck. A master. Saran looked at the corpse, and his expression became more and more serious. The life force of the vampire slaves was very tenacious. It was impossible for ordinary rogues to kill them with a single attack. Either he was an experienced veteran, or he was a high-grade professional above level 16. Saran could see a little bit of an assassin's ruthlessness from the position where the body was hit. This guy might have been trained as an assassin. Following the passage, one could see some strange murals. But Saran has no time to look at them because he found two more bodies in front of him. Close to a legendary's strength. Saran glanced at the two bodies lying in the corner, and his expression became more and more serious. Because the two enemies were still killed by one blow, and he killed two enemies at the same time without disturbing others. Even with Saran's current ability, it was not so easy. The previous rogue might have reached a profession level of more than 18, in other words, he was at least a quasi-legendary rogue. As he went deeper and deeper into it, Saran's vision gradually widened. In front of him appeared a large secret chamber. The most striking thing was one of the buildings similar to the altar. There was a blood pool in the center of the altar, and there were several smaller blood pools around it. No wonder these vampires could not find their companions killed. The bloody stench here was too strong. They could hardly smell other bloody scents. The altar of the demigod vampire. As a dark creature that fed on the blood of living people, Saran naturally did not expect to see anything good near their altar. But looking at the size of these blood pools, it seemed that the vampires have been living here for a while. If there were not dozens or hundreds of missing people, it was not enough to fill up these pools with blood. A prayer was going on at the altar. In the center was a priest in a black robe, and then an old man dressed obviously as a noble. Vampires would not age, so his current appearance undoubtedly represented that he was transformed into a vampire by others after his body entered the state of old age. A fanatical prayer. Saran did not find the rogue from the start, but he was sure he was hiding somewhere nearby. Bring up the sacrifice. After finishing the last prayer, the black priest said to the believer who was kneeling under the altar. Very soon, a man was subsequently brought to the altar. His body was shackled. From the back, he seemed like he was not an ordinary person. To deal with ordinary people, these vampires did not need the shackles made of refined steel. This was a professional. Saran could not see the other party's appearance from the back and could not judge his profession. He could only confirm that he should be a melee professional. But, as the sacrificial man was brought up, Saran immediately noticed that the nearby shadow was distorted. Kneel. The priest of black robe said coldly, but in response to him was a mouthful of phlegm and a voice full of fanaticism. The unseen are the true gods. You hypocrites won't live long. Bang! A heavy punch went forth. The man's words were forced to hold back. Hearing what he said, Saran immediately roughly sorted out the whole story. It seemed that there was a conflict between the unseen and the vampire church. Both sides wanted to carve this place into their territory. It seemed like the vampires had captured the unseen believer. When the man on the altar was hit with a fist, Saran saw the appearance of the other party when he was sideways. The man had only one eye, and the other eye socket was empty. A senior member of the unseen. Only true believers would dig their eyes out. No wonder a high-grade rogue was coming to save him. However, how could a rogue defeat these vampires? Saran's heart was just a little confused. Then he felt a vibration around him, and then there was a loud sound coming from above. Chapter 374 Trickery. There was a loud rumble resounding forth. Saran felt the shock of the explosion, and then the vampire believers in front of him started to move at full speed. Some pulled out their weapons to see what was going on, while others took refuge in panic. There was a woman among these vampires, and she seemed to be quite young as well. She was dressed as a standard noble lady. She looked a little panicked. She seemed to have no experience fighting. However, the Black Priest's expression was very calm. He gave a few orders in a deep voice. He had some of them to go out and take a look at the situation. At the same time, he pulled out a sharp blade and prepared to bleed the captives of the unseen believers. For any godly temples, fanatic believers were the most important wealth. It was not easy to cultivate a fanatic believer. No organization could easily give up their inner fanatic believer, and even the Temple of the Underlord was the same. Saran had never been defeated in battles thus far, from killing the Swamp King to slaughtering a dragon, and then the decisive battle with the Pirate King Ashad. After so many battles, Saran's pirates did not have many fanatical admirers for him. But these people were the core cornerstones of his rule on the south coast. As long as these fanatical pirates were not consumed, he could make a comeback in any situation. Under normal circumstances, Saran's elite guards were only 100 men. Less than a third of them adored him enthusiastically. These were people who have experienced the Battle of the Swamp King, the Battle of Dragon Slaying, and the Battle of the South Coast. For the Unseens, a high-level fanatic believer could not be given up so easily. When the black-robed priest was ready to cut off the throat of the sacrifice, the high-grade rogue, who had been hiding in the dark, could not sit still anymore. Only a twisted shadow appeared, and the high-grade rogue appeared behind the black priest enough to using shadow leap. A sharp cold light emerged. The high-grade rogue stabbed at the heart of the other party in an instant, but what came out instead was the sound of metal colliding with metal. Dang! There was a hole in the black-robed priest's clothes, revealing the whole body armor made of refined steel inside. The priest was just another name for the priest. Their fighting style was slightly different from that of the priests. But the priest was also a man who could use divine spells and was equipped with full armor. This sort of profession was like a steel plate, but they were a steel plate that could also use divine spells. The dagger failed to penetrate the whole armor of the black priest. The high-grade rogue turned around and chopped his body. Another cold light appeared to cut the shackles of the sacrifice. Kaka. The sound of it breaking apart rang, and the shackles forged by refined steel were cut off directly. A weapon made of gold. Saran, who was hidden in the dark, was shocked for a moment, and then thought to himself, "It seems that only pure gold can directly break the shackles, other than first-rate legendary equipment." Roar. There was an angry, low roar vibrating. As soon as the captive man on the altar was cut off the shackles, he let out a roar and directly rammed against a person beside him. Kaka. The vampire's chest depressed by the powerful impact. At the same time, the man grabbed the sharp sword in an instant and cut off the head of the aristocratic woman who was panicking at the beginning. A wave of hacking and killing. It seemed that the man was a high-grade fighter, and his sub-profession was a barbarian. In the blink of an eye, he killed 3 to 5 vampires like a killing machine. Many of these vampires looked like members of this noble family. The sound of a battle breaking out came from the entrance. The high-grade rogue cut off the refined steel shackles and then lashed out one attack after another. The stormy attacks forced the black priest to have no chance to use his divine spells at all. One must not give the spellcaster a chance, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Dang dang dang. But it was quite surprising that in the face of the ferocious attacks by the high-grade rogue, the black-robed priest blocked them one after another. The weapon he used was a shield and a staff, which was not weak at all. Battle Priest. A priest who had received special combat training. He has also mastered the skills of using a shield. Another cold light appeared. Saran finally saw the face of the high-grade rogue. His eyes were covered with black cloth, and there seemed to be nothing in them. He did not know how he saw the surroundings so clearly. When he attacked the black-robed priest in front of him, Saran also locked onto another weapon that slightly reflected some golden light. It was a very small dagger, which did not seem like his usual weapon of choice. It was really a weapon of pure gold. This kind of expensive metal was rare in the Underdark. Forging large weapons was too expensive. Even forging such a dagger would cost an astronomical amount. Incorporating a small amount of refined gold would be able to forge a +1 extraordinary equipment. which could be continued to be upgraded to level +2 and +3. This dagger in front was at least a refined gold weapon of more than +3. On the surface, the proportion of gold was absolutely not little. A group of unseen believers attacked inside. These guys were easy to identify because many of them lacked an eye, which was a fallen's desecration ceremony. When finished, they would receive an additional desecration bonus. The effect was similar to Saran's blessing by the gods. Many rituals of sacrificing demons could also obtain this kind of desecration bonus. The higher levels were like the insignias on the fallen witch, which was the highest level of a desecration ceremony. Saran began to move. The battle between vampires and the unseen seemed to be a little even. Dark creatures had a natural attribute bonus, and the advantage of the fallen's bonus after the desecration of the unseen was not as obvious. But Saran was not interested in this kind of scuffle. His goal was the high-grade rogue and the black-robed sacrifice. The refined gold dagger was of great value to him. The priest was the key to spreading the belief of the gods. By killing this black-robed priest here, the demigod vampire's power would be greatly affected. Before launching an attack, Saran tore a piece of cloth from his body and then tied onto his eyes. But they were not completely covered, but just a product for semblance. Shadow leap. Shadow strike. Sword form behead. Saran's figure suddenly appeared behind the black-robed priest. For the black-robed priest who was fighting against the attacks of the unseen, Saran's sneak attack was undoubtedly making it worse. He could not even dodge or block, so he was killed under the siege of two high-grade rogues. The legendary curved sword in Saran's hands sliced off his head with icing teeth. With the gushing of blood, the headless corpse of the black priest fell to the ground. The sudden appearance of Saran surprised the unseen. But as the black priest was killed, especially when he saw the black cloth covering Saran's eyes, he relaxed a little bit. But this moment of relaxation is deadly. Saran's face was cold, and he stabbed forth again. His heart was pierced instantly. Pada. Saran threw away the black cloth covering his eyes. The back of his hand broke the enemy's heart. The unseen's unbelievable expression was still written on his face, but his body had lost all breaths of life. Bang! Two bodies fell to the ground one after another, and Saran quickly searched the unseen for the refined gold dagger. A proper plan would make it easier to eradicate the enemy. Saran killed two high-grade professionals with one stroke, and then launched the evade gaze in an instant, and entered the stealth state again. The scuffle continued. But then, it was his hunting time alone. No, when a violent explosion came, the young priestess's face immediately changed. And then she approached the place where the fire broke out. The paladin, rogue, ranger, and the other figures soon appeared. The movement here has shocked many people. Even the town's guards were approaching quickly, but it would take time for them to gather. There was also no need to place too much hope on the fighting force of the guards of a remote town, either. The unseen. The ranger first rushed into the burning mansion. He took a look at the nearby corpses and said in a deep voice, "They've attacked here. Something's wrong. Be careful." He leaned over to look at another corpse and said in a deep voice, "It's a vampire. There are also vampires here. Be careful as we proceed." The paladin humphed, then took out a shield to protect the others, and said in a deep voice, "Their leaders might be down below. This place is filled with an evil aura. It's probably the vampire's lair. They've corrupted the nobility here." The group of people quickly spread out into a standard battle formation, and then cautiously went inside. But the deeper they went inside, the more surprised they were because there were all corpses and not even a living person. And the way that these corpses had died was very strange. They even saw a vampire's body and an unseen believer died together directly. It seemed like they were killed at the same time. This killing technique was very sophisticated. Many people were killed by a single blow. There are masters. The rogue's expression was serious, murmuring, "I'm afraid it's even a legendary level master." The young priestess heard his words and thought for a bit. The others also looked at each other, but helplessly accelerated their steps, because they seemed to have guessed something. At last, but there should be a few left behind. Chapter 375. A rude request. The light of the morning sun slowly crept up. Yesterday's luxurious mansion turned into ruins. The young priestess was negotiating with a middle-aged man who looked like a guard captain. She had taken out a badge representing the dawnlight, and the badge certificate assigned to her by the Glory Temple. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Glory Temple had a high position because they were all on the side of good and justice. No matter what, there were many corpses of vampires in ruins. Saran, in the meantime, sat on a roof and toyed with an emblem that he found from the unseen. It was engraved with a huge beholder, but unlike other beholders, all its eyes had been cut off. The eyeballs on its tentacles were cut off one by one. Even the huge eye in the center of the body was dug out by cruel means. It opened its mouth and stared at the front with a big mouth. There was a twisted mass of flesh and blood around its empty and bloody eyes, as well as something that could not be said. Evil Eye? Saran carefully observed the emblem and murmured. The unseen was the Evil Eye, who defeated this challenge rating 25 monster and cut out its eyes. It seems like it's gone on the path of evil. The Evil Eye was a very scary monster that was more powerful than the Dead Eye, both of which were mutant forms of the Beholder. There were very few in the entire universe, although Saran had encountered an unseen in the past. It was his first time getting hold of such a unique emblem. The rogue should be a core member of the Unseen organization. A monster level 30 creature trying to become God would surely wild up troubles. In history, no beholder had succeeded in becoming a god. Saran was not sure whether this guy had succeeded, because no one had seen the true form of this evil being. Thud. When the young priestess had finished speaking with the city guard, Saran came down from the roof. It's done. The young priestess's expression was somewhat strange. She looked at Saran and said, "We have sent someone to inform the Witch Council. I think someone will come to deal with it soon. They probably don't want the vampires in their territory." Saran nodded and tossed the emblem to her. "You're going?" the young priestess asked. Saran smiled and answered, "Yes. I have other matters to attend to." She nodded and said, "Hope we'll meet again. I do miss Vivian." Saran smiled. Then he turned around and walked out of the town. Killing so many vampires and unseen believers, some of whom were nobles, would require them to explain to the Witch Council. They had to stay and explain everything to the Witch Council before they could leave. Otherwise, the Witch Council will probably be furious because of the death of a noble. Even the people of the Glory Temple dared not easily offend these powerful witches. Saran didn't have time to wait here. They needed to wait for at least 3 days to finish the job. Leaving after creating this mess could only lead to greater confusion. There were many small matters that needed to be dealt with. However, this was also trouble for vampire believers. Saran went through the Northland. With the aid of the spellfly, he went through the mountain range and came to a cold kingdom. The snow and ice here still did not melt. Saran went on the path he recalled and came to a small town near Waterdeep. Previously he had passed by here too. Winter Spring was the town's name. It was a town between Waterdeep and Durendel, with thousands of people. After a few days of camping, Saran was ready to spend the night here. So he went straight to a tavern after entering the town. People seemed anxious. It had only been a few months' time, and it seemed that the atmosphere of panic had also spread to this cold world. The town guard stopped Saran and asked him a few questions before warning him not to cause trouble. Seems like something had happened. Saran saw a tense look on the guard's face. After entering the tavern, he wanted to hear what had happened here. In fact, the news had already spread. It's just because of the distance, so Saran didn't get the news on time. After all, the Frost Kingdom was very far from the south coast. What Saran had worried about had finally happened. Without the protection of the Elder Princess, Endel's wealth brought disaster to them. About a week ago, shortly after Saran received the news from the Frost Kingdom, Arendelle was attacked by the enemy. Not only the Vrykul pirates, who were stationed overseas in Iceland, but also the other southern principalities, had launched attacks. The port of Arendelle had been locked down, The war had not yet fully erupted. The fleet of the southern island countries only joined forces with the Vragul pirates to ambush the warships of Arendelle, thus temporarily cutting off the routes of Frost Kingdom. A blocked port was a precursor to the outbreak of the war. When the news spread, even other places were affected. The tavern was filled with discussion. There were some businessmen complaining that after the port was blocked, all the goods could not be transported out. But more discussion was about how Princess Anna of Arendelle would deal with the crisis. "Hey, have you heard?" A bearded businessman who had obviously drunk a lot belched and looked at other people. "It is said that the man who led the fleet to block the port of Arendelle is a prince of the southern island country." This shameless pirate had made a rude request after blocking off the port. A request. Saran, who was sitting in the corner, could not help frowning at the words. He looked at the middle-aged businessman who was deliberately holding back from telling the story. Saran got a gold D-roll out and tossed it over. He then said in a deep voice, "What's the request?" "I don't like to hear people beating around the bush, or I'll wring your neck." The middle-aged businessman quickly reached for gold coin, then swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "I also heard this from others. That prince of the southern island seems to be called Hans. He sent messengers to say if Princess Anna promised to marry him, he would order the blockade of Arendelle to be lifted. Otherwise, none of Arendelle's ships will go out." Crack. The glass in Saran's hand broke. A cold murderous aura appeared on his face. He then asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" Yes. The middle-aged businessman was startled by him, and cold sweats appeared on his forehead. He seemed to sober up a lot, and his words even became clearer. "I also heard from others. I have a relative who works in Arendelle." Saran became even angrier when he heard this. He tossed a gold coin on the bar and immediately left the tavern. It was already night. Saran's figure blended into the darkness and soon disappeared. Chapter 376 Saran's Summoning Under the Twilight. Arendelle's prosperity was supported by trade and taxes. As the navy of the southern kingdom blockaded the port, the trade in Arendelle was wholly cut off. Many ordinary civilians lost their jobs in the port and had to find another way to make a living. There were a lot of goods piled up near the tavern and hotel. There were hundreds of merchant ships here every day. Once all of them were blocked here, many products couldn't be transported out. Many in the city were complaining. The businessmen would not think so much. They only hoped that the war would end as soon as possible. Saran pushed open the tavern door. In the evening, the weather suddenly changed. It rained heavily all of a sudden. It was around summer already, and a storm was natural. The rain melted the snow, and soon this icy kingdom would be covered in greenery. "Damn bastard." A drunk man raised his head and looked at Saran. A cold wind came in because he pushed the door open. He scolded, "Close the door quickly, or I will throw you out." Saran came to him, expressionless, then stretched out his hand and pinched his neck. Then the man of more than 200 pounds was lifted easily by him and threw into the smelly ditch outside the pub. At last, the tavern was quiet. Other people looked at Saran suspiciously, and some people who looked like adventurers looked at him thoughtfully as if they were speculating about his class. "A glass of your finest rum." Saran shook his cloak and ordered the best rum, but it wasn't for himself, it was on the opposite side of the seat. He tapped his fingers and waited, and the others quickly returned to their conversations. Saran only threw out a drunk with a bad mouth. No one cared too much about this kind of thing. Only adventurers were very interested in Saran. Roughly 30 minutes later, the door of the tavern was opened again. A cold man with scars on his eyes came in. He was about 30 years old. After a sharp glance at the tavern, he sat directly opposite Saran. "Your Excellency." The man handed a document under the table and said, "This is what you wanted." "Good." Saran nodded. Then he tossed a diamond, pointed to the rum on the table, and said, "That's for you." "When did the Thieves' Union begin to record my data?" The man hesitated for a moment. However, after seeing Saran's look, he looked away and said, "Last year October. We collect any information that is of value. Your Excellency has always been someone we focused on." Saran nodded gently but didn't show any expression. He got up, took a look at the man in front of him. Then he said, Let your leader come to see me sometime. I want to talk to him about something." After saying that, he turned and walked out. The rain made the port even more lifeless. Piled up goods were placed near the warehouse. After the port was blocked, these goods could be transported out. These goods could probably only be sold at a low price or kept for a short time. On the side of the pier was a low shack. Even the richer Rendell had a group of poor people. Many strong men were sitting under the eaves. Most of them were coolies of the wharf, relying on selling their strength to support their families. Now that the wharf had no work, these people could only sit here. Saran, who was walking in the rainstorm, was a bit striking. People looked at him curiously to see what the man who looked like an adventurer was going to do. Because of the heavy rain, the patrol guards were sheltering from the rain, so in the night, no one disturbed Saran's work. He came to the edge of the wharf step by step, and then stood in the sea. Saran pulled out a dagger that slightly reflected the light of gold, and then cut his palm a little. Drops of blood fell into the sea. When Saran put his hand into the sea, an invisible magic aura spread. What happened over there? A boy of 15 or 6 years old at most shook his head, then rubbed his eyes and said, "Did you see that? It looks like a light spreading out." The others around the boy answered that they didn't see anything. "Is it just me?" The boy's expression was a little disappointed. He scratched his feet and stared at the sky. Deepwater Port. On the sea, which was located tens of kilometers away from the port, there was a sudden wave. Then the sea separated to the left and right, and a dark mast rushed out of the sea. The ghost ship's sails spread rapidly. The body of the ship broke through the waves, and the undead on it began to work. With the cold chill in the night, a mist spread out in the nearby sea area, and then the ghost ship sailed in the direction of Arendelle at an extremely fast speed. It felt Saran's call. As a legendary ship, it could steer itself to the destination. Snake Island had been completely reconstructed. This island was now a transfer island, supporting the materials needed for the outer island trading. On the silent sea, a huge dark shadow gradually rose. The first thing to appear was ferocious, sharp bones, and then black scales. This huge sea monster emerged on the sea, stayed in place for a moment, and then seemed to feel some kind of call. It swam towards the North Sea. Its huge body once again dived into the bottom of the sea, and advanced at speed far faster than any warship. Its master was calling it. The fresh blood told it where its master was. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could still track it. Arendelle Port. Saran slowly took back his palm. The wound on his palm was almost healed. He looked at the sea in the dark, then turned to the palace of Arendelle and murmured, 3 more days. Chapter 377. A Pirate King's Orders. Saran linked the 4 sites with a line, and he drew a line to the Deepwater Port in the north. The north was in the northwest of the mainland, and the Frost Kingdom was the real north. The west coast was the rebellious principality, and this route was of little value because it belonged to the territory of the Dark Tide Kutau. The pirate forces were mainly concentrated in the northwest. Saran drew one line connecting Shipwreck Bay and Deepwater Port. The southern islands were close to the South Pole. Even though this realm was not like Earth, the North and South Pole was still cold. The southern islands were like the outer islands but were somewhat like Indonesia. It was similar to the small land plate countries near the Pacific Ocean, which used to be part of the continent, but later due to the huge destruction, land migration occurred. From the southern islands southward, there was an endless icy land. It used to be a vast continent, and now it was covered with blue ice. There were not many people living in this land, but there were many undead, a kind of intelligent species with bright blue light in their pupil. They were horrific creations during the Arcane Empire. Saran had not gone to the poles but had read information about them. Shipwreck Bay, Deepwater Port, Southern Islands. Saran drew a line, followed by a line from the Southern Islands, along the west coast to Arendelle. His eyes lit up, and he said in a deep voice, "The supply can keep up with it. I can get the supplement from the Deepwater Port through Gloria's authority, and then attack the southern island countries directly from the west coast. Saran was not an indecisive person. Since Prince Hans of the southern island dared to attack Arendelle, he had to pay a heavy price. Saran looked at the map in front of him. Lastly, he drew a cross somewhere around the capital of the Southern Islands. Cross-ocean expedition. The main forces of the Southern Islands blocked the port of Arendelle. Saran did not believe that there was enough naval fleet in the Southern Islands. To support Arendelle from the south coast was too far. It was crossing a large distance. However, it was possible to attack the Southern Islands from Shipwreck Bay. It was also time for war. With the help of this expedition, the northwest coastline along the north coast would also be directly included in his territory. Saran stood there for a long time, pondering. At last, he collected the map and turned to walk outside. He was in Arendelle now. If he wanted to mobilize the fleet on the south coast, he would need wizard means. He had not mastered spells of communication, so he needed to rely on the strength of the witch in the north. There were 3 days before the launch, so he had time to prepare. 3 days had gone. Inside the hall of Snake Island, Saran's pirate leaders gathered. "This is an order from His Excellency." Adele Isabella, the red-haired pirate, looked at the others, then took out a sealed document and said in a deep voice, "The message was transmitted by the Witch Council. There should be no mistake." The half-elf first mate was also there. However, he was now the leader of the Eastern Sea Route, with hundreds of warships under his command. Saran's promotion of him seemed to have turned him into the second leader of the pirate group. Of course, this was not counting Vivian and Gloria. The two had no interest in the internal power struggle of the pirates. Their centers were all in the outer islands, but their status was superior. After all, they were two very powerful spellcasters. What orders? The half-elf first mate directly reached for the document and then opened the seal on it. His actions made the red-haired pirate a little displeased, but she forced her patience. The half-elf first mate had made contributions several times in a row. His reputation in the pirates was higher than that of her. This kind of behavior did not make other people dissatisfied but made the red-haired female pirate, who once was the second in command, very uncomfortable. The half-elf first mate took a quick look, and then a little excited and bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He said in a deep voice, "His Excellency wants us to attack the Southern Islands." He passed the document to the others, and soon the others looked through it. The orders were simple. Mobilize the fleet at Port Island, Snake Island, and Shipwreck Bay to attack the Southern Islands. Sail from the west coast route to the Deepwater port, then get supplies from the Witch Council. Cut off the route of the Southern Islands, loot, and harass the coastal cities of the Southern Islands. The message also named to let half-elf first mate take the Dragonhead warship and attack the capital of the Southern Island country. However, it was not a real attack, but only a feint that would make them feel threatened. The task was to seize the west coast and force Prince Hans to withdraw from Arendelle. His Excellency has given an enlistment order. The red-haired female pirate took a look at the others and said in a deep voice, "All the pirates on the South Sea can act together. The loot won't need to be offered. All of the loot would become their loot." The South Coast had the most pirates. Because of natural sea route problems, it made the South Coast pirates very active. These pirates were not all under Saran's control. As the Pirate King, Saran only controlled the largest pirate group. There were many large and small groups of pirates on the South Coast. These pirates lived and ate in Saran's territory. They couldn't plunder merchant ships freely and had to give a percentage of their loot. Under normal circumstances, this would be split into 70. And 30% of their loot would have to be given to Saran. Saran had given enlistment orders. In the name of the Pirate King, he ordered other pirate groups to fight together. All the booty would belong to them while they attacked under Saran's name. In the future, if the Southern Island countries wanted to take revenge, they could only go to Saran to fight. They would not be able to take revenge on these small pirate groups. This was equal to a chance of blatant robbery. They were responding to the call of the Pirate King, and would not have to bear the consequences of this attack. In other words, Saran would bear most of the responsibility. Chapter 378 Adele's Ambition Snake Island. With Saran's orders, The whole South Coast pirate community was working. The southern island country belonged to the coastal principality. Although it was not as rich as Arendelle, it was also much better than other places. Also, after Saran unified the South Coast, private looting was strictly prohibited. Many small and medium-sized pirate groups had no business recently, so they had no choice but to follow the fleet controlled by Saran behind the scenes. Although the profits of the outer island routes and the eastern sea routes were quite high, the round trip was also very time-consuming. Especially, the eastern sea routes, which took 4 to 6 months for a round trip. The profits earned by sailing for half a year were no more comfortable than robbing a merchant ship. Some liked to live a normal life. However, others liked the adventure. Many people responded to the call of the Pirate King very quickly. Even those who were not interested in it were of the idea of flattering Saran planned to send some people to fight. Anyway, the navy of the southern island country was still in Arendelle, so they wouldn't have to deal with the regular army. Their task was to harass the coast. When the navy of the southern island countries came back, they would sneak away. Most of the pirates had fast ships, so they were not afraid of getting caught up by the navy. However, some also had other thoughts when they heard this order. On the second night, in one of the shipwreck bay's strongholds, several other pirate leaders under Saran's command gathered here. Isabella. Scarface frowned and looked at the other pirate leaders present. He said in a deep voice, "Why did you call us here secretly?" It was not only him. In addition to Scarface, there were One-Eyed Jack, Giant, Housekeeper, and so on. Other than the half-elf first mate, half of the other pirate leaders came. As for the invitation of the red-haired female pirate, other people didn't seem to understand what she wanted. Thus they looked at her suspiciously. "I've called you guys over to discuss something." Isabella, the red-haired female pirate, looked at the pirate leader and said, "His Excellency had given the order to attack the southern island country this time. In the order, he told us to act on our own initiative, focusing on harassing the coasts of the southern island countries and then try to weaken their strength. That's why I have a bold idea." The red-haired female pirate waved her hand and asked someone to take out a map, then pointed to a mark on it and said to the other pirate leaders, "This is the capital of the southern island country. This is their coastline. This is the west coast route, from here to here, unless we went into the territory of the Dark Tide Kutao. You will surely pass near the Dark Tide Canyon." After saying this, he turned to look at the others. Being able to be promoted to the rank of the pirate leader by Saran was not easy. The pirates here weren't stupid. Soon, someone guessed her idea, and even if they didn't, they understood something. If we attack the southern island countries, their navy will surely come back to defend. The red-haired female pirate, with a calm expression, said in a resolute voice, "The order sent back by Lord Saran is very firm." It seems that he has reached important strategic cooperation with Arendelle. So, if we can expand the outcome of the war, His Excellency may be very satisfied. One-Eyed Jack listened quietly and played with the dagger in his hand. When she stopped, he said slowly, "You mean you want us to ambush the Southern Island Navy in the Dark Tide Canyon? We don't have much chance against a proper navy, you know." The red-haired female pirate turned to look at him and said slowly, "We have at least 60% of winning. As for the equipment, we are not weak compared with the regular army. As for combat effectiveness, all of our men are elites that were born from slaughter. The navies of the southern island countries are trained only a few times a month, while we drift on the sea all year round. We have a better chance of fighting. If the navy of the southern island countries can be severely damaged or even eliminated, it will be all our territory from here to here." The pirate leaders went into deep thought. One of them looked up at the map and said, "Why not invite Kasser Half-Elf First Mate? He's strongest among us with his elite troops." The expression of the red-haired female pirate was a little stiff. Then she said calmly, "Because his status and power are high enough, plus, he has to threaten the capital of the southern island countries. He is in charge of the eastern sea route. If he completes this mission, as the commander-in-chief of the Dragonhead warship, he will get more credit than any of us here. If we succeed here, then the sea routes from the shipwreck bay to the west coast, the southern island countries, and possibly even to Arendelle, will be included in our territory. I think these territories should be given to the people who have done the work. What do you guys think? Hearing the words of the red-haired female pirate, all the other pirate leaders on the scene were lost in contemplation. Yes, the half-elf first mate had too much power. He was already in charge of the most affluent eastern sea route, and his warships were a lot more than them. If he was credited for this mission again, according to the style of Saran, it was likely that the half-elf first mate will take care of the territory near Shipwreck Bay. The pirate leaders always wanted to have a bigger territory and a higher reputation. If they could take the west coast, they would be able to open up the trade route to Arendelle, which was also a rich territory. To have more, they would need more credit. From the north of the Shipwreck Bay was a big cake. If they took it down, many of them could become the pirate leaders in charge. What's the plan? The first person to speak was Scarface. In the beginning, his strength was greatly reduced due to the fall of Snake Island. Even after he defeated the pirate King Ashad, his territory was still the least among other pirate leaders present. So he was the first to respond to the plan of the red-haired female pirate, and said, "It's not so easy to deal with the regular navy. We must have a detailed plan of operations." The red-haired female pirate let out a smile, then turned to other pirate leaders. Obviously, many were interested. The gains of the west coast were big enough. Their status was no better than that of the half-elf first mate, so they all wanted to get a cut. Now that there was an opportunity, they felt excited. Who was the half-elf first mate? At that time, he was just a sailor under the red-haired female pirate's command. Because of Saran's promotion, he became the first mate of a ship. And now, he was in charge of the eastern sea route alone. There were now thousands of pirates under his command, and there were hundreds of warships, large and small. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of people under one man. The other pirate leaders in the scene were all the first and second leaders of a pirate force at the beginning. Saran's method of dealing with infighting was quite cruel. If they wanted to defeat the half-elf first mate, they had to make greater contributions. Arendelle. 3 days had passed, and Saran's figure appeared once more at the port. On this day, Arendelle seemed to be a little different because there was a strange fog near the port, which made other people feel a little surprised. It even shocked some palace witches, but they didn't find anything. The port was quite peaceful today. Everything seemed to be the same as before. Only at the bottom of the sea, there was a huge dark shadow approaching gradually, and finally staying in some place, as if waiting for someone to come. Saran slowly walked toward the sea. He stepped into the shimmering sea. When he got closer to the deeper sea, a huge dark shadow appeared around his feet. The first thing that came out of the sea were sharp bones, and then a huge ferocious back. Saran stood on the head of the mutant killer whale, and as it swam, they gradually entered deeper waters. Boom! The water in front was divided into all directions. A dark mast rose from the bottom of the sea. Then the ghost ship, Deadman's voice, rose from the bottom of the sea. The surrounding mist became even thicker. After the war with the pirate King Ashad, the ghost ship seemed to have gained some improvements. The number of souls bound to it had increased a lot, but there was no more obvious variation. It seemed that the energy of death was not strong enough. The ghost ship was somewhat of a construct. That was to say, it also had the potential to become more powerful. Saran's figure came out from the water and landed on the deck of the ghost ship. Thud. He landed gently on the deck, then lifted his hand and took off his black cloak. He said, "Full speed ahead." The undead sprang into action. The sail automatically opened, and the ship sailed with a very fast speed to break the waves ahead. There were strange wails, as souls appeared around the ship, moving around the ship like ghosts, making the speed of the ship even more amazing. This was a battle of one man. Saran was going to pick a fight with the navy of the southern island country and of Raikal. Chapter 379. A storm coming. There was only one day of clear skies. On the second day, the atmosphere was covered once more by dark clouds. It was as though it was going to rain. Saran stood on the mast of the ghost ship, looking at the billowing sea in front of him. there was a huge dark shadow on the side of the ghost ship. He gazed silently at the front as if waiting for something. Saran had always been a patient person, so he waited very quietly, only looking up to the sky occasionally. Pang! Lightning slashed through the skies. With the roar of thunder, a drop of rain fell. At first, it was only light rain, but soon it became a torrential rain. Dive. Saran finally smiled, but it was cold and cruel. With a gentle wave of his hand, the undead on the deck quickly moved. In the eerie whisper of the sirens, the ship began to descend, and the whole ship gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. Seawater flooded the deck. Saran came to the rudder position, and then let the water from all around to completely submerge himself. When the ship finally sank to the bottom of the sea, he looked up at the sky. The wind and waves on the sea were more prominent, and there was a fantastic lightning stroke in the sky. Pang! Storm shrouded in this area of the sea. Countless strikes of lightning crossed the skies. It seemed that the storm had only started. The sea was rough, but the bottom of the sea was calm. The deep dark sea couldn't hinder Saran's vision. The ghost ship had submerged hundreds of meters under the sea. He was calculating the position of the enemy as he had collected a lot of information before he set out. With his current reputation as the pirate king of the South Sea, the Thieves' Union would rather offend the southern island countries than offend him. Rise 300 meters. Saran looked around. There was a reef in front of him and some fish in the sea. But because of the energy of death, almost all the fish didn't want to be near the ghost ship. The mutant killer whale was around the ship, guarding it. Although the North Sea was not as dangerous as the South, there were also some deep-sea giants, and these deep-sea giants seemed to ignore the blessing of the sea goddess. There were other gods in the world who were involved in the portfolio of the sea. For example, the gods believed by the Vrykul were involved in the field of the sea. The Vrykul believed in a barbaric god. The god is also the only one with the title pirate god, but few pirates other than the Vrykul believed in him. This title arose because the Vrykul were natural-born pirates, relying on plundering to survive. Rise 100 meters. Saran watched the surrounding environment and watched the movement on the sea. After he had risen to the height where he could vaguely see the surface of the sea, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Summon the mist, scuttle their warships." Under the dark sea, pang! A bolt of lightning crossed the skies, while the waves rocked the ships. Damn it! A middle-aged man dressed in navy clothes swore, then grabbed a corner of the boat and shouted, "Work harder. When we get back to the port, I'll invite you to drink." This damn weather. I already said the storm wouldn't be over so soon. There was no need to patrol the seas in this weather. A wave hit the ship. The body of the warship shook, and seawater washed up on the deck, which made a sailor unsteady and hit the barrel. However, he was not seriously hurt, but he frowned and trembled with pain. "Where is South?" The middle-aged man looked around. He didn't know when the fog appeared around his ship. He couldn't help swearing again, "This damn weather." "There's a fog forming in the storm." Men lit the fires and stayed close to the convoy. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to have fog in such a storm, so the middle-aged officers, who had been wandering on the sea all year round, intuitively knew something was not right. He shouted, "Everyone, stay alert. This fog is weird. We may have encountered a sea monster." Ah! Just as he said that, a sailor screamed out. Hearing the scream, the others were suddenly frightened. The middle-aged officer immediately shouted, "What are you yelling at? What did you see?" Hong! The ship suddenly shook. Many people on the deck fell. Another sailor almost fell out of the ship and was caught by a rope. Black dot, black shadow. The sailor who shouted at the beginning was frightened and said, "What a big black shadow. Bigger than our ship." Under the water. I couldn't tell what it was, but there's something under the sea. The middle-aged officer was slightly scared when he heard this. He murmured, "We're not that lucky, are we?" Hong! The body of the ship shook once more. All of them could now see that there was a huge black shadow wandering in the fog. The reason why the boat swayed was that it hit it. Bad news. Another scream came out, and a wet sailor ran out and shouted, "The cabin. There's water coming into the cabin." Hong! The ship shook again, and a sailor was thrown directly into the sea with a scream. He could only make a shrill wail, and then he disappeared into the rolling waves. Hong, boom. The storm seemed to have gotten bigger, and the warship was tossed and shaken in the waves, which made it look like a boat that could turn over and sink at any time. Crack! The sound of the keel breaking came from the ship's body, and then the ship shook greatly. Finally, it flipped in a huge wave and sank to the bottom of the sea. On the surface of the sea, a sharp and incomparable bone spur emerged, while vaguely, they could also see a dark shadowy ship under the sea. Help, help, please help. The sunken warship didn't kill these sailors immediately. Many of them were low-level professions. Their tenacious vitality enabled them to swim up after sinking into the sea. However, at this time, black ropes came out of the sea. The black figure on the bottom of the sea became clearer and clearer. Ropes twisted and tightened around the sailors who fell into the sea, then dragging them deep into the ocean. Vaguely, there was some seaweed-like human monsters around. They came to the sailors with a ferocious smile and ruthlessly killed them like fish in a net. Dragonbone Island. This was an island occupied by the Vrykul pirates. It was said that a dragon was once buried here, so it was called Dragonbone Island. The island was not very large. It was estimated that it was not the size of Snake Island, but there was a semi-natural port because a steep mountain wall blocked the howling sea wind. There was a lighthouse built on this island. Any port city would have a landmark lighthouse, which was used to guide the direction of ships. Why haven't they come back? At the top of the lighthouse, a young man dressed as a nobleman frowned at the distance and said in a deep voice, "They should have been back." Pang! A bolt of lightning crossed the skies. Lightning lit up the distant sea. Waves on the sea were getting bigger and bigger. "Your Highness." Behind the young man was an old man with a white beard. He was wearing a fine robe and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid they are in trouble because they haven't come back." Prince Hans's expression suddenly changed when he heard the words. He said with a scarred face, "A standard patrol fleet, a large warship, and 3 frigates. Even if they were in trouble, how could they not come back? Did Arendel's fleet attack them? No. We've dealt a great blow to the Arendelle navy with the help of the Vrykul pirates." This was a battle he was proud of. First, he let the Vrykul attract the attention of Arendel's navy, letting them think they were just pirates coming out to plunder. But what they didn't expect was that they encountered the main navy of the southern island country near Dragonbone Island, that was the fleet led by Prince Hans. Needless to say, in the face of nearly twice as many enemies, Arendel's navy was almost annihilated. Arendelle was so devastated that it was difficult to regroup their fleet to sea. Around the port, with waves after waves, a broken piece of a ship deck gradually drifted to the edge of the port. The nearby garrison seemed to find it, shouting. There were also other pieces floating nearby. Kong! Another stroke of lightning crossed the skies. Under the dark clouds, the waves on the sea were even more amazing. In the deep night, there seemed to be a terrible monster, silently watching the island, waiting to swallow everything above it at any time. Chapter 380 Almost Legend. The dawn came after the storm. Prince Hans stood on the harbor with a worried face. Anyone would be worried if their fleet went out and did not come back. It had been a whole day since the patrol fleet left yesterday morning. They didn't know whether it was sunk by Arendel's navy or by the storm last night. Logically, this kind of storm couldn't threaten the large warships. Last night's storm would at most overturn some fishing boats. "Your Highness." A fully armed young man came quickly, kneeling on one knee, and said, "There is no news. There's no clue about the ship that was sent out." Time went on slowly. Soon, the warships sent out to search today returned to the port one by one, but Prince Hans, who was waiting in the port, glanced at them and his face immediately became worried. He frowned and said, "What about the Orion? Didn't Orion go out today?" Hearing his inquiry, others also looked at it suspiciously. They didn't find the Orion warship, but the search warship sent out just came back. Then someone comforted the prince and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. Maybe the Orion is still in the back. I have told them today not to leave the nearby waters so that they aren't attacked by Arendel's warships. If there is any movement, they will send a signal flare immediately, and you can see it directly from here." Prince Hans nodded at his words, but he still looked worried. Intuition told himself something was wrong. On the quiet sea, a wrecked ship was sinking a little. Saran stood on the deck of the ghost ship, staring at the sinking warship in front of him. He was playing with something similar to a fireworks tube. It seemed that he was thinking about something. After a while, he shot the signal flare, which rose to the sky, and then exploded, very striking fireworks in the air. They could be seen far away, even in the daytime. "Dive." Sran looked at the island far away and ordered, "Summon the fog. Prepare for battle." The ghost ship gradually dived into the sea, and there was a mist on the nearby sea. However, because of the daytime, the mist only made everything look a little hazy. On another side, near the port of Arendelle, above a towering lighthouse, Princess Anna also looked into the distance with a sad face and whispered, "Have you seen their warship today?" In order to block the port of Arendelle, the warships of the southern island countries appeared in the nearby sea area once a day. They didn't dare to attack the port, only temporarily blockading it. After all, Arendelle was also a kingdom. No matter how hard the navy would hit, the most basic defense was still there. "Your Highness." Standing next to her was a general with a big beard. He put down his spyglass and said in a deep voice, "I haven't seen the enemy's patrol warship, even the Vrikal's warship." Princess Anna frowned and asked, "Did they retreat?" "Not likely." The general shook his head and said, "I'm more worried that they want to attack the port. Last time they shelled a lighthouse, but our fleet immediately drove them back. They had twice the number of warships we had. I don't think they would give up so easily." Princess Anna was worried. She hadn't slept well for a long time, didn't seem to have a good sleep for a long time, and her beautiful face seemed to be a little haggard, murmuring, "If only my sister was here. I'm really useless." The general with the big beard had a bitter expression and said, "It's my incompetence. If I had noticed their trap, the navy of the kingdom would have the ability to go to war now. Your Highness's abilities are without fault. Your Highness has been able to deal with all the kingdom's issues. It's all because of me." Princess Anna waved to stop his words and said, "Don't blame yourself, General Barker. We didn't expect them to join forces with the Vrikals. The regular navy of a kingdom actually joined hands with a group of notorious pirates. This kind of thing was harmful to the reputation of the kingdom. They did not expect Prince Hans of the southern island country to do so. In those days, many kingdoms jointly issued the Pirate Act. Arendelle's prosperous economy was due to the weakness of the pirate force. After all, there were not many pirates like Saran in the world. Most of the pirates were in a chaotic camp and lived entirely by robbing merchant ships. "Your Highness." The bearded general named Barker suddenly raised his head, pointed to the sky in the distance, and said, "Look over there. Something's happening." A bright flare shot straight to the sky. The flare was so bright that even Arendelle could see it. It was a specially prepared alchemy item, which could be seen as far away, Dragonbone Island. As time went by, Prince Hans' face became more and more worried. When other warships returned, he still didn't see Orion. "Spotter, haven't you seen Orion yet?" asked the prince. "Your Highness." The general pointed at the sky and said, "Look, a flare. Something's happening over there. It must be a flare from Orion." When Prince Hans heard that, his whole body was shocked. He immediately ordered, "Summon the fleet to sea. Ask the Vrikal to set out together." A patrol fleet disappeared last night, and another warship did not return today. It was why he ordered his fleet to go out. The fleets of the southern island countries gathered quickly, and the long-standing navies boarded the ships and went to sea. The Vrikal pirates also appeared in the port. Their number was only half of that of the navy, but most of them looked fierce. A big man wearing a bullhorn helmet said a few words to Prince Hans, then boarded a leading warship. Maybe because the ship missing was not a Vrikal ship, the expression of Vrikal pirates was indifferent. Only less than a third of the pirate ships went to sea. However, there were still hundreds of warships sailing toward the position of the flare. In the blue water, Saran's hair danced with the current. He watched the sea quietly, waiting for the enemy to appear. Reaping heads was undoubtedly the fastest way to gain slaughter EXP, especially in the southern island countries, where many of the navies were advanced professions. In just last night's battle, he gains nearly 50,000 slaughter EXP because many enemies died in the hands of the undead and mutant killer whale. With this progress, he would probably enter the realm of legend after eliminating the navy of Prince Hans. Saran now had a total of 230,000 slaughter EXP in reserve, which he could use to level up the profession Shadow Dancer. This time, he didn't save the slaughter EXP but directly raised the Shadow Dancer level to level 6. Gain 32 agility 26 plus intelligence 2210 times 0.5 skill points, and increase HP by 14 professional life 8 plus physique 2210 times 0.5. The profession Shadow Dancer is now level 6, received 32 dex 26 plus INT 2210 times 0.5 skill points, HP increased by 14 profession HP 8 plus con 2210 times 0.5. At this stage, Saran's growth would slow down, because he had entered a bottleneck period, that was, the field of quasi-legend. It was only when he broke through the field of legends that he would get a big promotion. At that time, he would master the profession rewards of reflex danger sense, reflex evasion proficiency, and mental flexibility. The legendary realm was another level. After entering the legend field, Saran could then further master the legendary combat skills Shadow Step and the legendary ability Shadow Realm. After entering the realm of legend, the most obvious professions that get a boost of power were the fighters and barbarian, because at that level, they would get the ability Epic Toughen. After the appearance of this ability, they would become superhuman. In general, the saints would have more than 500 health points, which could only be achieved by fighters and barbarians among all the professions. When Epic Toughen is maxed out, this would give an additional 300 horsepower. It was such an abnormal vitality that they could bathe in magma. As for other professions, it would take a long time of training after the realm of legend to become powerful, especially for spellcasters, to learn and master the legendary spells. After the legendary realm, the ability of the rogue to fight close quarters would be weaker to the traditional melee professions, so mastering the ability Shadow Realm was the key to dealing with them. Saran had already got the notification once. After 2 more notifications, he would be able to master Shadow Realm. By then, he could try to escape across planes no matter which powerful enemy he encountered. As he got closer and closer to the realm of legend, the slaughter EXP needed for upgrading his class had been multiplied. His current career level was level 10 common, a max level 7 rogue 0186500 level 6 shadow dancer 021500 level 10 wizard 014850 grade 4. He was just short of 2 profession levels to the realm of legend. However, these last 2 levels were also the most difficult because he may need nearly 450,000 slaughter EXP, and there was a gap of nearly 400,000 EXP. If, according to the harvest of last night's battle, he would at least need another 9 of such battles. In other words, he would need to at least sink 50 warships of the southern island country. Chapter 381 Foggy Naval Battle Fog. Prince Hans stood on the deck and looked around. He said in a deep voice, "Why is it foggy in such weather? Your Excellency, Ken Loto, please expel this fog." Standing next to Prince Hans was an old man in a robe who nodded at his words and said, "Yes, Your Highness." "The fog is a little strange." A glow of magic appeared. With the old man's casting, there was a gust of wind around to disperse the fog on the sea, but soon there was a new fog, which covered their vision, but it didn't seem to be so rich. The old man standing next to Prince Hans frowned and raised his hand to cast another spell. It seemed that he was a high-grade sorcerer, so he didn't need to memorize the spell in advance. In general, wizards rarely remembered such spells. This fog is not natural. The high-grade sorcerer named Ken Loto had a stern expression and said a deep voice, It seems like something is summoning the fog. Your Royal Highness, we may have encountered some sort of sea monsters. Normally a fog would not just appear on the sea in a limited area. The geographical environment nearby was not likely to create fog, so according to the speculation of the high-grade sorcerer, the strongest possibility was that there was a sea monster that could summon the fog. Damn it. Prince Hans slammed the deck of the boat and said slowly, "Why is a deep-sea monster suddenly running out here?" So the warships and Orion's loss are all because of it. The high-grade sorcerer nodded softly and said, "It's possible. If it was the sea monsters that attacked them, I'm afraid they are all in danger." Prince Hans nodded and asked, "Then, are we able to kill it?" The high-grade sorcerer beside him pondered for a moment, then turned to the naval officer beside him. After a few questions, he said, "Yes. The Vrykul have some whaling guns on board, and we have some special equipment for dealing with large marine creatures. If we can find it, we should be able to kill it." Prince Hans let out a smile and asked, "But how do we find it? This is the sea. If it's under the sea, we can't help." "Your Excellency Ken Loto, please be sure to deal with this sea monster. Otherwise, I'm afraid our warship will be attacked in the future. It's a great blow to our morale." The high-grade sorcerer hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll try." A weak glow of magic was seen. Soon, in front of him appeared an eye-like thing. Immediately the area became clear. "I found it." The high-grade sorcerer let out an excited expression and said, "It's in front." It really is a deep-sea monster, a huge shadow figure. Through the aura generated by the magic, other people on the scene also saw a trace of the figure. It was a very large black shadow, wandering in the front of the seafloor. The figure was probably larger than the largest blue whale. Such a huge, shadowy figure was definitely a deep-sea monster. After seeing the huge shadow, Prince Hans showed a smile on his face. But soon he became worried because such a monster was not so easy to deal with. "Prepare for battle." The officer beside them quickly ordered, "Ready the whaling cannon." All men prepare for battle. The fog in front became slightly thinner. With the command of the admiral, the fleet was spread out so as to avoid being affected in the event of a battle. The fleet sailed in a fan-shaped formation to deal with this huge sea monster. Only by opening the space could they cause tons of damage to the sea monster, because of some unknown energy radiation, probably related to the ancient arcane empire. There were often mutant creatures in the ocean area. The most common was the giant octopus, so the navies of these southern island countries have had experience dealing with sea monsters. As though a storm was brewing on the peaceful sea, the huge dark shadow was locked by the sorcerer's magic. Even Prince Hans on the deck was a little nervous. After all, it was not easy to deal with such monsters in the sea. "Alert!" The warship in front of suddenly shouted. Then someone shouted, "Enemy in front." "It's Arendel's navy. Get ready to fight." "Ready to fight." What? Prince Hans raised his head in surprise when he heard the words, and then he saw a fleet with the flag of Arendelle in front of him. Arendelle had fewer ships than that of them. It seemed that because of the fog in this sea area, they didn't spot each other until they got closer. After seeing so many southern island warships in front of them, Arendel's fleet seemed to be a little flustered, as if to turn around and retreat. "Destroy them." Prince Hans's expression was excited, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about that sea monster for the moment. As long as we don't provoke it, it shouldn't dare to attack so many people." Full speed ahead. Destroy Arendel's fleet. On the other side, a general with a big beard was also standing on the top of a large warship. When the fog around him became thinner, his face suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "No, it's a fleet of southern island nations. Damn it, it's their trap." The flare today was too obvious. Even in Arendelle, he saw it. Although the general suspected it might be a trap, he still decided to lead the fleet to check on the situation. In order to avoid being intercepted by the enemy, all he brought out this time were fast ships. If it wasn't for this strange fog, he would have seen the enemy far away. But because of the fog's obstructed vision, they spotted each other only after they got closer. Therefore, the first reaction in his mind was that he had been trapped by the enemy. Boom! Boom! boom. Cannons fired. The first warship to enter firing range fired continuously. The leading warship of the Vrykul pirates rushed to get on the enemy's deck. Only the fast ships of pirates could catch up with them. Many of the fleets of the southern island countries were medium-sized warships with fierce firepower. However, Arendel's fleet was also quick to respond. With the general's order, it seemed that they had no intention of fighting with them. They didn't have the capability to fight with them. If a warship wanted speed, it had to give up its firepower. Most of the fast ships don't even have half of the cannons on a medium-sized warship. For a large warship like the Dragonhead warship, it could carry hundreds of cannons. It could be said that if in a face-to-face battle, even the ghost ship may be destroyed. The warship sent by Arendelle had only 24 guns. But Arendelle also had their advantage, that was, Arendelle had a group of ice witches. The fog became thick once more. The witches seemed to have made the fog thicker, making it impossible to see outside of 50 meters. A lot of cannon fire landed on the sea. Arendel's fleet was now a vague figure in front. The Vrykul pirates rushed in, and when the distance was about 100 meters away, the navy of the southern island countries could not even see the Vrykul pirate ships. Ceasefire. A naval officer stopped the gunner from filling and said, "Those idiots. We might hit them if they are unlucky." Their field of vision they had got smaller. Blindly firing would likely result in friendly fire, and it was difficult to aim at the enemy unless the distance was shortened to a certain extent. At the same time, as the navy of the southern island nation was chasing and preparing to annihilate Arendel's fleet, a huge shadow rose slowly on the dark seafloor. Near the huge shadow, a ghost ship gradually floated up too. The undead, with a ferocious smile on their faces, rose with the ship under cover of the fog. A battle was just starting. The unexpected appearance of the Arendelle fleet did not spoil Saran's plan. Chapter 382. The dead man's voice. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous cannon fire was heard. No one noticed that under the calm sea, there were already some dim shadows approaching the warships. With a squeak, a warship of the southern island country suddenly shook. Then a huge black shadow suddenly collided with the ship. The hull of the warship was overturned, and many sailors on it fell into the sea. The fog on the sea became thicker. Although you could hear the noise, it had become less clear in the sound of gunfire. The Vrykul pirates finally caught up with the fleet of Arendelle. They hooked and boarded their ships. Then a fierce hand-to-hand combat ensued. Sounds of killing and fighting were everywhere. The sky was covered by the fog. It was hard to master the sense of direction where the ship was sailing in it. At this time, Prince Hans found that he had lost control of the fleet completely. He could only mobilize 20 or 30 warships around him. As long as the distance was more than 500 meters, they were too far away to be seen. Unless they stuck together, it was easy to become lost in this thick fog. Damn fog. Prince Hans hit the deck heavily and said in a deep voice, "Can't you disperse it? The other warships are lost, and they wouldn't be able to see our signal flags." The visibility in the fog was now only 10 meters. Everything outside was a blurry figure. Vaguely they could hear screams. However, they couldn't tell if it was the fleet of Arendelle or Prince Hans' men. "This is bad." The high-grade sorcerer had a grim expression and said, "That sea monster has come up." Pong. There was a loud crash in front accompanied by screams of joy from the Vrykul pirates. It seems that they had caught up with the Arendelle fleet. Crack. Cracks were heard from the deck. The undead, which was wet and covered with seaweed, appeared. They came forward with a grim smile and wielded their blades to reap the enemies who fell into the sea. In the ocean, even people with higher profession levels couldn't fight these undead who don't need to breathe. The main battlefield was underwater. Under the dark sea water, a string of animated ropes shot out, which dragged the fallen into the sea after entangling them. Blood was everywhere. A slight change had taken place on the body of the ghost ship. There were more souls on the ghost ship sail, and a dark red line loomed on the sail. The red lines were like blood vessels, something that naturally occurred, not of enchantment. Saran had a stern expression, focusing to control the ropes on the ghost ship. After harvesting the enemy on one warship, he paused for a moment, then turned to another group of enemies. But just then, he noticed an Arendelle ship that was on the brink of losing. The Vrykul pirates were fiercer than the pirates on the south coast. If they were not small in number and overbearing, they would have become the real lords of the sea. In terms of combat ability, the Vrykul pirates were the strongest of them all. Saran frowned for a moment, then ordered the undead to come back, and at the same time, controlled the mutant killer whale to rush over. The fleet of Arendelle still had some use under these circumstances. With their fleet here, the southern island country fleet would not realize the fact that Saran was here. These warships could at least confuse the enemy's vision and temporarily divert their attention to facilitate Saran's actions. On the sea, spikes were seen coming out of the water. The mutant killer whale came to the surface and immediately rammed into the Vrykul pirate ship. There was a great shake. Many Vrykul pirates who planned to board the enemy warships fell into the sea and were met by a bloody jaw. The mutant killer whale opened its jaws and devoured a group of people. 5 rows of sharp teeth shredded the pirates, leaving no one alive. Rise. Saran looked at the pirate ship coming and immediately gave the orders, ready cannon. These fast-moving undead trapped in the ship filled the cannons swiftly. The sea around the area split open. In the dense fog, the ghost ship broke through the waves, followed by dull gunfire. 24 cannons opened fire continuously, which instantly damaged the pirate ships on both sides. At the same time, the heavy swivel guns fired continuously, puncturing the body of a leading warship on the spot, and then saw a large amount of seawater pouring in. What is that? The Vrykul pirates that were blindsided screamed as they fell into the sea. No one expected that a warship would suddenly emerge from the bottom of the sea. At the same time, the firepower was so fierce that people had no chance to react. A ghost ship. Screams were heard. With the appearance of the ghost ship, some people saw its true face through the fog. It was a ship that had been destroyed with a dark ghost sail. The strong death energy spread in all directions, making people feel a chill from the soul as long as they were close to it. A twisted ghost was flying in midair, and there were a lot of whales. Standing on the deck were the undead, sirens, and other angry souls. Even the fiercest Vrykul pirates felt shivers down their spine. The horror legend of the ghost ship had already spread all over the world. They may not be afraid of the powerful enemies alive, but they were horrified when they fought with the monstrous undead. Attack. As Saran gave the order, many angry souls flew into the sky and launched toward the enemy. There was a sea of screams. At this moment, the attributes of the ghost ship were not the same as before. Name: Ghost ship. Dead man's voice. Undead construct. Type: animated ghost ship. Description: this is a warship that sank on the reef hundreds of years ago. It woke up in the long years on the seafloor. The souls and grievances gradually assimilated with it, turning it into a ghost ship wandering in the sea. There were many legends about it. At last, it attracted the attention of the believers of the sea goddess. The legendary priest captured this ghost ship, and then secretly activated it. It had a simple consciousness and will recover itself like the dead. This ghost ship could sail in any sea area. Its power was frightening in the sea. Note: killing and death would lead to changes. Captain: Saran. Sailors: drowned 72, vengeful sea spirits 24, oceanic ghosts 108, sirens 12, undead sharks 11, bound souls 1105. Equipment: howl of the drowned collision ram, cannons 24, sail mutated, swivel cannons 2. Basic ability: summon fog, deep sea dive, animate ropes, cursed ship. Special ability: soul capture. The change in the ghost ship happened after the bound souls exceeded 1000. Saran only noticed this recently. Under the characteristic of the ghost ship, another title appeared: the undead construct. At the same time, the number of undead sailors on the ship also gradually increased. Due to the increase of the spirits bound by the ship, the most obvious increase was the vengeful sea spirits and oceanic ghosts, and the original underwater navigation ability had become the current deep sea diving. The specific effect was not clear to Saran because he had not yet controlled the ghost ship to dive deep into the sea. Lastly, Saran didn't understand its feature, but with the appearance of this feature, the original soulbound disappeared. Previously it had soulbound, but now, there was only soul capture. Waves of oceanic ghosts launched out. These half-solid undead creatures had 50% physical attack dodge ability naturally. Even Saran could only deal with the ghosts with holy water previously. Thus these Vrykul pirates would find it harder to deal with them. What is that? A ghost ship? On Arendel's ship, the bearded admiral reached out and wiped the blood on his face, then looked forward with a face full of wonder. A ghost ship had appeared on the side of the warship, and it seemed that it was helping them deal with Vrykul pirates. It was a strange thing to see, and he was totally unprepared. However, he soon got hold of himself and began to gather his men to kill the enemy who had boarded the deck. Unfortunately, a ghost ship wouldn't be able to turn the tides of battle. The most important thing to do for the fleet of Arendelle was to find a way to escape before being surrounded by the enemy. Chapter 383 Slaughter everywhere. The undead did not tire. With bursts of cannon, the undead on the ghost ship moved quickly, pouring in at a rather amazing speed. Soon, 3 enemy warships sank, and the animated ropes swept out like vipers, strangling the nearby enemies. Saran stood on the deck holding the elven war bow, not eager to kill other enemies but shooting arrows accurately to kill the targets trapped by the animated ropes. Pong! The body of the ghost ship shook a little. After a ferocious round of artillery fire, the enemy finally responded and began to turn around and fight back at the ghost ship. Even if the ghost ship could avoid the attack automatically, it was still hit because the enemy cannon fire was too dense. A hole tore in the broken hull of the ghost ship. It looked like the rotten hull was very strong. Only a small hole had been opened. But what happened next subverted the understanding of all the pirates. The souls on the ghost ship wailed, and then the ship's body, which was hit by the shell, began to repair little by little. It was like the regeneration of human flesh and blood. The place where the ghost ship was hit was also repairing itself. That was why the ghost ship was scary. It would never sink as easily as other warships, but the cost of the repair was a slight decrease in its bound souls. These souls were part of the ghost ship. The regenerative ability of the ship was due to these souls. There were plenty of bound souls on the ship. In other words, Saran would only worry about the ship sinking if the firepower of the enemy was too great, shredding the ship to pieces. But the function of the bound souls was very important. Whether the ghost ship could continue to improve its strength depends on the accumulated number of souls. That was why Saran had no intention to keep getting hit. Full speed ahead. Seeing that Arendelle's warship was almost out of danger, Saran immediately ordered, "Prepare the ram. Sink the ship ahead." The ghost ship picked up speed. The sharp ram directly rushed to the pirate ship in front, and then a huge hole appeared on the pirate ship. The collision ram was the least used equipment of Saran. If it was not close enough, he preferred to use the alchemy cannon. Retreat. Turn back. With Saran's order, the ghost ship did not need to be steered at all. She turned its sail directly and moved away. Saran looked at the Arendelle navy in front and ordered, "Dive." Hong! The seawater surged in all directions, and the ghost ship sank to the bottom of the sea, leaving behind only ships full of astonished sailors as well as bodies floating on the sea. The enemy's bodies were all swallowed up by the mutant killer whale. The whole battle process was less than 5 minutes, and a round of volley of the ghost ship severely damaged these Vrykul pirates. As the ghost ship gradually dived into the sea became quiet again. That on the warship of Arendelle, the general with a big beard was shocked. After a long time, he murmured, "Ghost ship exclamation mark. Ghost ship. Black sail. Dead man's voice. Saran the beheader? Is it that South Sea pirate king? Why is he here? Why would he help us fight the enemy?" His mind was filled with questions. What? Prince Hans's face changed, and he said angrily, "Gone? What about the Vrykul pirates? Are they all dead?" They thought they were the cat chasing the mouse. However, after losing contact with several warships in a row, he felt that they had switched roles. They felt as if there was a shadow in the mist, waiting for the chance to kill them. Sounds of cannon, screams, sounds of battle. They heard a lot of voices in the fog, but they couldn't see the battlefield. When they followed the voice, they saw only the blood and the sinking of ships. They had lost at least 10 ships now, but haven't even seen the trace of the enemy. Only some vaguely saw the huge black shadow in the sea moving. Fear spread. An unseen enemy was the scariest. Prince Hans was so angry that he couldn't help himself, but he couldn't do anything either. Up until now, he had not noticed the enemy. This damn fog had covered everything up. Even the Arendelle fleet had gone missing. Look, the high-grade sorcerer suddenly said. Your Highness, there's someone alive there. A barrel floated on the sea. There was a pirate sailor with blood all over his body floating on it. Saran was not a god after all and could not ensure that he would not miss some enemy. Quickly, Prince Hans worried and yelled. Quickly get him on. The sailors pulled him up. Soon someone saved the pirate. His breath was weak. His chest was pierced by wood, and he could not live for long. What happened? Prince Hans grabbed him and asked. Tell me what happened? The pirate struggled to open his eyes, and fear immediately filled his face. Suddenly he yelled, Undead. Black sail. Ghost ship. Monsters. They are all dead. All dead. All of them are dead. He was incoherent. But the things he said shook everyone's heart. All who heard him felt terrified. They felt as if something was looking at them through the fog. Undead? Prince Hans continued with a tremble in his voice. Ghost ship, a black sail. How is this possible? There shouldn't be any ghost ships here. How was this possible? When did a ghost ship appear around Arendelle? As a person of the sea, of course. He knew the scary legend, something more terrifying than sea monsters, but even until now, few had seen it. Your Highness. A navy officer beside them swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They lowered their voice and said, It's said that where the ghost ship appears, there will be a fog that can't be dispelled. I'm afraid this place is haunted. How about we retreat first? He was scared. Not only him, but even the sailors on the deck also became terrified when they heard about the ghost ship. It must be known that those that had been killed by the ghost ship would have their souls bound to it forever. Chapter 384 A Night Stalker Retreat. Prince Hans's expression was uncertain, but finally, he clenched his teeth and said, Return to Dragonbone Island first. The present situation is very unfavorable to us. We will deal with the enemy when we have a clear picture of their situation. Damn fog. This strange fog had utterly wiped them out. There was no trace of the enemy, and there was no way to command the battle. All his men were running around like headless chickens. If the enemy were a ghost ship, they would only lose more if they stay here. The undead was not affected by the fog. They observed the world according to the color of the soul. The vision of the undead was more like the vision of the spiritual world, a kind of grey color. Under these circumstances, the enemy could see them while they couldn't see the enemy. A bleak horn sounded, and with the sound of the retreat horn, the warships around could not help stopping. What happened? Why are we suddenly retreating? Where is everyone? Where's Loud's ship? Wasn't there ship around here? All the targets targeted by the ghost ship were doomed. But the warships that had not been targeted by the ghost ship had been running around without encountering any enemy. Only when they heard the sound of the retreat horn and gradually gathered around Prince Hans's warship did they notice that they lost a lot of ships. What happened? Where's Kana? Why are they not here? Some of the admirals looked around suspiciously. After blowing the retreat horn, Prince Hans's warship began to retreat, and other warships naturally followed. As he gradually left the fog, everything around him became clear, but when Prince Hans counted his ships, his face became quite stiff. He had lost a total of 16 warships. Among them, 5 were the ships of the Vraghull pirates, while the rest were his ships. The fog in front was still thick, and it had become quiet. Without the sounds of cannon fire, they heard a kind of cry that made people feel terrified. It was not a man's whine, it was more like a sharp, half male and half female scream. Previously the cannon fire was too loud. Now that it was quiet, they heard this bone-chilling cry. Angered souls. The high-grade sorcerer that stood behind Prince Hans muttered, There's a lot of angered souls. Angered souls were a specialty of the undead. Their cries could lead to the effects of fear, lowering the will of the ordinary person. Retreat. Prince Hans stopped momentarily in the fog but said, let's just go. It seemed that the ships that did not come would not come. The ghost ship didn't get out of the fog, which frustrated Prince Hans's desire to hit the target. Until now, he wasn't sure whether the ghost ship was here by accident or whether it was reinforcements from Arendelle, because it was too coincidental. As soon as they got to the location of the flare, they encountered the navy of Arendelle, and then the strange ghost ship also. If this were Arendelle's reinforcements, then the situation would be tricky. As the southern island country fleet retreated in the fog, there were some pale flying shadows, followed by a dark ghost ship. Come back! With Saran's order, all the souls flying around the ghost ship drifted down, and then one by one went into the ghost ship sail. He did not chase down the enemy, no matter how powerful he was. He was only one man, one ship. The legendary profession may be very powerful, but a group of enemies could still kill them. Even the deities who incarnate into saints could be surrounded and killed in a sea battle. Saran did not take this kind of risk. His goal had been achieved. The navy of the southern island countries had been so severely damaged, and their morale lowered. In a few days at most, the news that the southern islands were looted by pirates would come. At that time, their navy would surely return like an arrow. Prince Hans would stay here to fight with Arendelle if he was mad. Once he retreated, then coming back to attack would not be so easy. Saran had already prepared a gift for him around the south coast. He mobilized the pirate army to control the west coast, backed by the Northern Witch Council. As long as he finished his work, he could teach Prince Hans a lesson at any time. Night was here. Saran stood on the deck and looked at the sky. The stars were dim and grey, their light becoming weaker and weaker as if they would be extinguished after some time. Time went on slowly. Saran was waiting for midnight. He not only wanted to defeat Prince Hans on the sea. Saran, a Quasi-legendary rogue, definitely had to take advantage of this situation. Saran was sure that high-grade guards would surround Prince Hans, so he didn't want to attempt to strike him down. It was too risky. Saran wasn't sure how many legendary items Prince Hans had, let alone how strong his protectors were. Saran had always been cautious, and wouldn't do things he had no chance of success. Dive. As Saran ordered, the ship went under the sea and slowly got close to Dragonbone Island. A shadowy figure also moved with the ship. Ultimately they stopped around 3 kilometers from Dragonbone Island. Prepare for battle. Saran changed into some proper equipment. With a cold light, he pulled out his legendary curved sword. There was a silence on the ghost ship. He looked at the undead and said in a deep voice, "Be ready to receive me at any time. If you see fire, bombard the enemy's wharf from the south." The undead nodded and replied, "Yes, Master." Shadow Veil. Saran's figure went into the night. With a magic glow, he gradually floated from the ghost ship to the sea. Haste. He walked on the sea at high speed as he approached the position of Dragonbone Island like a sharp arrow. Previously, he was an assassin in the Underdark. If it weren't for the Drow Queen who tried to squeeze him dry, Saran would have eventually become a Night Walker. So, Saran was familiar with assassination skills. Thud. Saran's figure gently landed on the side of the port. There was a warship docked on the pier, and there were many guards there. He did not attack them but waited patiently. Found you. A cold light appeared in Saran's eyes, and then he quietly moved in the dark. He approached silently, and then in an instant, shash. Blood spilled out while Saran gently laid the body down. A sentry. Experience told him that this kind of soldier had to be taken out first. Prince Hans must have had at least 1 or 2 high-grade rogue with him. Next one. Saran's figure blended into the shadow once more. Only after he took out the sentries could he enjoy a night of slaughter. Chapter 385. Chapter 31. Saran. Chapter 385. Chapter 31. Saran. A cold light appeared. The patrolling guard slowly fell to the ground, covering his neck. Saran reached for his body before the other party fell to the ground, and then put it in the dark corner. There wasn't much time. The patrol guards would change shifts every once in a while. When they noticed something unusual or see the bodies, then they would sound the alarm. Shadow Veil. Saran watched with no expression, then leapt forward with a slight landing sound. his figure leaping to the roof next door. He sneaked in and landed around a house. A room was in the front, and their sailors were snoring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Saran counted the number of people in the room, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He pushed the door open gently, and then quickly killed one of them. With a splash of blood, he immediately cut to the others. A cold and merciless sword light appeared. Saran slashed 3 targets and directly stabbed the enemy's vital point. Then he rolled forward and cut another 3 enemies again. In less than 3 seconds, Saran cut 6 times in a row, then left 6 dead bodies in the room. A limitless rogue was rather scary because no profession was better at stealth assassination than rogues, and if they don't have scruples anymore, the results would be terrifying. If Saran leveled up toward the assassination route, then it would be a nightmare for everyone on this island. Arendelle. At night, when the palace was ablaze with lights, Princess Anna sat on the throne, listening to her counsel. Next to her was the fully armed female captain and a witch in a dark blue robe. Since Prince Hans blocked the port of Arendelle, the guards in Arendelle Palace have doubled. There were numerous sentries on the lookout. The Palace Witch Group had also been summoned to set up magic traps everywhere. Princess Anna was not the elder princess, after all. With the incredible power of the elder princess, everything in the palace was under her control. But now the elder princess was mysteriously missing, so the palace witch had to protect Princess Anna. That's what happened. A bearded general with blood on his body wiped the sweat on his forehead and said in a deep voice, "When I noticed something was wrong, I left immediately." The hall was quiet. Princess Anna was wearing a pure white lace dress. After listening to the general's report, she asked, "You mean there's a ghost ship nearby, helping us deal with those enemies?" "Yes." The bearded general nodded and continued, "It did not attack us." So it seems that's the case. People in the hall were obviously not buying his story. The witch, standing on the right side of Princess Anna, frowned slightly and said, "Ghost ships are mostly wandering undead. Even if they appear, they will not help others. Maybe it happened to be attacking the Vrykal pirates and not you. Maybe it was just a coincidence." The bearded general looked at the witch and said, "I'm afraid someone is controlling the ghost ship." "Have your highness heard of the beheader?" "The beheader?" Princess Anna's face was a little confused when she heard that. Since the mysterious disappearance of the elder princess, she had been exhausted dealing with the matters of Arendelle. On the one hand, she had to worry about her sister's safety and find a way to find her. On the other hand, she had to deal with many things in the country. Sometimes she was so tired that she fell asleep on documents, especially after Vrykal pirates ransacked Arendelle's coast. Thus she had no idea of what was happening outside of Arendelle. The beheader? The only one who heard the name was the Ice Witch. She was surprised and said, "Do you mean the recently risen pirate king on the south coast?" Saran the beheader. "It is said that he has a powerful ghost ship under his command." "How could he be here?" "He's said to be on the south coast." "I'm afraid it's more than half a continent away." Saran. When she heard the name from the witch, Princess Anna was shocked and stood up. Dang! The crystal cup placed next to the throne fell to the ground and was accidentally knocked down by Princess Anna. Her voice was a little surprised and disbelieving. She murmured, "Saran? You mean his name is Saran? Did he show up? Did he really show up? Did he come back?" Hearing Princess Anna's incoherent questions, all the other people on the scene were puzzled. Only the captain standing nearby was surprised. She didn't know who the beheader was, or who the pirate king of the south coast was. But she knew the name Saran and even knew it very well because it was mentioned by Princess Anna more than once. Could it be him? Princess Anna suddenly thought of something and said worriedly, "No, it's too dangerous. He's just one person. Gather the army. I must go and help him. How can he deal with so many enemies alone?" Looking at Princess Anna, who was in a state of urgency, the female captain immediately reached out her hand and held her down. She said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, princess. Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Besides, if it was him, he would not act rashly. We should find out more about this matter first." Princess Anna gradually calmed down after hearing the words. but her expression became very firm. She said seriously, "It's him. It must be him. He said he would come back when I needed him, and he would stand behind me." Dragonbone Island. Under the dark skies, a slaughter was happening. After some time, a patrol guard finally noticed something was wrong and saw the bodies dragged into the corner. Alarms rang. In an instant, the whole island became alerted. Yelling was heard everywhere, telling people to wake up. "Enemy. The enemy is here. Assassin." Flustered sounds were heard, but they were drowned out by a series of explosions. Boom. Boom. There was a series of explosions near the port. It seemed that the place where the gunpowder was stored was ignited. One after another, the explosion turned the whole port into a sea of fire. However, this was just the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. In the dark night, a fog appeared in front of the port. Then a black warship appeared from the fog, and dense cannon fire poured out from the warships toward the port. Chapter 386 Death Walker. A great fire erupted. With the explosion of the powder kegs in the warehouse, the whole port had turned into a sea of fire, and with the spread of the fire, some warships caught fire. It seemed that the wind helped the spread of the fire. In an instant, the flames were on more than 10 warships. Although the ships were made of wood, it was not so easy to ignite. The sails of the whole ship were the most likely to ignite. Boom, boom, boom. A series of cannon fire was heard, and the dark ghost ship continued to fire towards the port. When the enemy responded and was picking up their anchor, the ship gradually disappeared into the dense fog. At that time, Saran was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only death, fire, and destruction. A panicked Prince Hans appeared with a group of escorts. After finding the signs of an assassin, the number of people in charge of protecting Prince Hans doubled. At the moment, Prince Hans's face was not filled with anger, but fear. A terrible fear after a deep sense of powerlessness. Although there seemed to be only one enemy from the beginning to the end, he still felt like prey trapped on this island. The fog in the night was like a cage, and they still couldn't figure out where the enemy was. "It's a high-grade rogue." A figure with a veil on his face appeared and fell gently beside Prince Hans. He said in a deep voice, "The killing technique is crisp and sharp. He is likely an assassin close to the legendary level." Saran's killing methods were very similar to an assassin. In fact, in the Underdark, even rangers would accept assassin training. "Are you able to find him?" Prince Hans continued to ask. "Is he still on the island? Can you find him?" The masked man standing beside him shook his head and said in a deep voice, "He is proficient in stealth. There is no trace of him nearby. He may have left the island." "Your Highness, such a high-grade assassin is very dangerous. It's hard for others to find him. You'd better not leave my sight from now on." Prince Hans turned hard and looked at the high-level sorcerer beside him and asked, "You can protect me, but what about the others? What if he comes every day to kill the others?" "Your Excellency, is there a way to find that assassin?" The high-grade sorcerer heard this and pondered for a moment, then said, "If I can find out his general position in advance, I can use my magic to break his stealth. But the whole island is so big that we can't monitor all the places. It's easy for him to sneak around. Unless you have an expert in tracking, then we would be able to find him." The fire slowly subsided. However, the losses they suffered were quite heavy. The leader of the Vrykals yelled angrily because many of his pirates were killed in their sleep. This way of dying was shameful to them because they didn't even see the enemy. "I can set a few magic traps." Looking at the fire around him, the high-grade sorcerer felt a little nervous, as though someone was looking at him. "But don't expect too much. This high-grade assassin should be good at disarming traps too." In terms of assassination, the first target would be Prince Hans, the second would be the spellcaster like him. Thus the spellcaster felt very worried for his head. In fact, there weren't that many high-grade rogues because many rogues stay at the level of petty theft. If they wanted to advance to a higher level, they must undergo strict training and level up gradually in the killing. The casualty rate of the rogues in an adventure team had always been high because they needed to explore the road, remove traps, and investigate the enemy's situation. If they failed, then they would be doomed. The number of high-grade assassins like this was even rarer. For an assassin, killing a spellcaster below legendary was an easy task. Prince Hans stood in the middle of the crowd and asked a nearby naval officer, "How many men have we lost?" The naval officer looked a little frightened and lowered his voice. "The casualties are not very big. Many of them are Vrykal. Many of our men were on ships. However, our gunpowder had been blown up. I'm afraid there is a shortage of ammunition. There has also been an explosion in the place where the materials are stored, and the estimated loss is not small." Prince Hans smacked his hand into the wall and yelled, "Damn it!" The battle results were glorious. Saran stood on the deck and watched the island, which was still burning. He didn't expect that the enemy would set up a warehouse for storing gunpowder near the port. The defense there was not strong either, which was great luck. That was why when he left the island, he ignited the powder keg and blew up the whole warehouse. Now, the navy of the southern island countries had been severely damaged. It was estimated that they would have no ability to attack Arendelle, only relying on the materials stored on their warship. After today, they would probably increase their defenses. Saran was going to slow down and wait for what was going to happen. As long as the news of the pirate attack on the southern island came back, Prince Hans would not be able to sit still. After looking at the burn-in one last time, Saran ordered the ship to turn back. Today's gain was huge. That was because, after so much slaughter, Saran finally got a legendary ability notification. Death Walker legendary ability. You have become accustomed to death and blood in the process of killing again and again. Ending life for you has become as simple as eating and drinking water. You are ruthless to the enemy. You have ended thousands of lives in your hands. You begin to ignore death. After countless battles, you have awakened the ability, Death Walker, which will make you do not pity the enemy. Even spells would not affect your judgment at all. At the same time, the aura of death will further strengthen your intimidating ability, and form a kind of intimidating influence on all nearby people. Any enemy fighting with you must experience a mandatory test of will. Otherwise, they would fall into a state of panic due to fear. Permanent will +3, threat +50. Note: you've caught the attention of some spirits because you've ended too many lives. Death Walker. As Saran killed more than 1,000 enemies, he finally got the legendary ability. And because of the added threat ability of Death Walker, Saran's threat ability had become the second only to Sneak. His threat ability was now 135. However, more will and threat were not important. The most important attribute of the ability was the fact that it had a death aura. This was an invisible energy. It could be understood as a weaker dragon aura, making the enemy tremble if their will was low. This ability could greatly strengthen Saran's capability to deal with head-on combat if combined with his ability Fear Gaze. The ordinary soldier would not have the courage to fight him. This was a demon-like ability. High-grade demons would often impose fear on the enemy in the battle. Many times, the demon would not have a chance to win, but because of fear of the demon, they would always win. Dawn was here. Before Saran arrived in Arendelle, he hid the ghost ship under the sea while he walked back to the port alone. He would wait for the news from the south. Chapter 387 Ransacking the coast. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of cannon resounded over the southern island town. There was a pirate ship with black sails near the port. Hundreds of cannons fired at the city wall at the same time. One round of shooting already resulted in a hole. The fierce cannon fire stopped the defenders from retreating, so they could only find a way to avoid in the corner. There were cries all over the town. The sudden attack terrified the ordinary people who lived in peace. Damn it! A man wearing noble wear yelled, "Attack! Quickly attack them!" How could there be pirates here? Black Sail. Aren't these the men of the beheader? Why are they attacking us? Are they not afraid of retribution? Boom, boom, boom. Answering the man was the second round of artillery fire. Along with the great firepower, small rafts were put down from the pirate ship ahead. Groups of pirates then started to go ashore. Some of them jumped into the sea directly and then rushed towards the town ahead. There was a lot of strange noise, and the pirates rushed to the town's garrison with weapons and began to slaughter the guards. The attack. All of you go! One-Eyed Jack shouted loudly, Don't worry about these ordinary people. Run to the governor's mansion, quickly now. Their navy is around the area. We have to be done before they arrive. Boom, boom, boom. One-Eyed Jack chopped a garrison to death with a sword. He glanced around and then said, "Follow me." This is the residence of the Chamber of Commerce. Charge. A group of pirates rushed in and fought with the guards. The whole town was in battle, but the core of the battle where the nobles and businessmen lived. The slums had not been affected. Robbing the poor would get them a few pieces of rotten bread and coppery rolls from their hands. Soon, the residence of one of the chambers of commerce was captured. Among the bloody corpses, two big pirates were carrying a chest. There was another garrison coming to counterattack, so they immediately took up arms to fight. Splash! The chest fell on the ground, and a piece of gold d-rolls and silver d-rolls came out at once. The gold coins flittering with light attracted many people's attention. Then men who seemed to be a little different from the pirates in the main battle rushed over, reached for it, and prepared to put it in their pockets. Shang! A cold light flashed by. One-Eyed Jack killed the pirate then and there. Then he looked around. His eyes stopped on another group of pirate leaders and yelled, "Have you forgotten the rules set by His Excellency Siran? Anyone who does this again will end up like him." The attacking pirates were two groups. One group was organized to attack the warehouses and houses in a planned manner. The other group would loot as they moved. Some would even retreat after they got some loot. The other group of pirates was the small pirate groups that were not under Siran's command. It's broken into. The warehouse is open. Cheers were heard in front. And then another slaughter began. One-Eyed Jack looked around and then told his close companion, "Come with me." Boom! The door to the warehouse was knocked down, and the treasures appeared in front of them. They could see boxes of gold and silver as well as all kinds of other goods, food collected as taxes. The southern island country was quite rich, so the whole warehouse was half filled. And there were many swords and weapons. Move everything out, quickly. One-Eyed Jack smiled with satisfaction and yelled out, "Is the governor's residence taken down?" "Not yet." A young pirate replied, "There is a wizard there. We've some casualties." Canado took our men back to let those guys go. Deal with him first. A wizard? One-Eyed Jack heard this and said, "Then let them deal with it. Let's move the thing from here. The navy will probably come after half a day." Boom, boom, boom. In the east of the town was a castle built on the hillside. The mansion at the foot of the mountain had been captured, but the nobles who ruled here had retreated to the castle. Without enough firepower support, it was very difficult to capture the castle. After the first wave of attack was defeated by the defenders, the group of pirates had retreated. Damn it! An old noble stood on the castle and said, "Where is the Nala City relief troops? Why are they still not here? These damn pirates! I want to." Boom! A pirate ship turned its position and fired toward the castle. However, because it was out of range, the cannonball had become less powerful. The battle was still going on. However, some pirates had begun to retreat in an organized way to transport boxes of gold, silver, and goods back. They even did not let go of the food in the warehouse and carried them back to the warship in sacks. The whole town was in a mess. There were fires in many places and cries everywhere. The scattered fighting continued in some corners. By the time these pirates retreated, the whole town was almost in ruins, and the only place in good condition was the slums. The other place that was hardly affected was the shrine. Few pirates dared to attack the shrine, so it also became a shelter for the poor. Many old, weak, women and children hid here to seek protection. The power of the gods made people afraid. Even these fierce and cruel pirates dared not attack the temple. Boom, boom, boom. The pirates on the ships cheered. Then they fired another round of cannon before leaving the area. The same thing happened in another place. The pirate leaders under Saran's command and the small pirate groups attacked all the cities along the coast of the southern island country. The endless attacks made the army of the southern island country exhausted. Except for a few towns that were not captured, many places were looted. Because the Royal Navy was out with Prince Hans, they couldn't even fight at sea. They could only cower in the town and defend passively. Their naval territory was now ruled by the pirates. Everything was a mess now. Ultimately, the southern island countries had to give an order to evacuate all the towns along the coast. As long as they were far away from the coastline, the pirates had to go ashore to attack. Once they got ashore, the regular army would have to attack them. And as long as they were far away from the coast, it was not so easy for pirates to retreat. The heavy cavalry from the southern island countries could give them a good run. However, it seemed that the pirates had no intention of attacking inland. Chapter 388 Arendel's Guardian. Arendelle. Saran sat in the corner of the tavern and waited quietly. About half an hour later, a man appeared. Compared with the last meeting, his expression was more respectful, and even a little scared. He couldn't look into Saran's eyes. "Your Excellency." The man bowed slightly, gave Saran a sealed document, and said, "What you've asked for." Saran nodded and reached for it, then took a quick look at it, and said slowly, "Has the attack begun?" "It looks like Prince Hans will retreat soon. Help me convey another order." "The fleet of the southern island countries has been severely damaged. I need them to gather the enemy in the channel of Dark Tide and severely damage the fleet of the southern island countries." The man nodded, looked at Saran for any more orders, and left the place. No matter what, the orders from above were to be friendly to this pirate king. He was someone the Thief Union wanted. On the second day, Dragonbone Island was a mess. Half of the port had been destroyed, while many warships needed to be repaired. Prince Hans stood near the port and watched all this with a deep sense of frustration on his face. It was only a ghost ship that made him embarrassed and weak. There were hurried footsteps. The figure of the high-grade sorcerer appeared behind him. Before he was near, he said anxiously, "Your Highness." "It's not good." This message was sent by the kingdom. When he heard the words of the high-grade sorcerer, Prince Hans had a thump in his heart. The spellcaster had a communication spell, so they were closely contacted to the kingdom. He reached for the document anxiously, and after a little look, his face turned green. As though he was hit by a truck, he muttered, "Beheader, Saran." "So he did attack us. Why are they attacking us? Why is he helping Arendelle?" Looking at Prince Hans's pale face, the high-grade sorcerer reached out and touched him. He said anxiously, "Your Highness, now is not the time to think why he had attacked us. The situation in our kingdom is already very bad. Our coastline is completely lost. The enemy is rampant in our waters, and all places along the coast may be attacked. Your Highness, we must retreat." Without the ability to fight at sea, pirate warships could directly bombard cities along the coast. Now the whole southern island country was in a state of panic, especially when many gods began to be silent, and the priest could not even pray for help. Retreat. Prince Hans's face was white and muttered, "Order the troops to retreat." The attack on Arendelle ended in failure. All the plans became a dream. The original purpose of blocking the northern route to the west coast was also a complete failure. Prince Hans could only imagine how many accusations he would suffer when he returns home. The nobles would threaten him, and the kingdom would also accuse him. Those brothers he had tried his best to knock down may have begun to plan to make a comeback. In the end, even the throne he inherited may not be preserved. Go back. Prince Hans's expression gradually recovered, his eyes fixed, and he said, "We must go back first. As long as I inherit the throne, I can make a comeback. The troops are still in my hand, so I still have a chance." After saying this expression changed a little and was thinking about something. He looked at the high-grade sorcerer behind him, and his face was ferocious. "I want to see that sea witch. I have finished what I agreed to, and she must help me to the throne as agreed." After hearing this, the high-grade sorcerer lowered his voice and said, "Your Highness, let's talk about this when we get back." Inside Arendelle's palace, "Yes." The ice witch on her side nodded and said, "We've kept an eye on the area and have made sure they've retreated." "Good." Princess Anna stood up with joy. Then, with a trace of worry and sadness on her face, she murmured, "Is it him? Why didn't he come to see me? Does he hate me? He's already here. Why can't he come and see me at least?" Hearing the sad words of Princess Anna, the others looked at each other. Finally, the ice witch said, Your Highness. It's said that the pirates on the south coast had attacked the southern island countries. I'm afraid it's the Lord Saran who helped us secretly. The enemy was attacked in the rear, so thus they had to retreat in a hurry. Princess Anna nodded in a daze and murmured, "Is that right? So why didn't he come and see me?" Footsteps were heard. Just then, a guard suddenly rushed up and shouted, "No, ghost ship. There's a ghost ship in the harbor." Everyone looked at him with disbelief. Princess Anna immediately rushed out and headed to the port. "Let's go." The female captain rushed over and followed the princess. There was fog around the port. Through the fog, you could see a black warship, a black hull, a black sail, and a black flagpole, all of which made you feel the deep pressure at a glance. A black shadow moved around the ghost ship. The ships around there did not dare not go close. All of the people there only looked from afar with respect and fear. Saran. Princess Anna looked at the black warship in the distance. She did not know why her tears fell down. She put her little hands around her mouth and shouted, "Is that you?" No answer. The dark ghost ship seemed to be empty. It stopped for a moment near the port of Arendelle, and then gradually disappeared into the fog. The dark clouds cleared up. The sun was shining brightly in the rich and beautiful city, and everything seemed to be back to normal. The dark aura of war had gone away. The mysterious disappearance of the elder princess did not lead this rich country to decline because they knew that there was another person, another figure guarding here. They were guarding the princess here. Perhaps he didn't show himself, but she knew that when she needed him, he would appear once more. That was what he had promised. Chapter 389. Ruler of the Three Sea. Arendelle was now peaceful, but Saran's war was not over because he had to teach Prince Hans a painful lesson. Otherwise, Prince Hans would threaten the west coast. Saran did not want to see another threat. As long as Prince Hans' fleet was wiped out, it would be almost impossible for him to threaten Saran's rule of the west coast in a short time. It took time, energy, and wealth to build a fleet. Saran could only relax after crippling the navy of the southern islands. Then, his pirate leaders would be able to control the trade routes. South coast, outer islands. South coast, eastern continent. South coast, Arendelle. When these three lines were connected together, Saran's power would spread all over the three seas, and his wealth would increase at an amazing rate. It may even exceed the total tax of a kingdom. At that time, there would be many things that could be done. Saran would have all the financial, material, and human resources in place. The network connected by three routes would be a shaped encirclement, and he would be able to forge ahead with his desired goal at any time. At that time, Adele Isabella, the female pirate with red hair, would have a role to play. The Dark Tide Channel was a special sea route because it was the boundary between the Dark Tide Kutau and humans. The sea creatures had their own territory. There were vast and incomparable boundaries in the sea. Marine intelligent species had their own independent territory, and they would not be stupid enough to include the vast sea in their sphere of influence. But they would never allow other creatures to enter their territory easily. Therefore, it was not easy to enter some places in the sea, especially large-scale fleets. The Dark Tide Channel was a dividing point. The deviant, Kutau, had established their own kingdom under the sea. They had magnificent cities and palaces. Just like other deviant creatures underwater, they live a life almost isolated from the world. Marine species rarely communicated with humans. In fact, with the protection of the goddess of the sea, it was difficult for Saran to have too many interactions with the Naga Siren people. Even the ogres were more friendly than them. Just sent some meat as a gift. The ghost ship got close to the area. On the side of the channel, there were already packed pirate ships, some of which were large warships and small ships. The narrow and long terrain of the channel allowed the small ships to fight flexibly and facilitate the boarding of pirates. Almost half of the pirate leaders under Saran's command came, but they were not led by the half-elf first mate. Instead, they were led by the red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella. Saran roughly guessed this but did not care about it. Although Saran set out late from Arendelle, he first arrived at the Dark Tide Channel. With the appearance of the ghost ship, The pirates immediately felt excited. This was the power of a leader. Since Saran's rise on the south coast, he had never been defeated. So, the pirates under his command were confident in the battle. Victories built morale. Some may like to use inspiring words to boost morale, but Saran believed in the courage that victory brought to them. Words were empty to him. Your Excellency. The red-haired female pirates, One-Eyed Jack, Scarface, Giant, and other pirate leaders gathered. They knelt down to Saran on one knee and bowed their heads and said, "They are all ready to fight." As Saran's territory got larger and larger, his status was different. Although he was still the pirate king, some people thought that he had almost established a pirate kingdom. Pirates were thought to be chaotic, but he established the order of pirates, though it was accumulated by blood and killing. However, order was order after all, and order would make rules. Rules of the pirates. After Saran had beaten the navy of the southern island country by himself, some of his subordinates even proposed to re-establish the legendary pirate code. As the ruler of the south coast, the beheader, the owner of Mordor, the protector of the sea goddess, and the guardian of Arendelle, Saran should rewrite the pirate code, so as to base his position among the pirates. The king of three seas. Saran's pirate leaders thought that he was qualified to be the pirate king who ruled the South Sea, West Coast, and North Coast. As Saran's right-hand assistant, their status should be further improved. Prepare for battle. Saran's figure soared. He used flight to look down at sea from a high altitude. Then, he easily found the enemy approaching in the distance. The enemy was entering the mouth of the channel. Prince Hans never dreamed that pirates on the south coast would ambush him here. For a long time, pirates dared not fight with the regular army. Saran would be the only one who led pirates to confront the Royal Navy. This was not a personal vendetta between pirate kings. Once the war started, it would be equivalent to declaring war with the kingdom. But Saran now had such a base and strength because he was the real king of the sea. Boom! Cannons were firing. When the enemy appeared in their sight, the pirate ship immediately began to attack. It was full of pirates waving weapons and shouting. They threw their hooks and locked on when they were close to the enemy's warship. A shadowy figure also moved under the sea. Not only did the mutant killer whale appear, but there was another twisted giant body. It was a sea snake with 3 heads, who became Saran's servant after the incarnation of the sea goddess came. Black flag. Pirates, prepare for battle. The warships in front of them were all flying black flags representing Saran's fleet. When they realized they had the same number of ships as the enemies in front of them, the navy of the southern island countries wavered. The nightmares of the past few days seemed to linger in their hearts. Now, they had to face a greater challenge. The entire pirate fleet of the south coast. Prince Hans stood on the deck with chills, with a look of despair on his face. He saw the ghost ship in the distance, which appeared like a nightmare for a while. Your Highness. The high-grade sorcerer's expression was also a little panicked. He grabbed Prince Hans next to him and whispered, "Prepare to retreat. We can't beat the enemies." Retreat? Prince Hans' face was numb. Where do we retreat to? Back to Arendelle? The sorcerer did not dare to look at the prince. As a high-grade spellcaster, he did not want to lose his life here. He then whispered to the prince, "I'll set up a teleportation ray on the ship, which can teleport us directly to my tower." A teleportation array? Prince Hans's expression showed a trace of vitality, but asked, "What about them? We can retreat. But what about these troops?" The sorcerer had a determined look and said, "Your Highness, we can't care that much right now. When the enemy is near, it won't be that easy to retreat." The pirate army force was strong. The pirate leaders under Saran were all high-level professions who grew up in the battle. Maybe no one among them had advanced to the legendary realm, but many of them were the leaders of pirates at the beginning, rich in fighting experience. The pirate minions were all roaring with high morale. The battle on the raging sand island had not passed for too long. For the scene in front of them, they were not afraid. Some of the pirates even feel that the strange light would appear again. Super arcane crystal pulse cannon. Prince Hans stood stiff there. Finally, he clenched his teeth, handed command to the admiral beside him, and followed the high-grade sorcerer into the cabin. Their flank had already been attacked by the monster. If they didn't run, they would not have the chance. On another side, however, the enemy would not let the command ship appear in the front. In this scale of a naval battle, even the most powerful warship would be in the center of the fleet. Only with the ghost ship, a special warship that could dive into the seafloor, could Saran stagger among the enemy. The battle was still happening on the channel. But the outcome of the battle was predictable, and no one noticed that on the other side of the channel, dark scaly sea creatures were watching. No need to care about them. A strange creature, covered in dark blue scales, looked ahead. It had a mouth half the size of its head and a strange blue metal weapon like a trident in its hand. In its vicinity were many similar marine creatures. All of them had dark scales, staying in the sea like an army. A sneer appeared on the Kutao, who looked like the leader, and said slowly, "It's just a war among the humans. As long as they don't enter our territory, don't worry about them. If they dare enter our waters, immediately scuttle all their warships." These sea creatures went into the sea once more. However, some dark blue figures could be seen faintly outside the channel. Chapter 390 Adele's new identity. It had been 3 days after the battle at the Dark Tide Channel. After defeating the navy of the southern island states, Saran took over the route from the west coast to Arendelle. Unfortunately, some of the enemies escaped. Saran couldn't find Prince Hans, the prince of the southern island country, after the battle started. He must have used magic to run when he saw that things were going south. It was a pity for Saran, but it was only natural because high-grade spellcasters must surround Prince Hans. These 3 days, Saran reposted the pirate leaders under his command. The half-elf still managed the eastern route, but the outer island sea route was given to the knight and housekeeper with stable characters. These 2 pirate leaders descended from nobility. Fighting among the nobility in the mainland was very fierce. They belonged to the losers in the nobility family, almost equal to being exiled. They were the 2 newly rising pirate leaders. Compared with other people, the 2 pirate leaders received more education, and the aristocratic political skills would be good when dealing with other trading partners. The west coast was given to One-Eyed Jack to manage. His ruthlessness was needed here. As for the red-haired female pirate, Adele Isabella, who was most eager to get recognition and wanted to be powerful again, was slightly disappointed. Although Lord Saran asked her to take charge of the north coast route, he sent 2 other pirate leaders over. They were Giant, had the blood of giants, and Scarface. Although Saran defeated the navy of the southern island countries on the north coast, it was the territory of Vrykul pirates after all. These Vrykul pirates living in Iceland were very fierce. Saran arranged the people who were also war-torn and bloodthirsty. Dong, dong, dong. Knocks on a door were heard. Saran, who was sitting in the room, looked up and said, "Coming, Your Excellency." The red-haired pirate walked in and asked, "Do you have orders for me?" Saran looked her up and down. Although she had been wandering on the sea all year round, the red-haired female pirate's skin was still white. She was tall, slender, and well-proportioned. She was a first-class beauty from any angle. What's more, because of the education she received from childhood, she had the feel of a noble, which was very important for Saran. For his next plan, the red-haired female pirate was a very important chess piece. "There's a dress over there." Saran pointed and said, "Try it on." The red-haired female pirates had a faint blush on her face, but she was ready to change clothes obediently. Prepared for her was a lace-patterned long dress with exquisite sleeve edge. Next to the dress was a pair of white silk gloves. The red-haired female pirate rarely wore clothes like these, so after a moment of hesitation, she clumsily changed in front of Saran. No matter what Saran wanted, she had no right to refuse. Moreover, she may not be willing to refuse him anyways. However, Saran had no other intentions. When the red-haired female pirate was changing her clothes, Saran lowered his head again and picked up the goose pen to write a letter. When the red-haired female pirate changed her clothes and came to him, he then looked up. "Not bad. You look beautiful." After a change of apparel, Adele Isabella looked like a beautiful, noble lady. Her dress softened her fierce manner, and her noble education made her look like a noble lady from any angle. I have a mission for you. After looking at her dress for a moment, his expression became serious. He looked at the red-haired female pirate in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The Vrykul pirates on the north coast had other people to deal with. Although you are responsible for managing the route to Arendelle, I have more important things for you to do. This is a letter for Princess Anna of Arendelle. Take this letter to see her. She will let you stay in the palace as a companion and give you a title. When you get there, your first task is to learn the royal etiquette. Then I need you, as the descendant of Isabella, to find a way to get in touch with the nobles on the south coast. It's better to contact the aristocrats close to your mother. Your new identity will be recognized by Princess Anna, the successor of Arendelle. Then, no one will doubt you anymore. Your task is to make friends with them and find a way to obtain the support and trust of these nobles." Saran's original plan was to support Adele Isabella, the red-haired pirate, and then try to create a situation for the aristocrats on the south coast. But now that Arendelle backed him, he had a simpler way to give Adele Isabella a new identity. The descendant of Isabella living abroad. With the recognition and support of Princess Anna, the successor of Arendelle, her new identity would be nailed on the iron plate. The aristocracy was a group of shallow-minded people. Anything related to the royal family could get their attention. In Sran's plan, the red-haired female pirate would become Princess Anna's best friend and accompany her to the court several times. As long as her identity was recognized, then the next thing Saran had to do would become much easier. Pa. Saran clapped his hands lightly. Then 2 or 3 beautiful maids and a middle-aged butler came in. Saran looked at Adele Isabella and said slowly, "They will be your servants with your new identity. Tomorrow you will take a merchant ship from Shipwreck Bay to Arendelle. When you get there, someone will take care of you and arrange your other tasks. Your main mission is to get recognition in Arendelle and return to the South Sea with a new identity. I will transfer 100,000 additional gold D-rolls for you. The specific tasks are here, and I'll give you new missions later on." Saran gave her 2 letters. The red-haired pirate reached for them and nodded solemnly. "I will never let you down again." Even an idiot would realize the vastness of Saran's plan. The beheader was going to stretch his hand to the land on the south coast. His plan was not simple. No matter how large the sea was, he still felt as though they did not have a route. Although they had established a foundation in the Outer Islands and the city of Mordor had gradually grown, it was still too far away from human civilization. A lot of things needed to be supplied by the mainland. The kingdom on the south coast was the place Saran needed to enter, no matter from which point of view. Otherwise, he was too dependent on Port Tylan. A pirate naturally couldn't just reach for the mainland territory, which would attract too much attention. Saran's plan was complicated. The identity of the red-haired female pirate was just the beginning, and more preparation was needed to achieve his goal. A day's time went past. Adele Isabella embarked on a journey to Arendelle. The stereotypical middle-aged butler kept telling her what aristocrats should pay attention to, and she listened carefully. It was a task to test her abilities, and women were born to be very good at acting, so she was very confident about this task. The journey was peaceful. As Adele Isabella arrived at Arendelle, and the people that were supposed to fetch her also arrived. Madame Isabella, a low but luxurious carriage stopped at the port and then drove her to Arendelle without attracting as much attention as possible. The carriage finally stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. There was already a line of servants waiting in front of the door. They were greeting their new master, though no one had seen her. This was only one of her properties. Adele Isabella was now a noble, rich, young, and beautiful, noble lady. She not only bought some of the best houses in the noble area in recent days but also directly bought 3 shops in the central area near the port of Arendelle. It was said that she ran her chamber of commerce on the south coast and intended to bring her business up to Arendelle. For this rich and beautiful aristocratic lady, many people who were interested in her were, of course, very attentive. However, she seemed to be very aloof, and she refused to pay any visit to other nobles of Arendelle. Occasionally, Some people wanted to test the details of this young, beautiful, and rich aristocratic lady, but they were all severely hit. They understood that the identity of this lady was not so simple. She was not a soft persimmon. A lady who could bring her business from the south to the north was not easy. However, the first time Arendelle's nobles realized that she was not simple was at a dinner party in the palace, a dinner party held by Princess Anna. The mysterious, rich, and beautiful, noble lady, who was said to be the direct descendant of Queen Isabella, was directly accompanied by Princess Anna and sat beside her during the banquet. Chapter 391 Demigod Genie Saran did not waste time. After sending a new round of construction blueprints to the outer islands, he continued to prepare to complete the chained tasks of the 4 elemental stones. Now, he was closer and closer to the legendary realm. He estimated that after completing these tasks, he would be able to advance to the realm of legends. At that time, he might try to integrate the shards of divinity obtained from the mission. It was said that a sealed shard of divinity came from a fallen evil god. It was said to be a little dangerous and required a high will to fight against the remaining consciousness of the divinity. Therefore, Saran was hesitant to give Vivian the shards of divinity to absorb. The will of the gods was a complicated thing. Vivian was still young, so her willpower was not as great as Saran's. As time went on, the news of the defeated Southern Island Navy had spread out. Finally, Saran got the legendary rating. Misty Sea Battle Legendary Battle. In early March of the New Moon Era, 1676, you exceedingly damaged the Confederate forces of the Southern Island States and Vragul pirates alone in the sea near Arendelle. In this battle, you beat the navy of the Southern Island country. The legend of the ghost ship had also gradually spread to the Frost Kingdom. The outcome of this battle is still brewing, and there is a faint folk rumor that you are the guardian of Arendelle. Legend rating +2. Dark Tide Naval Battle Large-scale battle. In the middle of March 1676 in the New Moon Era, you led a pirate army in the Dark Tide Channel to raid the retreating army of the Southern Island country. In this battle, you have severely damaged the navy of the Southern Island countries and brought the West Coast into your sphere of influence. With the victory of this battle, your reputation is getting higher and higher among the pirates. Some people even propose to rewrite the pirate code on behalf of the Pirate King in your name. Legend rating +3. The 2 legend ratings were given separately. Perhaps it was because the 2 battles were different. In total, Saran got a legend rating of 5. With the increase in legend rating, his personal reputation became higher and higher, and more people would know him. The most common adventure would often get a 10 legend rating. At around 20 legend rating, the reputation of the person would spread around. It was possible that many people in a country would have heard about your legend, such as when Saran had just become a pirate king. When a person's legend rating was more than 30 points, then the scope of spread would be expanded rapidly, perhaps spreading to half the continent. 50 legend rating was a dividing line. If you wanted more, either you had done something to make you a household name, or you had to find a way to spread your reputation beyond the mainland. For example, Saran, even though he was a well-known pirate, many kingdoms would not have heard of his name. The Underdark would definitely not know him. As for the other bottomless abyss, the 9 hells of Bata, the blessed fields of Elysium, the Grey Realm, and so on, they would not have heard of his name. The Frost Kingdom. Saran came to the Frost Kingdom again, but this time it was not to Arendelle, but to the Snow Mountains. This was the territory of the Ice Trolls. Although Saran had the ability to challenge these creatures with amazing regeneration ability, he had no intention to use them to level up because these monsters were not easy to kill. Their regeneration ability was too abnormal. What's more, the trolls here had spell-like abilities probably because they lived in the cold. These ice trolls had mutated to have spell-like abilities. There was also a chance to encounter the troll shaman, a healer-type troll. Trolls, a monster like this, was able to grow its head back after being cut off. If it was stabbed in the heart, it would still be fine. Along the icy mountains, Saran gradually walked into a valley. There was steep ice on all sides, and as the number of creatures entering here began to decrease dramatically, there appeared some elementals. Ice Elemental, Elemental Grade 4. Challenge Rating, Level 10. Monster Level 15, has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes, 22 and 10 total attribute points, 90,100. Specialty, Elemental Armor, Ice Spear. Elemental Characteristics, Ice Characteristics. Difficulty, A+. Elementals were all supernatural creatures. They were around grade 4 and were very difficult enemies for ordinary people to deal with. Even the pirate leaders under Saran's command would find them difficult to deal with. Ice elementals had a cold ice body up to about 2 meters high. Like the earth elemental, they also had a humanoid shape. Their bodies were light blue, and they were completely composed of ice with high hardness. They had no fatal points in their whole body, and any injury could be gradually repaired. Healing for them was just turning water into ice. As he got into the territory of the ice elementals, the legendary curved sword started to emit cold light. When the temperature was close to 0, a glow appeared, which reduced the cold damage Saran could receive. This level of fighting was not very difficult for Saran. He easily defeated these ice elemental and gradually went to the altar. The real show was the huge elemental that would appear after he took the elemental stone. The last time there was a legendary earth giant. This time, something would also appear, but Saran did not know what it would be. The altar was similar to the one last time. Saran approached cautiously, then fumbled around the altar and soon found the elemental stone water groom. When he took out the elemental stone, the ice under his feet immediately began to break, and then a huge arm suddenly stretched out from under the altar. The ground had cracked like a spider's web. The size of the arm was already at Saran's height. Boom! A huge body appeared. The upper body was made of ice, while the lower body was a water spiral. Karashi. Demigod, damn it. Saran's expression changed a little. In an instant, he slipped into the shadow and fled towards the valley. All of the genie elementals were demigod creatures, which were much more powerful than the elemental elders. Some of them could even realize the wishes of ordinary people, just like the legendary lamp. This was difficult for him to deal with. But just when Saran ran for the road outside the valley, the Korashi, who rushed out of the ground, suddenly said, "Finally free." Mortal, did you free Korinagos? Chapter 392. A genie's test. Demigod genie. Special elemental creatures, as long as an elemental was called genie, were all creatures with divinity. However, the most active elementals were the fire elemental and wind elemental. In most cases, adventurers would encounter genie the most times. They were also the most interesting ones, because genie likes to ask questions to others, or give a question to test others. As long as you could answer the question of the genie correctly, you may get its help or a reward. They were not affected by evil or good because genies were neutral creatures. There were some special items in the world, like a magic bottle or a magic lamp. Inside them were sealed genies. If you could find them, you could control the genie to serve you. But there were corresponding rules. Elementals had their own rules. Perhaps there's no need to fight it. Saran stopped and turned to look at the Korashi in the distance, but he didn't get close. Yes. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency Korinagos, it is I who freed you." Demigod genies were strong. Unfortunately, they also had a fatal weakness, that was, they could be imprisoned by some special means. That was why many legendary spellcasters had tried to imprison genies. The Korashi seemed to have been sealed. Saran carefully observed the genie. Among the enemies at the level of demigod, the most difficult to deal with were the demigod liches. Although the challenge difficulty of the genies was much lower than that of the demigod lich, it was still a legendary creature with a monster level of 24. Only a legend could become a demigod. Good. Korinagos stretched his body, frowned, and said, "I don't like the material plane. Mortal, I will soon return to the elemental world. So are you ready to accept my test?" Test? Saran was taken aback when he heard this and asked, "What test?" "Even if you let me go, I can't let you take away the elemental stone, let alone violate the contract to reward you," said Korinagos. looking at Saran in front of him. Any seal would be broken one day. Anyone that breaks the seal would have to complete the test before you could take the elemental stone. Of course, you could run, but you'll have to fight me then. Speaking of this, the genie raised his hand, pointed and saw the ice and snow breaking in the distance, and then turned into a big avalanche in an instant, blocking the way out of the valley. The scene was shocking to Saran because if he had just escaped, he might have been buried in the snow now. Although it would not threaten his life, his escape plan would have been lost. All right. Chronegos frowned and looked at the sun, then said, "Mortal, I don't have much time to delay, so be ready for my test now. I'll ask you some questions. Choose your answers carefully because it will decide what you will face next." He looked at Saran and said in a deep voice, "So, mortal, you are trapped in a dungeon, and there is a button in front of you. If you press it, you will be saved, and an innocent person will die. What will you do?" Saran frowned, looked at the genie, and said, "I'll press the button." "Very well," he nodded, not knowing whether he was satisfied or not, and then asked, "Because you pressed the button, an innocent man died. However, although you escaped from the dungeon, you encountered a powerful and incomparable demon. You could not defeat this demon at all, but you found your past companions. If you gather the strength of all your companions, you may defeat this powerful demon, but more likely, you will all die here. But you can also seduce others to help you attract the demon, and then as a rogue, you could easily escape. What would your choice be?" Saran's brow was even more wrinkled when he heard this. Without him knowing, he had put his hand on the handle of his sword. Then he said in a deep voice, "I will choose to fight." The genie smiled suddenly and began to ponder. With a flick of his hand, a 20-sided dice emerged with numbers ranging from 120. He looked at Saran and said in a deep voice, "Do you know the game of war and chess in the age of the Arcane Empire? To defeat an impossible enemy, you must have absolute luck." The ice dice spun quickly. Then, it fell to the ground, rolled, and stopped at the number 20. "It seems the goddess of good fortune is by your side." Chronegos didn't care about the result, and he continued in a low voice, "Congratulations. You have killed this powerful demon, you and your companions have been saved, and as a reward to defeat the demon, you have gained a lot of wealth." The genie gently waved his hand. In front of him appeared a dimensional space, and then pieces of blue gemstones fell from it, not many, just 20 pieces, all placed in front of Saran. The genie glanced at the surprised Saran and said, "Mortal, this is cryolite from the element plane, a rare and expensive gem, and you deserve the reward." However, at this point, he paused and continued in a low voice, "It's not over yet. As you overcome this powerful demon, you find that the dungeon is a very complex maze. Besides the demon's body, you see something that comes from the most important person in your heart. The person you cared the most seems to be trapped in this dungeon." Saran's expression changed a little, but the expression of the genie was still very playful. The genie continued, "You are going to enter the dungeon again to find the person you care about most. But your companions have different opinions. Some think that they should leave here first after the battle, rather than putting everyone in danger for one person. While half of the group is willing to follow you, the other half is against you, ready to leave and find a path out. But at this time, the demon's shadow appeared. It criticizes you with insightful words and tells others that your first plan was to let them delay the demon and then prepare to run away. Your companions trusted the demon, and because the demon's words corrupted their hearts, your companions left, leaving you alone. Now, what do you do? Exit from the dungeon maze with them, or go back to the dark and dangerous dungeon and look for the most important person who might be trapped here? Saran looked up at the genie and said without hesitation, "I'll go back and look for that person." Just as he answered that, the genie nodded, waved his hand, and shadowy figures of monsters appeared. "Good. You choose to go back to the depths of the dungeon, and your companions search for the exit." He continued in a low voice, "It is dangerous here. You've just encountered an unbeatable demon, and soon, you encounter another enemy, a strong, powerful Tauren's fighter. A glow of magic was seen. It seemed that the genie, a demigod, exerted some kind of summoning spell. A shadowy figure from the abyss appeared. The shadowy figure turned out to be a strong Tauren, who was as high as 3 meters in armor. It held a battle axe weighing more than 300 pounds in its hand. When it appeared, it roared at Saran and immediately swung its axe at him. Unfortunately, you encounter a Tauren from the abyss. The genie continued in a low, commentating voice. It may not be as powerful as the first demon, but it is still quite difficult to deal with. Foom. The ice on the ground was split by the axe. Saran leapt forward to avoid the enemy's attack, and at the same time, pulled out his sword. This test had become a little more interesting. In his past memory, it seemed that only a small number of genii could do this, turn simple problems into reality. And one of the names seemed to also have the words Nagos. Dang! Saran swung his sword to hold the attack of the Tauren from the abyss. His whole person stepped back 3 steps under the great power. Then, he turned around and swung his sword, leaving a mark on the armor of the Tauren. The beast had a monster level above 15. This was a Tauren sent by a medium or high-grade summoning spell. There were many Tauren like this in the abyss because one of the most powerful demon lords was a Tauren. Roar! The Tauren stepped on the ground, and a wave of air expanded around it like a shock wave. Then it locked on to Saran's position and once again swung its axe toward him. Shadow strike. Sword form beheading. A cold light appeared in Saran's eyes, and his figure suddenly swooped up. In a flash, he moved like a shadow, and then his sword passed through the throat of the Tauren. Thud. A headless body fell to the ground while Saran sheathed his sword without any expressions. Chapter 393 Elemental Stone Water Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Blood gushed out. Saran stood calmly, but he was not at all relaxed. It seemed that the demigod genie was not surprised by the result. It continued in a low voice, "The enemy in front of you was not dangerous to you, but as you enter the deep dungeon, the ground suddenly makes a strange sound, followed by a sharp arrow flying towards you. It seems that you triggered a trap." Just as the genie said that, he waved his hand, and the ice around the area became arrows flying towards Saran. Dang! 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 Another curved sword appeared in the palm of Saran's hand. His twin swords turned into the flowing light, blocking the ice arrows from all directions. At the same time, he rolled and moved back 3 meters, protecting himself with the twin swords in front of his chest, and looking at the genie in front of him warily. There was no sign of the spell attack that the opponent had just cast. The demigod genie was different from all the enemies he met in the past. The realm of the gods had its own rules, so the ice arrows just now was an improvised spell. "You've survived the trap." Chronegos looked up at the sky. His expression seemed to change a little, and then continued in a low voice, "You found the person you were looking for in a dungeon room." But at this time, the dungeon suddenly had loud noises. When you opened the door, you seemed to activate a mechanism. Now the whole dungeon will collapse, and hot magma will gush out from the bottom of the ground. The burning magma will cover the dungeon, which may be swallowed by the molten rock gushing out at any time. The whole ground shook. The ice gradually disintegrated, and the whole valley seemed to vibrate as if something terrible would happen. There was a divine light in the eyes of the demigod genie. He looked at Saran in front of him. His smile suddenly became weird and said in a low voice, "At this time, the demon who first attacked suddenly appeared. He stood in front of you." Chronegos' figure seemed to distort as if his body was not made of real material. His smile was eerie. "I can open a teleportation portal to let you leave here, but this portal only allows one person to go. The other person will be buried. Who do you choose to go through the portal?" Broom. The mountains around the valley began to collapse, and the ice and snow rushed down like torrents. The rock structure of the mountain gradually collapsed. The cliffs around the valley started to fall. Probably in a short time, the whole valley would be buried by the falling boulders. A glow from the teleportation portal appeared. In front of Saran's eyes appeared a blue teleportation portal, and the demigod genie smiled at him strangely as though waiting for Saran's answer. Saran's eyebrows were locked tightly, and he gently moved away from a huge rock falling from the sky. The colossal rock smashed into the ground, which meant that if he were hit, he would be seriously injured. He wanted to leave here, but he felt the genie had locked his body, and the opponent was waiting for his answer. The smile of the genie was like that of a devil. "I'll stay." Saran slowly pulled out his curved sword, his muscles tensed and ready to fight at any time. He said in a deep voice, "I will choose to stay." Boom! The earth gradually cracked. The nearby mountain collapsed, and a boulder with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell from the sky. The demigod genie looked at Saran, then smiled playfully and said, "Very well. You have passed my test, mortal. Goodbye. I hope we can meet again one day." The figure of Koronigos gradually disappeared. However, the surrounding rocks that were falling did not stop. Countless boulders fell and would soon cover the valley. Saran took a deep breath. Then he quickly cast spells. With the help of Fly, his whole body rose in the air. When his figure flew into the air, the valley in front of him had been buried by ice, snow, and rocks. The whole valley had become ruins, and the nearby mountains have almost collapsed in half. If he didn't know how to fly, he would not have been able to escape at all and would have been buried under everything. The original elemental altar had also completely disappeared. The elemental energy here seemed to have changed, and the aura of the ice elemental had disappeared. The demigod genie was nowhere to be seen. Maybe it had gone to the elemental plane or some other world. Saran's figure stayed in the air for a while and then flew toward the east. The collapse of the mountain buried everything behind him. It was estimated that there would be no elemental ice here in the future. Intuition told him that there might be another array under the valley, but it should have been destroyed by now. He didn't care where the demigod genie would go because with the coming of the Avatar crisis, this level of creatures would become more and more common. But for some reason, he felt that this demigod genie was a little strange. He seemed to be different from other genies. Maybe it was because he had been sealed up. Saran did not stay here but went toward the eastern desert. There was not much time left for him, because according to the progress in his memory, if there were no significant changes, there would be important news from the Underdark. When he heard the news, he was near the misty forest. It was around April. Deities were appearing. The first batch of gods had fallen. One of them fell to the Underdark and finally died there. Note: for details, please review the chapters about Whiterun, which mentions the gods who fell to earth at that time. 3 days passed. Saran crossed the icy lands and left the Frost Kingdom. He didn't go to the elves' territory, because he heard that Elfenland was not very stable. The druids seemed to have a fierce conflict with the elves and gods, so legendary druids were dissatisfied with the elves' royal family. The recent actions of the druids were quite unusual. People who were interested could feel what they were planning. But because the druids' territory was tough to infiltrate, there was no specific news. Note: for details, please review the chapters about the elemental stone earth. Saran naturally paid attention to this kind of communication. The night was upon him. Saran came to a town called Blackwaters near the misty forest, which was rich in coal resources and still had a coal mine. He once came here, but at that time, it was broken. Due to excessive mining and tree cutting, people around Blackwaters offended a group of powerful natural life. However, Blackwaters was still very prosperous now, with a lot of caravans and a population of more than 10,000. There were some supernatural creatures in the forest, creatures that even Saran wouldn't dare to offend. That was why he was only passing by. It was rowdy inside the tavern, but it was already in the hinterland of the mainland. So, there was no news from the south coast and nothing from the Frost Kingdom. People were still talking about Whiterun. It was said that the leader of Whiterun pulled out the legendary dragon-slaying sword and prepared to gather the army and powerful adventurers to kill the Red Dragon. The crafty ancient Red Dragon hasn't revealed its identity yet, but Saran already knew the fate of the leader of Whiterun. He just hoped that this time there won't be any big deviation and that Whiterun would not decline so soon. The decline of Whiterun city meant that the surrounding environment began to deteriorate, and other races gradually launched attacks on humans. Humans were greedy. If they were strong enough, then the other races could only retreat, but once they became weak, hatred and desire would rekindle the war. Saran sat in his room and toyed with the elemental stone water in his hand. Item type: elemental stone water. Item grade: legendary grade 1. Description: a special treasure from the plane of elemental water. It is endowed with special magic powers and can be used to cast powerful spells when activated. It doesn't seem to be a single item. From the pattern on edge, it can be seen that it was once a part of an item. Requirements: none. Effects: summon water elemental once every 7 days. Ice storm once every 3 days. Compared with the elemental stone earth, the elemental stone water was less useful. The water elemental it summoned was much weaker than that of the earth element. Its speed was no faster than that of the air elemental. However, its combat power in the sea was amazing. The fire elemental was the most practical among the 4 elementals because it was basically a burning flame, which could cause damage to enemies as long as it moved around. It had a crushing effect against many weak enemies. As for the spell Ice Storm, this was a no-damage spell. While less useful than Stone Skin, it still had some uses in certain cases. Ice Storm level 4 spell summons an ice storm to cause regional damage to enemies within 2040 meters, causing 18 blunt damage and 12 cold damage to enemies within the range. The enemy in the area would have their movement speed reduced. The influence of the reduced movement speed depended on the enemy's constitution. The damage of this spell was not better than a level 3 fireball. However, there was one advantage: it could affect an enemy's movement speed. Chapter 394 Eastern Desert. The land gradually became barren once he passed through the edge of the forest. The forest was a special place. There was a particular magic dead zone. In short, it was complicated by elemental energy, so it wasn't covered by the magic network. Spellcasters would be affected here, and many failed to cast or even became confused. Most of these places were very dangerous because of the strong energy radiation, so it was easy to produce strong mutant organisms. Deep in the forest was the place where a god fell. A god who once had great power once fell here. So far, few people had been able to enter. It was very difficult even for saints to enter. Only a few legendary druids could connect the with dreams. There were some rumors. It was said that the deep part of the fog was connected with a certain realm, which was a huge hay plane embedded in the material plane. It was a pity that no one could prove it. The sandstorm became stronger and stronger. After entering the Gobi Desert, everything was gradually desolate. This land was the territory of the Nulls, and there were a number of them. Because of the harsh living environment, many Nulls here had advanced professions. There was the belief of Yi-Nagu, Prince of Nulls, one of the Lords of the Abyss, the Demon Lord of the 422nd level of the Abyss, one of the most powerful Nulls. Perhaps it was not the most powerful Abyss Lord, but no one should belittle him because its old enemies were the Queen of Succubus and the King of Tauren. If he could fight with them for thousands of years and not fall, either he was really lucky or had great power. The Prince of Nulls was not a complicated Abyss Lord. Saran had gone to his territory before. His goal in life was to make the Nulls group prosper. For this reason, it hunted the weak creatures as much as possible or plotted against the enemy. Unfortunately, the Nulls were natural hunters, which meant that their numbers would never grow. A strong wind blew by. With excellent tracking ability, the Nulls found Saran, who was walking alone on the Gobi Desert. They carefully lurked behind and communicated in special ways. They were wise enough to understand that the person traveling alone was not so easy to deal with, but their desire for flesh and blood encouraged them to keep following him. Swoosh! An arrow shot out. In order to avoid trouble, Saran took out his bow and then shot an arrow at the shoulder of the Gnoll. Because of the wind's direction, the arrow deviated. It should have hit its head. Ow! Ow! A scream came out, and the Gnolls realized that they could not deal with the target in front of them. These creatures soon retreated. The more he moved inward, the fewer plants there were. Finally, Saran began to see the desert. The scene of the yellow sand covering the sky was bleak, and there was hardly any greenery in front of him. This was the disaster left behind by the Arcane Empire. Many brilliant cities were now buried under this yellow sand, and part of the reason were humans. In the past, too many plants were cut, thus, The environment was destroyed. The rivers dried up, and the earth became desertified. The humans moved out of here, leaving other creatures to settle here. After crossing the desert, it would be the Eastern Kingdoms. It was the largest desert on the material plane. Even flying took days. Sran's goal was in the interior of the desert, so he needed to find the city in the desert first. An oasis. Since the environment had become bad, some druids had come here to work. They formed the legendary tree shepherds, who had been creating greenery in this harsh desert for hundreds of years. It was quite difficult because it was hard to repair the deteriorated environment, while there was still residual energy radiation in many places. The shepherds were another group of druids. They seldom interfered in the mainland. Their task was to plant plants and build oases in the desert. These druids had a very great reputation in the desert area. Finding an oasis was not easy. It was also a strange environment for Saran. He could only rely on his fly ability to determine the location and then pursue the traces of life in the wilderness. On the first day, he could only rest on the sand dune of the desert and continued on early in the morning. As he got deeper into the desert, there were some decaying buildings in front, which were as grand as the pyramids of Egypt. Unfortunately, they were now dilapidated and not in shape. They had been buried in yellow sand all around. If you want to enter, you could only dig out a passage. This was a very dangerous thing since Saran was almost buried by quicksand in the past. It seemed that the land under his feet used to be a city, and now it had become an ancient relic in the desert. Except for the occasional adventurers looking for wealth, no one else would go to the desert. The desert was filled with too many dangers. This desert buried nearly a third of the cities in the period of the Arcane Empire, including the sealed ancient evil creatures. To explore here was to explore a city, which was a very large project. The most dangerous place was in eastern countries. There were many such ancient relics under the monks' monasteries, many of which suppresses terrible, evil things. Half a day went by. Some greenery finally appeared in front of Saran. He saw a river in the desert. There were tall trees on both sides of the bank, which were very neatly distributed around. These were not natural. It seemed that the place was man-made. The work of the druids. After finding a river, it meant that an oasis was near. Saran got quicker. A sandy rock wall appeared in front. At the gate of the city stood a high flagpole, which was quite different from the hinterland of the mainland. The whole town was surrounded by sand and wind. Traveling caravans no longer used horses, but camels. They carried heavy goods on the camels, and there were oriental merchants dressed in Arabian-style clothes. Many of the buildings around were built of sand and stone, which seemed to be rough and desolate. Saran entered a desert city. Chapter 395 Divine Avengers. There were many people in the city. The city in the desert was called Hadar, which meant the watchman in the desert. It was an old Eastern language. Probably, many learned wizards didn't understand it. Upon entering, Saran had a sense of returning to the western regions in the Middle Ages. The mixed population was a bit like Jerusalem, both desert and western, and they were trading with different languages and accents. Some Eastern merchants were reluctant to enter the Western continent so that many goods would be sold in cities on the edge of the desert. After coming here, Saran felt that he had forgotten about one important thing. That was to study the spell comprehend languages. Damn the local language. Although there were many people who mastered the common language, the mainstream language was still an Eastern language, and there were dialect characteristics in different desert areas. Now that he did not have a language translation system, he could only understand some of the words, and normal communication was troublesome. Fortunately, he was only passing by here. If not, he would only be able to find businessmen who understood the common language to communicate. The architecture in the city was a kind of a dome-shaped building, and the most remarkable ones were the desert temples. Those were the temples of death. The portfolio of death had always been an important field for the gods to fight for. Therefore, almost every god had a hand in this field. The desert temple in front of us was the temple of Nephthys, the eastern goddess of wealth and death. At the top of the temple, Saran saw a gold bowl with the emblem of life floating on it. This was a goddess of the chaotic good camp. The title extended from the field of death was the protector of the dead, which meant that she protected the dead from being disturbed. That was why the believers of this goddess were not hard to deal with. The Eastern god system was an outsider during the ancient empire period. No one could be sure exactly where they came from. However, the ancient empire once plundered a large number of people from other realms. That was also when the Eastern desert gods were born. For a long time, the Eastern desert deities seldom participated in the struggle of other gods. Even in the chaotic era of the Arcane Empire, they were just spectators. The belief of these gods was limited to desert areas. Because of the influence of monks, the Eastern countries believed more on the natural way of life Tao, so they did not believe in a particular god. This Tao was a bit like the so-called heaven way. But it was not the way of heaven that people knew about. It was more inclined to the soul. The pursuit of the monk was personal sublimation. If you had to use a word to describe it, Saran thought it was the so-called unity of man and nature. Anyway, up to now, Saran had no way to distinguish the spiritual detachment pursued by druids and monks. In his opinion, heaven and nature were basically the same thing. Saran was not the kind of person who was too rigid about the spiritual world. There was something recorded like this from a book was written by the Druid wanderer who traveled to the eastern countries. The Druid finally became a powerful legend that multi-professioned as a monk. In addition to the daily training, the monk's practice was mainly spiritual. They have a mysterious connection with the spiritual world directly and feel the mystery of nature through meditation. That is why they don't need priests and gods. In the process of traveling in the East, I saw many powerful monks. They didn't know any magic at all, but they could master many magical abilities through cultivation. This ability was not from the gods nor any arcane skill. It was more like the gift of nature to the practitioners. I believe this is another law of nature. That is why I've decided to join them in search of the mysteries of nature. Saran found a tavern to stay and wanted to gather some information. It was very difficult to find a place in the vast desert. Even he, himself, only knew the general direction. If no one had explored the region, Saran, as a pioneer, might need to dig a hole to go in. His next target, cloak of proof against detection, was in the underground ruins, which were still buried in the deep desert. It was not like finding a dungeon to venture into, but more like an archaeological discovery. The specifics were like when the European raiders' excavation of the Egyptian pyramids. The first batch of underground remains that were opened in those years were almost all the channels that the adventurers paid to dig. The geographical environment of the desert also did not leave any entrance intact after thousands of years. Saran wandered in this desert city. There were adventurers from the east. Every year, there were monks on their way to practice. They visit the Druid temple on the other side of the mainland and compete with other professions. These were their daily practices. The closer one got to the east, the more monks were seen, but most of them still had their hair. Only those who were prepared to strictly observe the martial monk's commandments, or who had made the pledge of poverty, would shave off their hair. Saran first walked around the area, but when he was ready to go back to the tavern for a rest, there was a riot in front of him. Then a loud and hoarse voice came from the front, making him stop. There were a lot of people gathered there. Even the guards nearby were attracted by what was happening, but they had no intention of stopping them. They didn't know what to do. Saran moved closer. Then in front of his eyes appeared a paladin with a face full of vicissitudes. From his face, he seemed very young. Unfortunately, the environment had been harsh on him, making him look at least 10 years old. The paladin was dressed in old silver armor, and his wrist was equipped with scales and arm armor. In front of him was a man dressed as a desert warrior. The curved sword that the desert warrior had was in the paladin's hand. He could not stab him nor pull back his sword. The paladin's face shocked Saran slightly. Saran seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed a little. Judgment of righteousness. In the face of the frightened desert warrior, a white light appeared in the palms of the paladin. He suddenly released his hand, pulled out his double-handed sword, and pointed it to the enemy in front of him. A bloody glow appeared. A red glow representing evil appeared from the desert warrior. The blood red light startled other people. Anyone with a little knowledge could not help but back away, because the desert warrior in front of them had killed many people. A desert bandit. He's a desert bandit. A businessman next to him seemed to remember something. Then he said in a voice of anger and fear, "They ransacked a caravan previously and left no one alive." The paladin did not care about the others in the crowd. Looking at the man in front of him, the paladin said in a low voice, "A week ago, you attacked a caravan from the oasis city and killed 27 innocent people. You must pay for your crimes." The paladin wielded his heavy sword in both hands and swung it down. The desert warrior in front of him used his curved sword to block, but his whole person flew out. Pang! His body hit a wall behind him, and he spat out blood. Justice, with power or law. The paladin once again wielded his huge sword and cut down, saying in a low voice, "But the law here seems to protect you, so I can only rely on power to maintain justice." The big sword he had glowed as he swung it down. Crack! A clear snapping sound. The curved sword of the desert warrior broke, and he was struck down. Smite evil. The paladin glanced at the others, pausing for a moment as he passed Saran, but soon turned away. He did not recognize Saran. He went to the body of the desert bandit, leaned over, and whispered a few words in a special language. Then he took a look at the stiff-looking guards around him and walked towards the city with one hand lifting the body. No one heard what he said. But when Saran heard the strange language, he was shocked for a moment because he was familiar with it. This was an ancient language. No one knew where it came from, but the rough translation was, "In the name of justice, revenge for the weak." There was a very important sentence in Paladin's creed. Sympathy for the weak and protection of women and children. Saran never thought that his words really set the young Paladin, who he met in the City of Wealth, on the path to become a divine Avengers. But it seemed that he hadn't finished his test yet, because a real divine Avengers was not what Saran saw just now. It seemed that he had completed many practices because the divine Avengers also had the test of asceticism. The truly formed divine Avengers were all close to the legendary level. Although the swing just now from the young Paladin was powerful, it was still far from the power of a true divine Avenger. Furthermore, he was still wielding a double-handed heavy sword. This meant that he had not reached the requirements yet. The paladin went alone. No one dared to stop him. The city guards just looked as he walked away with the body. Any city would have its dark side. The goods that the desert bandit got must be sold somewhere. Sran looked at the figure of the paladin. His eyes seemed to move a little, and then he followed him quietly. Chapter 396. Warden Saran followed him at the back. The opponent was stronger than before, so it may be dangerous to go too close. Just after the paladin left the city, Saran noticed that someone was rushing out. The paladin had killed the desert bandit in the town. It even seemed that the bandit was a leader of some sort. Thus, it was almost impossible to leave the city without being hunted by others. Desert bandits ranked first among mountain bandits in different places. Their ferocity was not far from that of pirates. Their desire for revenge was extreme. Since the bandits sold their goods in the city, the desert bandit could not have been alone. The paladin went out alone, so the desert bandits would likely hunt him. That was why Saran followed him. He didn't like to help others, but he didn't want the paladin to die here, so he decided to follow him and see if the paladin could match the desert bandits. If not, he'll intervene slightly. However, seeing that the paladin was so confident, it seemed that he had some ability. The sandstorm became stronger. The paladin did not move quickly. This led to Saran suspecting whether the paladin did this on purpose. Sure enough, after about an hour, sounds of horses came from afar, and then 10 masked desert bandits gradually approached from the side of the dunes. They surrounded the paladin swiftly. Kill him. The relentless and fierce desert bandits had no superfluous words, and there was no chance for talking with the paladins. Under the command of a desert bandit, who seemed to be the leader, the other desert bandits charged toward the paladin. Some of them pulled out their swords, while others took out bows and arrows to aim at the target. The number of desert bandits was nearly 40. Even a legendary figure would find this situation a bit tricky. Seems like he's in a bit of trouble. Sran looked ahead but did not move. He needed to make sure that the paladin wasn't asking to be killed. If he didn't even foresee the situation, he would be asking for death. Such a person was not worth saving because, ultimately, they would still be killed. Charge! With a clang, the young paladin raised his hand and threw away the body of the bandit. Then he rushed towards him with a huge sword in his hands and roared, "You have sinned. Thus you'll pay." A glow appeared. The paladin's whole body seemed to be covered by some energy. He swung his huge sword and rushed up to a bandit. In an instant, he slashed through horizontally. With the whine of horses, he cut down the horse and the bandit. "Justice be with me, hand of Tyr." The paladin's palm pressed down on the two-handed sword. Then the seemingly ordinary two-handed sword separated from the middle and became two any-handed swords. He held the swords and rose in the air. In an instant, two bandits were killed on the spot. Dance of Death. The whirlwind of the ability was more amazing than Saran's spinning strike, able to directly split all the enemies involved in two parts: blood, corpses, and chopped off limbs. At this moment, the violence shown by the young paladin seemed to have a violent aura. This was what Saran remembered them to be, the divine avengers. Tang, tang, tang. Arrows shot at the paladin's body, but it failed to penetrate his silver-broken armor. He blocked one of the arrows with his scale armor, and then suddenly accelerated to the archer in front. Justice, holiness, courage. The young paladin laid his hand on the sand, and the crafty desert robbers immediately turned his horse back when he found that he was close to him. It was difficult to catch up with these enemies, only relying on his legs. However, the paladin seemed to have activated a special ability in the next moment. With the holy white light turning into a summoning array, a tall white horse rushed from it. Greater summon mount. Heavenly horse. The white steed rushed out of the summoning array. The paladin jumped on the horse. Under the telepathic conditions, the heavenly steed automatically chased the enemy. This was a horse from the heavens. Only a few professions could summon it. Paladins were just one of them. These horses were stronger and smarter than the horses on the material plane. They were creatures of the higher realm and had a monster level of 10. Blood gushed out. The paladin moved like the wind, striking down the enemy one at a time. Tang, tang, tang. The young paladin was just like merciless reapers, without any mercy for the bandits. His moves were fierce, ruthless, and even more aggressive than Saran's attack when he reaps the enemy. Anyone that got struck down was sure to be dead. Even if one or two of the bandits knelt down to beg for mercy after being taken down, the paladin did not hesitate and directly cut off the enemy's head with his sword. The brutal battle continued. The paladin gradually had some wounds. Even the strong celestial horse was a little breathless at the moment because it had an arrow in its abdomen. Healing hands. The holy light emerged. The paladin could use it to heal the wounds after he had inspired the holy energy. However, the healing effect was not as good as that of the priest. This ability could only be used once a day, but the holy energy of healing could be used separately. What the paladin healed was not his wounded self, but the heavenly horse. With a low roar, he suddenly jumped off the horse's back and slashed at an enemy. His power was weaker than before. Without the advanced legend field, he could not master the strong legend abilities of armor skin, epic toughness, epic prowess, perfect physique, etc., which meant that his explosive powers were not supported. The bandits suffered heavy casualties, but after finding that the paladin was exhausted, they rushed back up again. Sacrifice, honor, unyielding. The young paladin was still resolute. He closed his two any-handed swords again, then took a deep breath and shouted, "Judgment!" Sword form crossed slash. The merciless and domineering sword light emerged, and the enemies who rushed in front of him were cut into 4 neat pieces in an instant. Saran was shocked. Advanced level sword form. There were not many abilities in the world that could be called advanced swordsmanship. The complete wide raven formation was one of them, but Saran had not really mastered it until now, because he had not got a complete knowledge. Sword form crossed slash was another advanced sword technique, which originated from the crusade against the infidels. The complete version should be called the silver-crossed slash. Such a sword form had gone beyond the scope of mortals. A sword saint, who was close to the legendary level, when launching the chi rising chop, wields his sword at something 5 meters away. Obviously, he didn't hit it physically, but he could still split the item. In simpler terms, it was something like the sword's chi. This kind of ability was very difficult to cultivate. Anyone who had mastered it had experienced a long period of austerity. Basically, the difficulty was similar to the training of a sword saint once seen by Saran. The young paladin did not use the complete version of silver-crossed slash, but the power of each attack was just as fierce as the swordsman who activated chi. As the strike got more powerful, the strain on his body became greater. Saran could see that he was close to the end. But when he was ready to help the paladin secretly, suddenly, he felt something and retreated into the shadow again. Judgment. Another huge figure appeared. It was a very tall man, nearly 2 or 4 meters tall, looking like a little giant. With a hammer in one hand, he rushed in like a tiger into a flock of sheep. In a flash, there were dozens of bandits killed by his hands. This tall and incomparable man was carrying a heavy hammer and a heavy book with metallic luster on the other hand. He was expressionless but ruthlessly killing the bandits in front of him. Almost none of the bandits on the scene could resist a move under his hand, all of which were killed with one blow. Saran was shocked once more. He looked at the tall man and muttered, "Warden." "Good." The warden glanced at the corpse all over the ground, and then his eyes fell on the young paladin. He said slowly, "Although it's not as good as I expected, you've done well for your level. Young man, you've passed my test here." A paladin with a profession level of 16 or so, who dealt with a desert bandit group alone and killed 2/3 of the enemies, this was already a brilliant result. The young paladin kneeled down and said, "Your Excellency Warden." The big man looked at him. Suddenly his expression changed slightly, and said in a solemn voice, "Is that a rogue nearby? Come out." Detected. Saran slowly walked up from a sand dune. The Divine Avengers had always been hidden in the Gobi area. They were active in the desert most of the time. Because they were also orderly, this organization also accepted some training from the monks. Perhaps this was how he detected Saran. Hearing wind sounds. Chapter 397. Chapter 43. Adil. There were many unique training methods in the Eastern world. For example, the ascetic monks in the East had a special ability called Alert Mind, which was more powerful than the legendary ability Sixth Sense. In addition, the monks' training methods could also obtain many additional abilities, such as spiritual walk, position perception through wind, deflect concealed weapon, etc. Many of these abilities were common and could be mastered by other professions. Among them, druids and sword saints were those who learned the most from monks. The warden should also have some special abilities. Even with Saran just moving a little, the warden was able to detect him. Saran walked out directly and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, long time no see." After hearing Saran, the warden lowered his hammer and asked, "Who are you? Have we met before?" Saran's words were a psychological hint. The opponent would be less likely to attack him. Long time no see. Saran glanced at the paladin beside him. The young paladin didn't recognize him because Saran was wearing a cape at the moment. At that time, when Saran was in the City of Wealth, he wasn't as powerful as he was now. As long as Saran did not want to expose himself, it was not easy to recognize him. He looked at the warden and said, "In fact, I was just passing by. But since I've encountered your Excellency, I hope to make a deal with you." "A deal?" The warden looked shocked and asked, "What deal?" To him, Saran looked like a legendary rogue. No matter whether he was evil or not, he was not sure he could win against a legendary rogue. The nearby paladin was also likely to be affected. He did not want a young seed to fall here. The number of Divine Avengers had been very small, and most of the paladins had gathered under the leadership of the Lord of Glory. Compared with the decisive Divine Avengers, the Lord of Glory was more in line with the belief of the paladins. For example, exterminate evil. This was a creed of the Divine Avengers. They advocated cutting the grass and removing the roots and showing no mercy to the enemy. However, other paladins advocated for treating the captives kindly, do no harm to anyone without arms, and those who are less guilty can be forgiven if they repent, etc. Take the desert bandits in front of them, for example. The Divine Avengers would kill them completely, while the orthodox paladins may let some people go. Saran looked at the warden and said, I've come across this information. Maybe this news is very useful to you. But if you want to get information from me, you have to pay for it. I happen to have one thing that I want to ask you for. Thieves Guild? Or is he a rogue from some other organization? The warden frowned and asked, what information? What do you want? Saran smiled and said, I got the information during the journey by accident. I know where the gem is for the Holy Avenger Sword Casimir. I know your group had always wanted to fix this artifact, so I think you'll be interested in the information. Casimir. The warden was shocked when he heard that. He took a step forward and looked at Saran. He then asked in a deep voice, you sure you have the information for Casimir? Holy Avenger, Casimir, a +5 artifact and the most powerful weapon in the mortal realm. However, it was not complete right now, because the most important part of the artifact was still missing. That was the Eye of Tyre. This eye was similar to a gem and was used to repair the Divine Avenger, Casimir. For a long time, the organization of the Divine Avenger had been searching for its whereabouts, but unfortunately, there had been no clue. Saran, of course, had not seen the eye. But there was a clue in his memory. That's something Saran could not get now, but he did not mind telling the warden in advance. What do you want? The warden had a cold expression and said, I'm curious what a rogue would want from us. He believed it. If an ordinary profession said it, he would probably scoff at it, but if it was told by a legendary rogue, the credibility would be quite high. Plus, the rogue was the profession that would get information more easily. It's nothing important. Saran took a look at him and said slowly, I know your organization has been expanding in the desert for so many years. I want the map here, but not the ordinary map. I want a map that has marked all the ancient ruins. One of them has something I need, so it's a fair deal. The desert had many dangerous ancient ruins. Many places were the remains of the Arcane Empire, and the paladins were secretly monitoring these places to check on the terrible monsters sealed in them. The radiation energy had previously created many mutant creatures. The ancient evil creatures were a big threat to the Eastern world. The paladins also shouldered some of this responsibility. A map. The warden became quiet. Just as Saran said, this was nothing important to them. The worst thing that could happen would be that the rogue opened some dangerous places. Even if there was no map, this legendary rogue was determined to find it. He would be able to find it. Where's the item? The warden looked at Saran and said, tell me where the item is, and I'll ask someone to pass you the map. The words of the paladins were reliable. Saran took a look at him and said slowly, in the Underdark. It is in the hands of a death tyrant beholder. With your ability, you should be able to invite a legendary wizard to use divination. You can know the truth of the information with divination. As for the specific location, I will tell you when the map is delivered. Divination had great limitations. However, with some clues, it could be useful. Of course, this was assuming that Saran was telling the truth. Without the clue he gave, only using Eye of Tyre for divination, they could not get more clues. The warden took a deep look at Saran and then said in a deep voice, good. As long as the information is true, what you want will be delivered soon. Let's go. The legendary paladin turned to leave, as if eager to confirm the truth of the information. However, before leaving, the young paladin could not help but look at Saran. He seemed a little familiar. Although Saran didn't say the specific location, as long as the information just now was true, the power to activate the Casimir could be found. However, the cost was very high. They must first find the Death Tyrant Beholder in the Underdark. This monster was not easy to deal with. Now it even had the eye of a deity. A day went by. The Divine Avengers moved quickly. Almost the next noon, Saran got what he wanted, a map that had marked most of the ancient ruins. Saran could tell whether it was true or not because even though he did not know the terrain of the desert very well, he still had some impression on the location of the ruins that were traced and explored by many adventurers. More than 70% of the desert ruins on it Saran had vague memories, and the place he wanted to go was also marked on it. There was a Bala at the deepest part of the site, which was clearly marked on the map. Saran's memory coincided with this information because there was a divine avenger who sealed the Bala, a 27 monster-level creature. What Saran wanted was not with the creature, so he probably won't have to deal with the monster. The map had marked most of the things, from the golems, evil creatures, demons to devils. There were many places where everything was clear. Such a map was only in the hands of a few powerful organizations, and he only got more than half of the map previously. Saran told them what he knew. As for whether they could get it or not, it was the matter of the paladins. There were many dangers in the Underdark, thus, it was not easy for them to enter. They would surely need to form a group of legendary figures to complete the mission. With the map in hand, Chapter 398 Oriental Dancer Pearl of the Desert. This was a city close to the eastern world and the boundary to the Desert of Death. From here, you could continue to the east and enter the Desert of Death. It was a very dangerous place, and it was also a gathering place for the believers of God of Death, Nerul. There were many titles in the field of death, but the evilest one was undoubtedly the believers of God of Death, Nerul. This ancient god was known as the enemy of goodness, the abomination of life, the dark emissary, the king of gloom, the reaper of flesh and blood, and so on. From his creation until now, he had never fallen. He was one of the few surviving ancient gods of death. The believers of Nerul did not need a reason for attacking others because their belief was about collecting life. This god of death hated life. Saran's figure came here. In this prosperous desert city, there were not many people like him. This was the territory of desert people. People of other races seldom went this far. In the center of the city was a big palace, with exquisite carvings on the four walls. The top of the palace was a huge statue of an immortal bird. It was said that the immortal bird once appeared here and got new life in the fire, so it had always been the eyesore of Nerul. There were many people in the guild of adventurers. Saran saw elves, dwarves, and halflings, but most of the elves here were druids. Since the cultivation of monks spread to the mainland, many druids would travel to the eastern countries. Anything you need? An oriental woman with a veil and slender waist appeared in front of Saran. She was the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. Because of the different geographical relations, this place was naturally different from the mainland. Saran could see at a glance that she was an advanced oriental dancer. In her exotic dress, there were at least 10 deadly throwing knives hidden. This was a class similar to the clown. The oriental dancers were proficient in some of the fighting skills of the bards, and at the same time, they were trained by monks. These women's movements were fierce and deadly, and sometimes they could be assassins. They were very good at using their own beauty and charming dance to confuse the enemy. This was a class that required agileness and charm. There were many special advanced classes in the Eastern world. Saran only glanced at them and found 2 or 3 special advanced classes, including the Ronin, a class advanced from the rogue that was good at swordcraft. I want to post a recruitment mission. Saran glanced at the oriental dancer in front of him, raised his hand, took out a task list, and handed it to the woman in front of him. The oriental dancer glanced at him, raised her head, and looked at him with blue eyes. She said softly, "Do you want to explore ancient relics?" Task difficulty level C. You'll need to recruit some pros. The cost is 1,000 gold dirals. We will announce your information. If someone wants to take this task, we will send someone to inform you. Please leave your current address with us. Saran quickly left his address, then glanced at the hall. He went to the hotel, as he needed to learn some new spells. It was not easy to recruit a group of pros. Professions that were too weak were useless in these relics, so Saran was ready to stay there for 3 days. As Saran left, the oriental dancer glanced at him and said slowly, "A high-grade rogue. He should be from the south. with the taste of the sea. He had the smell as the Ronin. He has probably been on the sea for some time. I don't know why such a rogue would come to the desert. Face read. Oriental dancers were very good at collecting information. Their knowledge was no worse than that of bards, as long as he doesn't cause any trouble. The middle-aged man glanced at the task list and said in a deep voice, he wants to explore ancient relics. Every year these adventurers come here to die. They have no idea what's deep in the desert. The Oriental dancer shrugged her shoulder and said, well, what can we do if they want to die? We can't stop them. Soon, the task was posted out. Because it was a task of clever difficulty, it was posted at a more obvious place. Exploring ancient relics, recruiting experienced veterans, a reward of at least 5,000 gold dirils, posted by Rogue. It looks like a lot of money. The post had attracted much attention. However, most of them considered their own power and chose to give up, because many of them were mercenaries. At most, they could only take up the task of escorting caravans. The risk of such ancient relics exploration was too high. Even if they were well paid, they were not sure. Doesn't look bad. A bearded dwarf in heavy armor glanced at the post, then put down his axe and said in a deep voice, maybe I can talk to this rogue? The task was not that simple. Not many veterans would decide so easily. They would want to know the details of the mission. Another person attracted by the task was the Ronin sitting in the corner. Beside him, there was a wine pot. He had been wiping his sword. After noticing the crowd, he took a serious look. 5,000 gold dirils. It was already a great reward. Enough to make a profession like him interested. Spellcasters were rare to see as usual. There was not a wizard in the whole adventurer guild, not even a sorcerer. Druids didn't seem to be interested in this task. They had always rejected this kind of underground exploration because they believed it would cause disasters. Many of the druids here were herders, not druids of the fighting school. Their strength was quite polarized. 3 days passed. Saran recruited some useful veterans with rich rewards, a dwarf with heavy armor, a Ronin, and a desert warrior. With Saran, they had a group of 4. It's a pretty good group. The only one missing was a priest. As always, it was hard to recruit high-grade priests. These guys were in a high position and rarely took risks to make money. Because he couldn't get a spellcaster, Saran had to delay the mission. Although he did not care much, these temporarily recruited teammates wanted to have a spellcaster around, so there was more security. In the end, Saran had to raise the reward to 8,000 gold dirils. Unfortunately, it still couldn't move the spellcasters. He could only turn this investment to purchase supplies from the desert temple. Expensive therapeutic potions still had some uses. The potion made by priests could achieve the effect of treat serious wounds. But the price was not cheap. A little accident happened when Saran considered whether he could finally find a way to bring together a team of 5 adventurers with a high-grade profession. Someone took the initiative to find him, ready to take up this task. A woman. A beautiful and dangerous woman. The previous day, Saran was just about to return to his tavern. He went out and hired a group of workers to dig a passage to the underground ruins with tools. But as soon as he came to the door of the tavern, Saran's expression suddenly became heavy, and then he put his hand on his sword. Someone had touched the door handle. Before leaving, Saran left a very slight mark. Now the mark was asymmetric, and the door had been opened. Saran had told the innkeeper not to clean up the room, so there was a great chance that someone else had snuck in. There was no sound from the room. Saran was sure that if there were any people in there, they would be able to hear his footsteps. He reached for the handle of the door, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed it open. There was nothing unusual in the room. But Saran saw that there was a slight shift in the table. It was less than a millimeter or 2 away. If it wasn't for his amazing observation skill and memory, it was impossible to notice that someone had come in and moved his stuff. Saran closed the door gently. He didn't relax his vigilance because he couldn't see people in the room. There were many professions in the world who were proficient in stealth, and there were many whose abilities were no worse than him. Swoosh! Saran's body tightened instantly. then rolled back and pulled out his curved sword with a clang. A strange dagger appeared at the door, the dagger that was like a snake, and it was aimed at Saran's throat. There was a gentle sound of the wind. In the dim room, a hazy figure appeared. With the sound air breaking, 5 throwing knives came from different angles, blocking all the paths of retreating. Tang, tang, tang. Saran had blocked the enemy's attack, and at the same time, he jumped forward. His figure disappeared strangely and suddenly appeared behind the dim black shadow. Shadow leap. Shadow strike. Saran had no mercy, attacking immediately. Hee. Just then, the strange figure let out delicate laughter, and then the hazy shadow was divided into 3 parts and dodged in 3 directions at the same time. Hazy dance. Illusion. The vigorous and tall figure turned over and tiptoed slightly on the roof, then dived down and stabbed with a dark dagger. Oriental dancer. Saran's eyebrows were locked. Facing the figure coming down from the roof, he suddenly closed his eyes. His ears moved a little. Without even seeing the attack, he slashed toward the direction of the bed. The shadow that rushed down from the roof suddenly disappeared, and the shadow around the corner of the room twisted. Another hazy shadow appeared again. Still another illusion. The enemy had not revealed herself. Chapter 399 Eastern Empress. Chapter 399 Chapter 45 Eastern Empress. Eastern Illusion. As the birthplace of monks, the Eastern magic was not like the Western world, most of which were mastered by wizards. Many of the people who were proficient in illusions here were combat professions, among which the Oriental dancer was good at using illusions. Many illusions were fake, but they become more powerful after some time. Even the bards who play tricks would become a proper spellcaster after some time. The Oriental dancer could master the ability Mirror Image after advancing into the legendary realm. Saran didn't care to make a move. He waited quietly, waiting to counterattack. The woman that had abused him was rather powerful. She was at least a high-grade profession. Maybe she was even a legendary figure. Ting, ding, ling. The ringing of the bell seemed to resonate with people's heart rate. For a moment, Saran was in a bit of a trance, but he soon recovered. At the same time, there were 3 virtual shadows again in front of him. They were wearing light and thin silk long skirts and following the light and charming dance steps. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly, they were full of charm. These 3 enchanting figures were not eager to launch an attack, but send out a burst of crisp laughter around Saran, as if enjoying the feeling of fooling the enemy. Shadow leap. Sword form spinning strike. Saran's figure leapt out, and the curved sword in his hand turned into a cold light. The 3 figures in front of him laughed lightly, dodged slightly, and then stabbed towards Saran with a dagger. Tang, tang, tang. 3 of the figures were real, and they all blocked Saran's attack. Mirror Image. Saran's brows were locked. His expression was quite serious. An enemy who could master the Mirror Image ability was either legendary or somewhere around there. Where is her real self? The combat power of Mirror Images was very low, less than an 1/3 of the real body. Even a legendary sword saint who practiced Mirror Image could only retain half of his strength at most. These 3 Mirror Images couldn't pose a great threat to Saran, but the Oriental dancer hidden in the dark was very dangerous. Saran had not been threatened by this kind of sneaking enemy for a long time. What is this smell? Just as Saran was a little confused about the position of the enemy, his nose suddenly moved, and then his eyes had a flash of light, leaping forward to the position around the bed. Shadow strike. Sword form beheading. A fragrance. The room had a fragrance. A woman's fragrance. Dang! The sound of weapons colliding was heard. A pair of snake-shaped daggers suddenly emerged, and then a slim figure was forced to appear. Under the impact of Saran's explosive strike, the figure flew back a meter and hit the wall behind. The hazy shadow gradually became clear, and the figure of the Oriental dancer emerged, saying in a voice with a trace of pain, "Wait a minute. Stop it. I give up. Oh, damn it. I give up. Stop attacking." Saran's eyes were cold, and his fierce attack did not stop. After using beheading, he immediately slashed toward her. At the same time, he launched the sword form spinning strike with a low voice, blocking every possibility to retreat. Even though the opponent had surrendered, Saran did not want to stop. swift step. The face of the Oriental dancer finally changed. At last, she knew how dangerous she had provoked an enemy. She turned around in a rather awkward way to avoid. Her slender waist was almost folded in half. Her amazing flexibility made her avoid Saran's attack. At the same time, her figure suddenly appeared behind Saran. "Stop." The Oriental dancer stepped back and said anxiously, "I'm just trying your skills, not the enemy. I'm going to join your team to earn some money, so I came here to test you." "Wait, we've met before, at the Adventurers Guild." Dang! The sound of weapon collision rang again. Saran frowned and took back his curved sword, looked at the opponent coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Take off your veil." The Oriental dancer let out a breath of relief after seeing him stop. She first gasped for a moment, then frowned and looked at her arm. On her bare white arm, there was a light cut. If she didn't dodge fast enough, she would have been cut by the man in front of her. The Oriental dancer looked at Saran strangely, then slowly took off her veil, revealing a beautiful face with exotic characteristics. Saran looked at the woman in front of him, and his memory was running at full speed. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Who are you to the Eastern Empress?" "Eastern Empress?" Saran's words changed the expression of the woman in front of her eyes. For a moment, she clenched the snake dagger and said in a tight voice, "Who are you? Why do you know that?" "She is related to the Eastern Empress." Saran couldn't help but remember something, which made him unconsciously touch his ears. In those years, he traveled all over the continent after he became a legend, and he encountered countless legendary figures. Even after encountering the incarnation of deities several times, he was defeated in the hands of a mysterious woman in the East. He not only failed in the task but also lost nearly a third of his group. Finally, he even lost one ear. At that time, if he was slow, he would not have only lost his ear, probably his head. The Eastern Empress, the advanced dancer with a profession level of 30+. She was proficient in magic, mirror image, charm, sneak, assassination, information gathering, and others. She secretly controlled many brothels in the eastern countries, but her real identity was unknown. She had a very special item in her hand. It was said that it's an artifact handed down from the eastern countries. The item gave the user youthfulness and longevity. "Tell me." Saran looked at her coldly while holding his weapon and asked, "Why are you here?" The Oriental dancer's expression was complex. It seemed that she doesn't understand why a person from the western part of the mainland would know the existence of the Eastern Empress. She took a step back gently, pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, "I really just want to test your skills. I received a report that you wanted to explore a ruin. There is something the Eastern Empress is interested in. That's why I was given orders to find it. I really have no ill intentions. If not, I would have used enthrall fragrance on you when you entered." Enthrall fragrance, something the Oriental dancer was good at. "What were you looking for?" Saran frowned and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid you didn't come here to test my skills but to steal the information of underground relics from me, correct?" It seemed that Saran was right. The Oriental dancer's eyes looked dodgy. During this time, she had been watching Saran's actions secretly and found that many of his preparations seemed to match the situations. This made her very sure that Saran had specific information about the underground ruins. If he didn't know the general situation of the underground ruins, he would not prepare so many things. The Oriental dancer didn't speak. She seemed to acquiesce to this point. Then she said, "There is something in this underground relic, a gem left by the Desert Kingdom. My task is to find it. I don't want anything else. Maybe we can cooperate. Since you know the existence of the Eastern Empress, you'll know how powerful we are. With our help, it will be much easier for you to explore the underground ruins. And we need your information about it. After all, there is the terrible Bala." Saran went into deep thought after hearing that. For a man like Saran, there was basically no eternal enemy. He could even deal with the fickle, vicious, and insidious Strauss for so many times. Now, it was not impossible to cooperate with the Oriental dancer in front of him. The only thing was, he couldn't trust the woman in front of him. The Oriental dancer was no better than the drows. However, their strength may still be borrowed. Saran was used to the insidious cunning of the drows. It was nothing more than mutual use, relying on the means at the critical moment. Fine. Saran looked at the opponent, nodded his head in an unexpected way, and said in a deep voice, "We'll start the day after tomorrow. I need something else. Maybe you can get it for me." It seemed that the Oriental dancer didn't expect Saran to answer so fast, but at last, she smiled and nodded softly, and said, "No problem. I'll bring what you want tomorrow." The matter was thus settled. Saran finally decided to set out the day after tomorrow, and there were a high-grade Oriental dancer and some of the people she brought in. Although Saran couldn't cover everything about the underground ruins, there was a cloak artifact for the rogue. Thus, on the morning of the third day, the adventurers set foot on the road to the ancient ruins with nearly 100 men and materials close to a caravan. Before everything began, Saran had to locate the exact location to dig and find the path to the ancient ruin. Chapter 400 Desert Remnants. A group of people strolled on the yellow sands. The closer you got to the Death Desert, the more massive the sandstorm you would encounter. Sometimes, there would be terrifying sandstorms. The sand might bury even strong professionals like Saran. After the sandstorm, energy radiation changed not only the environment but also the abnormal climate in the desert area. Although the arborists have worked hard for hundreds of years, establishing some oases and plantation defense lines in the desert area, still, in the end, it was quickly destroyed by the terrifying sandstorms. Sometimes, when the wind blew the sand from the Death Desert, it was like a rainstorm, which could directly bury a river. Of course, this was not even the most terrifying thing. What was even more terrifying was the desert tornado, which was the real nightmare. The huge tornado would sweep everything nearby, and if any caravans encountered it, they would find it hard to survive as well. The tornado was caused by the energy radiation's mutation. When the tornado's strength exceeded level 5, it might cause energy chaos in the nearby area. That was also the so-called dead magic area and chaotic magic area. In this area, the wizard's spells were likely to fail. In that scenario, there was no place to escape. Saran had seen giant tornadoes with a range of more than 15 kilometers, from the sand below to the clouds in the sky, as if the whole world would be sucked in as well. Note: giant tornadoes could be encountered about once every 3 years. He remembered coming here for the first time with the other teams. At that time, they found something. It was that the terrifying natural climate sometimes gave the people more headaches than the powerful monsters. The team was moving very slowly because they have prepared more than 30 camels with a lot of resources on them. Although the real adventurer team consisted of only 5 people, it needed a huge amount of logistical supplies. When Saran first came to the desert to explore the ruins, their whole team was a bit stunned when they arrived at the place because there was no way in at all. The poor dwarven juggernaut had to dig for 2 days because of his high physical strength. Only then did he manage to open up a passage into the ruins. However, they encountered a sealed wall afterward, and eventually, everyone had to go back to prepare more tools. And even later after that, when exploring this kind of long-standing underground remains, the adventurers assembled a team of 30 to 40 people. Then, the party went on for 3 days. On the way, Saran also learned a lot about the others. For example, the dwarven juggernaut was a gossiper. Of course, when he was not drinking, he was rather quiet. Dwarves had little resistance to good wine. The others had been drinking water all the way. Whereas, this guy had been drinking alcohol. If it was not for his amazing physique, this guy would have been wasted long ago. The dwarven juggernaut, Zora, Dunedin, was a very young dwarf. He was only 46 years old this year with a thick beard and a strong body. He has dwarven lineage from Helm's Deep, and his body could be slightly hardened as if he had used stone skin. The bloodline of the hill dwarves. The name of the Oriental Ronin was Zil. He was an advanced Ronin from the East Seas. There were many islands there. Many Ronins were professionals that were advanced pirates. This guy was very quiet. He had been wiping his blade all the way. His strength should be quite good. But to Saran's surprise, this guy used his sword with his left hand. A left-handed Ronin swordsman. As for the other desert warrior, he was a more famous adventurer in the region. His name was Muhammad Nord, a desert warrior of professional level 15 or so. He had the advanced grade of a fighter. He was also good at fighting with dual weapons, just like Saran. The weapons were similar to the Persian curved swords. His dress was similar to that of Persians. Note: an advanced desert warrior was similar to a northern fighter. It belonged to a regionally advanced profession and has received special regional combat training. As for the last person, who was an oriental dancer, she should be the only professional who Saran did not know the depth of. He could only be sure that her professional level was above 16. She was proficient in magical abilities, and she also mastered mirror image. On the afternoon of the third day, Saran and the others had finally arrived at the destination, where there was a landmark building, which was a broken and tattered obelisk. It was unknown as to what the use was, but it was buried underground in the ruins of the desert. Many large ruins had such obelisks. "We're here." Saran looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "This is the place. Let the workers get ready to work." He walked quickly to the bottom of the obelisk and then began to move in the direction of the sun. Saran counted the steps and walked about 150 meters. Then he went about 50 meters to the north. Finally, he squatted down, reached out and touched a handful of sand on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Starting digging from here. Dig a passage of about 3 meters in diameter." There were many dangerous places under ancient ruins. If one dug in the wrong place, they might end up with an accident. Moreover, the whole city was buried under the sand. At that time, there were no residents that once lived in the city surviving after the disaster. In this case, there was a high possibility of undead creatures appearing inside the city. Nearly 100 workers started to get busy. It was not so easy to dig out a passage with a diameter of 3 meters, because it was a desert area, with sand at the top and even a possibility of quicksand at the bottom. It was difficult to dig a passage in the sand, which required cleaning up the surroundings and even using many tools. Having nearly 100 people seemed to be a lot, but they did not really work that fast. Relying on them to dig passages, shoveling one after another, they could only slowly do it bit by bit. The sky was slowly getting dark. Saran supervised the workers for a while, got up, and walked around to see if there was anything unusual. At this time, there was a shrill scream from the other side of the excavation site, and then all the professionals at the scene rushed over. Saran also came quickly. Before he got close, he saw the worker fall to the ground and started twitching. He spat out white foam from his mouth, and soon after, he had no breaths left. He placed his hand on the handle of the knife and said in a deep voice, "What happened?" The one who answered Saran was the Oriental Ronin. There was a yellow scorpion pierced by his blade. He said in a serious voice, "It's a sand scorpion. It's very poisonous." No sooner had the work begun, and a man had died. This was a considerable blow to the morale of the workers, many of whom were starting to get timid while doing their work. However, Saran could only helplessly let the Oriental Ronin supervise at the side and deal with the possible sand scorpion when it appeared. The speed of this guy's sword was very fast. Just now, he had already killed 3 sand scorpions in a flash. Night fell. A group of people set up tents near the construction site, and the workers gathered to sleep, whereas the professionals took turns to watch the night. It was windy at night. Fortunately, it only lasted for a while. It was quiet all around, and occasionally one could hear a slight rustle. Saran sat by the campfire, meditating, and occasionally turned his head to look at the hole that had been dug because there was more to it than just poisonous scorpions. Behind him came some light footsteps, and then he saw the Oriental dancer sitting in front of him with a broad cloak. "What are you worried about?" The Oriental dancer met Saran's line of sight, and her expression was as if she noticed something. "Ever since you came here, you seem to be a little worried."